On that ordinary day, a fight broke out in the street. The quarrel that ensued drew the two young men into it, and the tension between them only escalated. One of the lads, expressing his hotness, exclaimed with indignation, "You rude bastard! How dare you mess with me, the son of a noble family?" The one against whom the accusations were leveled was not left in debt and proudly replied, "Stand up. This is not over yet. Even if you poured drink on me or insulted me, I will tolerate it, as pointing a sword at you is akin to oppressing someone who is weaker." But many of the elders who sacrificed themselves 100 years ago to restore the blood demon did not fight to endure such outrages. So, the price for devaluing these people. At that moment the lad swung his sword, preparing to apply his strength and lesson. However, as if it was all just a dream, the lad suddenly woke up in a cafe. His dream had blurred, leaving only a faint sense of discontent. Someone next to him shouted indignantly, "Hey, can you be more careful? You spilled tea on my clothes. Who reads books during an official reception anyway?" The boy looked around in embarrassment at what had happened and found himself surrounded by ordinary reality. But for some reason he had the idea that the fight that had occurred and the events from the book he had recently read were mixed into one. Why were pledge welcome parties so tedious? It's not an easy task to sneak out of here either, he thought, wiping his t-shirt soaked in water. Ouch! It's so cold. I don't envy them much, though. I rotted in Nori-Angjin for 10 years and barely made it as a civil servant. But compared to the lives of these newcomers, mine seems insignificant. The guy, trying to get his bearings in time, asked those around him, "By the way, what time is it?" Then, deciding to forget all the confused history and go back to reading his book, he added, "No more worrying, I'd better finish it." A very entertaining book. Meanwhile, in a world where the fight was heating up, the protagonist, determined, turned to his adversary, "Oh. You're back. We're going for a second round. Will you join us, right?" The tired lad returned home, feeling tired in every cell of his body, and lay down on his bed. However, his mind was still preoccupied with the mysterious events that had happened to him. He could not come to terms with the fact that suddenly his reality and fantasy were beginning to merge. Suddenly a book he had been reading earlier caught his attention. He opened it, hoping to find answers to his questions. However, the pages were blank, as if devoid of any print or text. Nathan was stunned and disappointed. What? Why are the pages blank? How can this be? Where are the letters, then? Not printed? In fury and irritation he threw the book on the floor, uttering foul words. What a bunch of people. Damn. Right at the point where they say whether the main character dies or stays alive. Whatever. I'm not going to read any more. Today is clearly not my day. Why is the narration so cut off? Nervous as hell. I won't read this author's work again. He glanced out the window and noticed that the sun seemed brighter and more dazzling than usual. The noise from the street became louder and he felt confused. That's it, why is the light so bright? Since when did the sun scorch my windows so much? And what was that noise I heard? Whose voice was that in the house where I live? Before he could realize what was happening, he was suddenly hit hard in the face. He flew backwards, feeling a sharp pain and a sensation that his head was about to explode. What is this memory? What are they? He thought, pressing his hand to his painful chin. But they're not mine. Arrogant spoilt boy. Yargul Muyang, from a noble family, a Yargul of Shandong province. Now he is about to take the fight and will be beaten by a Bakari Jin. Fear gripped the boy, realizing that it was as if he had stepped into the role of the hero of his book. He stretched out his hand to the sky, appealing to unseen forces. Wait, don't tell me this isn't the end. That I have taken possession of a martial arts master. Isn't this the point at which Yargul Muyang dies? No, he survives. However, the leg will be mutilated, but the Bakari Jin doesn't care about that. Feeling the terrible tension and danger, the lad realized that such a fate awaits him too. At this rate I will become an invalid, the thought flashed through his mind before everything plunged into darkness. What should I do? I have to think things over calmly. The boy did find himself in a novel, and by his own logic, he should be moving through the plot. Since the guy ended up in the Muyang's body, he understood what kind of person he was now, a person who didn't care about the rules. My opponent, on the other hand, is an orphan who carries the family name of the Bakari family, even though he is not the heir to it. For him, his parents are the law, but he can't reconcile with that. The boy thinks to himself, wait. Am I going to die in this case? No, I will survive, but I will lose my leg. Stop, pronounced the boy. He couldn't allow Mu Yang to be crippled. A thought occurred to the guy and he decided we should apologize. The guy got down on his knees. What are you doing? Asked Beck, since the guy had moved in a novel based on laws, so that should work. He decided to apologize very sincerely so he wouldn't lose his left leg. As you can see, the beatings gave me back my sobriety, my sanity. It's the best way a guy could come up with. But will he be able to react the way I'd like to? But, the guy wondered. 1 minute you're drunk and the next you're apologizing? Back Rin Jin replied. He put the sword away. What a relief. I have to think of something to say to get away with it. The boy figured out how to reply. I realized my mistake. I made fun of your rule without knowing it myself. I understand, a few words won't make up for it. Now I need to demonstrate my sincerity. For the sake of forgiveness, the lad was willing to give his left arm. Damn. Thought the guy he's exactly like in the novel. Why doesn't he do anything? What kind of douchebag can exist harmoniously in the world? B. Li Jin put his hand down and helped the Yargle up. Good. I lacked restraint. I should have considered that you were drunk. Since you're hurt, I'll walk you home. Why was he so calm? Was it all so easy to resolve? It's a good thing he has that kind of temper. Then Mu Lang would have said goodbye to his left leg. What a Mu Yang? Said the stranger. Who the hell was that all of a sudden? Someone close enough to be familiar with the Mu Yang. Look, if your apology was sincere, shouldn't you have offered the right hand you're holding the sword with instead of the left? Who do you think you are, Mu Yang? Asked back, do we know each other? The stranger introduced himself. I am Huanbo Sung of the Huanbo family. You must have heard about my family's situation in Shandong province. Mu Yang was surprised. Huangbo Sung? Is this the guy who pretended to support Mu Yang while actually falling under the influence himself? So you're the one to talk about what kind of hand I should have offered. Damn. I never thought I'd see you here. I don't care if you lied. But so it turns out you're renouncing your family's honor to save your own skin? Said Huanbo Sung. Isn't he playing around? Well, though he acted like a mouse in front of a cat in the novel too. Sincerity is a difficult thing. It's hard to prove. No, it's not. If you're really honest, you'll have no problem losing your right hand. Mu Yang wasn't prepared for that answer. Damn your truth. You're so enthusiastic. I bet he's content to corner me. Mu Yang was ready to get down on his knees because it's more important to him how the people he's apologizing to see him. What's true? The decision is yours, young warrior back. If you like, anytime I can. Suck it. What do you say now? Mu Yang. I thought we knew each other well, but that seems to have been a misconception. Strangely, there was no such situation in the novel. He just watched and didn't get into the situation. Had the story changed? Beck shouted rather shakily. I received a sincere apology, so I have no intention of continuing the quarrel. Ouch! Mu Jiang's heart ached sharply. I'd better get out of here soon. Man, are you getting worse? I'll take him home. In Roman, Mu Yang had his leg cut off and was sent home with Huanbo Sung. The situation is different now, but nothing much has changed. Mo help him. Mo, nicknamed Thousand Flaming Swords, is the main character who raided the Central Plain, along with Bekari Jin. A very entertaining situation from the point of view of someone who knows the context. Get well soon, Mu Yang. From now on, the boy will have to live in the body of Yargle Mu Yang. However, he is firmly against death after being used as a supporting character and he won't come out of this life either. He was approached by a man named Mo. Was that Bakari Jin? How did you meet him? Mu Yang had already forgotten that there was a man next to him, still he would have to play along with Mo. Our relationship didn't work out from the beginning. I was about to meet a girl for a drink when he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started a fight. Actually, in reality, Yargle Mu Yang was abusing his power and insulting the feelings of Bakari Jin, who happened to be watching him. You must have been furious, asked Yunyo. Sitting around having fun and this brat forced you to take a knee. Even in the novel, he tried to send back Jin, but instead he choked to death himself, from the poison. The plot may have changed because of the main character Mu Yang's actions, but overall it's the same as it was should he still influence them. Mu Yang asked to have guards put up for him, a man of 1,000 flaming swords. They seem to be the same age as Mu Yang. Mu Yang went to his home and this is where I live. He was presented with images of memories. His relatives had left home to find the meaning of life. Some had left their martial arts manuals, some had left their belongings, some had sold their estates and all they had left was a cow. The boy passed out. He woke up in his room, his wounds already dressed. As it turns out, the boy's appearance is not that of a Yargle Mu Yang as described in the novel, but of his own. His mother and father try to make the boy realize that he has to be more decisive. The father was even ready to punish his son for his behavior. Even in such a situation, is the boy calm because he is at home? He needs to remember and think over the contents of the novel. The father walks into the room in a rage. In the plot of the novel, 10 years later, the devilish followers of the blood demon cult, who are hidden from our world, will unite. The Ice Palace of the North Sea, the Palace of the Potala, and even the Ghost Palace, rebuilt by nomads, they will target the Central Plains, and the Emperor. Some of their forces will come from the east of Murim and begin their great conspiracy. The destruction of Murim. Their first target will be the extermination of all sects and noble families, one of them, the Yargle family. Now the lad would just have to live in peace. Radianish yelled the father, "Why the hell did you get hurt like that?" Yargle's parents scolding their son is something impossible. If the boy tells them the truth, they will either not believe it or accept the truth, but their hearts will be broken. So he chooses to remain their son, for finding a better outcome for both them and his future. Mu Yang abruptly got out of bed and mouthed, "Father and Mother, I stop aimless partying." They didn't believe their son's words. The boy decided that he needed a fresh start in his life and told his parents so. In the morning his father asked Mu Yang that tomorrow you are going to meet that man who calls himself Young Woman back. Yes, father. Thought that he was to blame for the incident and felt that he should be duly compensated for his prank. I will pay for it. Strange how he can keep his cool after what his silly son has done. But behind his smile hides the bravest of men. It's not even about bravery, not to mention Jagiel Mu Yang, who died an unlikely supporting character. Yargle's noble family played an important role throughout the story of the book. Mu Yang asked his father to enter the scroll repository, his father would not allow his son to enter, and Mu Yang only had to wait for the father to allow him to enter in order for him to gain the knowledge he wanted to gain. His father summoned Sedohan, head of the Heavenly Archives protection team, to find out who sent Mu Yang to the vault, and if he had bad intentions. The fundamental essence. It is the foundation of many martial arts, as they all derive from it. Once you touch it, you can learn and master any martial art. Every character has their own way of generating inner energy and using it. It's your own setup, which can be seen throughout the whole hero thing. The problem is that the head of the blood demon cult is aware of the fundamental essence. The novel doesn't say when he finds out about it, he makes it clear that after that, he'll be a dangerous type. It is said that a branch of the Yargle sect, the Diansang sect, and the now defunct Xuanzhen school have something called a Diary of Heavenly Mysteries, which explains the fundamental essence. To do so he would have to enter the vault. Mu Yang decided to visit the training room. To his surprise he remembered from how his kinfolk had trained him, to the third-level methods, as well as the martial arts. He started with the mind basics of the Rising Star methods. If he repeats a certain phrase, and focuses on his inner power, he will gradually begin to feel a large flame within him. He has succeeded in attaining the Kai energy. Now he decided to start the second and third stage. But something went wrong as it turned out Mu Yang's body was very strong, but he didn't use it 100%. Since then he has been sharpening his skills. You can't sleep here. It was the youngest sister. Young mistress, is it possible to disappear from sight like that? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? He took his sister and went to the market. Father was surprised that Mu Yang wanted to go to the market with his sister. But just in case, I'll send a guard with you. A man named Yunyo Myung was assigned to the guard. Just like the novel said, this man is sullen, yet strong. Mu Yang asked his sister to babysit uncle while he was busy with one thing. While his sister went to the market to buy some candy, Mu Yang headed for the back Jin. The legendary figure of the novel hero and the defender must stop the blood demon cult. Far more important, however, is the story of his formation. He has one of the fundamental essences. I'm not crazy to take on a mission to save the world and become an expert in martial arts. The guy decided to follow the storyline only by slightly changing the part about himself. That's why he decided to get close to the back Jin. Muyang knocked on the door and was surprised to hear from the back guy. Muyang asked back if he wouldn't mind if I came in. He offered money as an apology, but the back Jin refused. The guy was ready for that outcome, so he came up with a different approach to him. I hear you paid a not insignificant compensation for the inn I destroyed. If you don't mind coming to my place. Baek Jin again declined. The guy had one last trump card up his sleeve, and that was his younger sister. He asked the Baek to educate his sister. I need time to think it over, replied Baek. How did Muyang behave? Asked the Lord. Today he met the back Jin. After that I didn't notice anything remarkable. Shove your apologies wherever you go. I didn't wait all day for you to listen to this bullshit. You should be earning the money you get paid. Have a heart-to-heart talk with him about taking revenge on the back Jin for humiliating him and forcing him to his knees. Young master, why are you so fixated on the back Jin? Is there any? Instead of doing it yourself, wouldn't it be more fun to do it with Yargle Muyang's hands? Since Yunyomon needs the money, he'll fulfill such a request. Muyang and Mon Ko-mon, fighting with wooden swords. You are pathetic and open to any blow. Your breathing must synchronize with the flow of your movements, then you will become faster and stronger. I wasn't fighting at full strength, and I was giving you plenty of slack. It would be great if you could help me tomorrow. Should I? I'll be more serious tomorrow. You won't slip up? No way, Muyang answered, it'll only make me feel better. His body is much more powerful than I expected, given just basic physical strength, agility and muscle mass. You wouldn't know he's a lover of women and booze. And yet why do you suddenly feel the urge to train? Isn't it more fun to spend time with my master? Yes, I'm curious myself as to why all of a sudden. Hey, you've been training for a couple of days now. Is there a reason? There's no reason, per se. It just happened. I'm sorry about the time I spent as a rich snob. Is it because of what happened at the hotel? There was nothing else to push me over the edge. You think so? Has an incident like that ever happened before? I'm surprised you only changed after that time. From your point of view it is, but not for me. Like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon, time is also needed to find answers to many questions. I try to make better choices and look for better options to find my way. I appreciate you very much, but for now I have no desire to pass on your most important family legacy. All this time I have relied heavily on you and invested a lot of my time and energy in you, hoping for good results. But you have not lived up to my expectations and have not brought any positive results. However, I will now try to change my mind. I will grant you the right to enter the secret vault. Please forgive me, but I don't trust young Master Muyang. The head of the Secret Intelligence Unit of the Celestial Level Archive Squad Seo Duhan. It is only by not trusting and staying on my guard that I can use my duties to protect the family's legacy. However, there is no real reason to reject Mr. Hwachbo Sung's request, as he has shown no interest in the secret vault, despite his close relationship with the Research Institute. I'll tell you the rest after I observe the young master some more. Good. If it's important, you can tell me anyway. The more one thinks about it, the more one wonders. Who would have thought my son would change so much? To pay me back with uninterrupted trust and love over the years? Well, quite expected. After all, only my father is above him. I remember the head of Seo didn't appear at the beginning of the story, because he's not an important character. But in the second part of the novel, he does get to understand my father's various tasks and responsibilities. On top of that, he's the head of the Secret Intelligence Unit that protects the archives at the heavenly level. Have I earned some of his trust? I'm still not interested in the position of head of the family, though. I heard you only wanted to see the records of past heads of family, right? In that case, when you go into the vault, stay there under the supervision of my unit. And, of course, you're not allowed to take any notes. The vault has 2 underground floors and 2 above-ground floors. The first underground floor holds weapons handed down by the family. The second underground floor contains precious elixirs. The first ground floor houses the living quarters of our unit and a library with books on various disciplines. On the second floor is the hidden vault itself. The protection in the vault is weaker than Mu Yang expected. He thought he would have to go through several iron bars. The girl suddenly went through the doors. If we wanted, the vault could be turned into a heavenly fortress. There's no point in explaining everything to you. Who would have thought there would be such a thing on the first floor? A girl appeared from the wall. This way you can't go to the last room. Mu Yang is going to sit in the vault for as long as it takes for him to find the Muara of the second head of the Yargle family. Yargle Bina. You mean Bakari Jin? Yes. Thought her followers would disappear, and yet she managed to keep her reputation. So he got along with my son, did he? It wasn't enough just to be compensated, he also invited Jinzang's disciple to visit us, ha ha. I wonder what my son is thinking. It wasn't enough just to be compensated, he also invited a Jinzang disciple to visit us, ha ha. I'm curious, why did you decide to give up your training for someone you saw today for the first time? Because it's the first time I've met someone with potential in a long time. I didn't teach him anything special. Rather, we just had a nice chat. Murim has not helped the Diansan sect who sacrificed themselves for him in any way for many years. Much time has passed and we are staying under the pretext of being busy, bogged down in the daily grind, completely forgetting the former power and strength of the sect. By the way, it's been 2 days since Mu Yang entered the vault, right? Should we tell him that his guest has arrived? No, when the time comes he will come out himself. That's why I felt this was the perfect opportunity to repay their sacrifice a little. So what was the bottom line I was pursuing? True power cannot be achieved by exclusive forward movement. Quickly I found them. Here's a snippet scene. Bakari Jin. Gotta remember that memoir. Where did that pile-up come from? The novel didn't say how many volumes and pages the memoirs consisted of. After briefly describing them, it was told that the Bakari Jin remembered them all. In other words, nowhere was it mentioned whether he achieved that effect by reading all of it or just part of it. In fact, I have to learn the contents of each manuscript. Mu Yang walked out of the vault. Is this how prelates who have been released from prison felt? It took some time, but now each entry is engraved in my memory. Part of me realized that Yargle Mu Yang was kind of gifted, but for the speed with which he managed, he could be ranked as a genius. Also, as I memorized all the memoirs, I suddenly stumbled across something. At first I was afraid of an overload of energy, but it was all right. Circulating it in a new way allowed me to learn a new method of mind training. In order to be a real genie who has never studied the method of mind training, one must realize that the memoirs were not meant to show interventions eliminating chaotic thoughts in the mind. If the descendants of the Jagul family carefully train according to the instructions in the memoir, they are sure to discover quite a few new things. What would you call this method? It is worth considering that I am now in the world of the novel. How did you know I was out of the archives? Did anything happen while I was gone? Bakari Jin came by. He'll only leave the training ground if he has to study literature with the young lady. Well, I'll go see my father and then I'll pay him a visit afterwards. There's no hurry, since he's already got over himself and decided to come to us. Oh, I'm so pleased. I studied the morning mind training technique and decided to visit me Bev Rigi. I've missed you, friend. Training ground, back honed skills. I had been trying to fence more actively for so long, but the problem was resolved after a single sword fight. The head of the Yatea family compared to my Dianza sect, which has lost much of its influence and followers to the invasion of the blood demon cult. I must revive my sect again. First, the vanished martial arts must be restored. In order to do that, we must find traces of the legacy we had before the death of my older fighting brother. Since there are no leads yet, I can't go back like this. Even if I have to spend all my money and become a vagabond, I will not renounce the shadow of my sect. The head says you've been training in seclusion. I was just reading the writings of my ancestors and contemplating how to live my life. I'm jealous. You even have books that describe the will of the fathers. The atmosphere has changed dramatically. You shouldn't do that because I have a present for you. Right. Leave the thinking behind. Let's go get a drink. Thanks for the offer, but I have to study. My dad said it's a good thing to make friends with the Dianzang sect. I'd like to share what I learned from my ancestors with you. Who knows, maybe it will help you. In any case, Bakari Jin's storyline must necessarily include a story about a long-lost mind training technique. Even if I tell him about it earlier, it won't affect the course of events in any way. Yunyo take the day off today. Since he saw me with the back Ri Jin, he'll run to report to Huanbo Sungu. Hurry up. It's necessary for the story of the back Ri Jin to continue. Seriously, how much did we drink? I love the uncommon taste of booze. Shut up. I'm about to die. According to tradition, we were supposed to respect and follow the teachings of our ancestors by having a couple of glasses of wine. A man should behave sensibly and not wallow in excessive drinking. By the way, why do people despise you? Beck asked. Ah. You mean the fact that they call me an idiot, a retard, a mongrel of the Yargle family and a fool is payback for a kind of rebelliousness. I'm supposed to be the best in my family, but since I know how things really are, I started behaving this way, but now I am trying to make a better life for myself. Can I say something to justify my letdown? Don't focus so much on the goal in front of you. You get the impression that you only see it, and sometimes you have to look back, to yourself and to the sides, and even both sides at the same time. Both ways asked backwards. Moving forward is not the only choice. Retreating is just as much a choice as sidestepping or even walking backwards with your back. I directly felt her concentrate. Me, how else? After all, these words belong to the second Gaiaway of the Yagaya family, Yateya Binu. You know what is good about the life of a fool? He is free from the shackles of the order of society. You have to go beyond laws, discipline, manners, and valor to know justice. Have I managed to interest him? Just stop poring over me. If I pass on the long-lost mind training technique, I can easily meet the first condition for obtaining the Diary of Heavenly Mysteries. My helping back Ri Jin is a bit like boosting a friend in a game. Yunyo, how long have you been standing there? There's something I have to tell you about. I'm sorry, but if it's not urgent, maybe we can talk tomorrow. It's urgent. Young Master Huanbo wants me to pass this on to you. It was made from several poisonous plants. He said that if you drink it in a day you will get red spots and go blind. When you are given a choice, make a clear decision, as I did. These moments happen to us because of the way we behave. Soon the meaning of my words will come to him. In the story, Mu Yang tried to send back Ri Jin, but his father caught him in the act. For fear of Huanbo Sung, he didn't give him up until the end. Yes. Do you know Huanbo Sung of the Huanbo family? Aren't you close friends? He sent the poison. He wanted me to poison a disciple of the Jianzang sect. You mean the Baek Ri Jin? Why the hell would he want that? I guess it's because I didn't get along with him first. Leave him here and go. I'll take care of it. No, Mu Yang replied. The children's strife should not affect the relationship between the families. I have an idea. The father eventually found out where the poison came from. It came from a local criminal society of dark assassins. It's a group of scum willing to do anything for money, even murder. People later learn that they are followers of a blood demon cult, but no matter how hard they try, no clues are found. Instead, the names of Zeke people, including Huanbo Suit, will be found on the client list of the dark assassins, causing him to be banished from the family. And the Yargle family will receive compensation from the Huangbo Suit family, which includes a Tumek. But about that later. For now, I'll just give my father a thought. And then, like in the novel, he'll find out about the dark assassins himself. Hey, where are you off to this morning? To the training ground. Oh, really? Great, let's go together. Well, I just remembered there's something I need to do. Fuck him. He won't even talk to me. If he gave me poison, it's too obvious. I think he hates me. Funny guy. Better let him go now. If I follow, I'll get my head kicked in. It's been a day of fun practicing. You had so much to drink last night, you're already up to your neck in the morning. I just want to learn how to defend myself. Then how about you challenge me to a duel? He's offering me a duel with a man who seems lazy to get stronger. All right, let's do it. I have no reason to refuse to learn from a future hero. We'll fight with real swords, using only 10% internal energy. But I've never used a real sword before. The more I retreat, the faster his blow catches up with me. The first stage of the long-forgotten mind training technique. Here we go. I've blocked it. I'll attack as I please. Are you okay? This is new to me. At first he was so unspecified and confused breathing, then I took him as a 38th rookie, but he was taking experience into account. gained during your combat to build up. Of particular interest is the planted attack. How will he hone it and use all his inner energy? Will I be able to defend myself? I'm sorry, I know I'm all messed up, but could you get me up? Here, get up. The more I get to know him, the more uninitiated I become. Sometimes he gets himself into trouble. But at the same time, he's carefree. Somehow he manages not to think much about everything. At times he seems to be deep in thought. Approaching him at such a close distance, it was difficult to resist with his strength, and because of that I was thrown back hard. And when I tried to recover, there was an explosion of force. What was it? From that day on, the training sessions went on, so that the previously incomprehensible moments began to become clear to me. After 4 days, I became accustomed to the rising star effect of the Jagella family caused by the method. And other techniques, like the deceptive step learned in the long-lost mind training technique. Ant's knowledge gained enhances my resistance to the oncoming dragon. I was delighted not a day went by without results. But unlike me, he didn't like it. Hey, what are you doing? Not pissed off that I'm not paying enough attention to you? But even so, isn't murder too much? I understand that you have no ill intentions towards me. If there's no personal reason here, someone must have hired me. I'm sure it's your former master, Huanbo-sung. First of all, he is not my master. I never served him. I understand his desire to harm me, but I need to remain vigilant. It is up to me to save this murderous blow. By handing me the poison, you have done your master's bidding, you obedient dog. You can always change your mind. No, it's too late. Young master, this is Seo Duhan, I've come to see you. Mu Yang deftly dodges the attack. This is not good. Now even Seo's toe can crush Yunyo-mon. This is a bad situation. Just now his eyes were glittering with lust to kill and his blade was raring to fight. How else could it be interpreted? Stand back, we're just sparring, Mu Yang replied. I thought that before I go to Murim I would have to learn how to fight in different environments. Yes, I wanted to tell my father about it later. I'm doomed. I have to say unnecessary things to resolve the situation. Why wouldn't I want to go to the Murim? I realize that judging by his lust to kill, he was probably just pretending to spar in order to keep you alive. However, if you don't feel hope in the Murim and don't want to go into it, it is important to listen to your instincts and make a decision that is consistent with your values and well-being. No. Yunyo-mon, my faithful co-conspirator. He's not the kind of person who would betray, believe me. Then here's what we'll do. If the words about his loyalty are true, he'll be at the forefront of the Dark Assassin's enslavement. Dark Assassins? You mean you discovered them and father found out their location? He did it faster than I expected. Kim Yunyo-myung will be joining us. Now we can use his help to solve our problems. Your father wants you to be with them. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the back gate. Why did you help me? Yunyo-myung lends Huanbo-sung money to buy medicine for his dying sister and to buy back the children he is caring for at the orphanage. Until this time, he has been able to repay his debt by running errands rather than running errands. Huanbo-sung is more likely to push him over the edge. That's why he went so far. Why did you help me? You are already one of my men. I can't stand silently watching Huanbo-sung take advantage of you. If you agree, go to the front line. If you do, I'll return the favor to them. Did you know about this? Only guessed. If you did not go for murder out of personal motives and not because you think Huanbo-sung is your master, then the reason can only be duty. You can't help me with that. It's really a huge amount. For example, a peasant earns only 10 in a year. In any case, it's up to you. Whether to become free. If Yargle didn't forgive you, I'd kill you. Said the back. He showed mercy, so don't disappoint him. Today we'll head east to the Mount of the Thousand Buddhas, to its very summit. And fight the base of the Dark Assassins. The mountain may look unremarkable, but there is a magical field there, the Dark Assassin's absolute mirage, which conceals a staircase leading to a cave. Our goal is to destroy the field at sunset and finish off the Dark Assassins. To those who lead the fighters to the front line will be. I'll go. Yunyo-mon has responded. One more thing, a disciple of the Jianzan sect will also be joining us. I look forward to working with you, Yargle. Let's go. Oh shit. I've lost sight of them. Gotta catch up. I can't even use Zingen. I should have asked Baek Jin to bring me up. Has young Master Mu Yang arrived yet? No. He must be unfamiliar with Qinggong. That and powerful. So powerful that my organs almost burst. I could have fought so fast and hard if I'd put my best foot forward, but it all just doesn't add up if he's got a limp Zing. He's the opposite of logical. There's something amazing about him that defies explanation. A lot of things about him we can't understand if we rely on common sense. You must have felt it yourself. Night has fallen. Time to execute the plan. What the hell is that bastard doing? We're about to infiltrate an enemy base. Kai will follow the plot. He'll definitely take out all the dark assassins, but he'll miss their head, as the inside of the cave resembles a maze. But I'm not him. I know where to find the chapter. We have to block his escape route and capture him. Found it. The head will try to escape on that boat, but if he doesn't, he can't escape. Now he has to find a way out of the cave. The novel says it will be behind the rock with the unnamed graves. Over there. The chapter almost walled it up. But I need to get in there to get something. The magical field at the entrance has been destroyed. Damn it. Prepare to retreat. Kill everyone who saw our faces and participated in the auction. Kill everyone here. Who could have broken the field? I don't care about the stuff, it'll be enough to keep this. Those bastards killed everyone who took part in the auction and fled inland. Luckily, we found the records of the transactions. It's going to be hard to get through. Please help me figure it out so I can find a way to overcome the difficulty. In the future, the Huangbo family will discover ancient swords during their research, but it will become the responsibility of the Yage family to keep what has happened a secret. These aren't just any old swords, you need to get hold of them as soon as possible. Where are they? I distinctly remember that they were found in a mystical cave in Misraira. Has something changed? Who did you ask the head? No consideration was given to how much stronger he was, since he didn't show up much after he escaped on the boat. They're here, so does that mean Reihuj has entered the cave? In that case I need to buy some time for the head of family, him, to get here. Mu Yang ducked from the blow. I'm not your enemy, a bunch of stalkers are chasing you, so you'd better give up. We're not tenants as it is, since we lost all the stuff our tenants gave us. No matter where we have to die. There's an idiot who thinks he can beat us. I don't know how you found out about this place, but we'll use you. Hurry up and break it here. Mu Yang deftly parried the enemy's attacks. Training has not been in vain. Dodging his blows isn't so hard anymore. This is a real fight, and I don't even have a weapon. If I make even one mistake, you jump like a rat in a cage. Hey kid, good moves, but why aren't you attacking? Damn it. What was holding them up there? Weren't they supposed to get to Roman quickly and easily? Ouch. I changed my mind. I wanted to take you as a hostage to save myself, but since they're in no hurry to get here, I won't need a hostage. If you don't get in the way, I'll let you go. Either way, backup will arrive in time. It'll be hard for them to break our mechanism. So that's why they're twisting. The novel didn't say anything about that. If I don't get in your way, let me go. I thought it was hard to negotiate with the scum of known families, but I like you. Hey, let's get out of here quick. He'll betray very soon, you'll have to go back, because the trap has closed. We have to look for the swords before they leave. Damn, where's the boat? If we can get out of here, at least we'll save our lives, and it'll be because of that. Get ready to go back and kill the boy. We're going to die soon anyway, so let's do the last thing we love the most. Even if it's from Yatea's family, they'll have a hard time breaking the defense mechanism. And when they can, it won't matter what happens next. But I'll take the boy's head. The novel didn't say there were several foxholes. In fact, there's a lot of details left out. If they were here before the Dark Assassin's base was formed, then they're very old. Northern Sun and Moon Monster are items that should be given to Baek Jin and the next chapter of the Yaga family, as stated in the book. As the head is about to change, you can borrow them temporarily until the new head has other weapons. For those who know nothing about this sword, it may seem like a simple piece of metal. If you run some inner energy through it, it becomes a stunning weapon with sharp edges, appearing like the claws of an erupting gorse. Unfortunately, there are no knives. They would have been useful, as it's not usually sharpened. Hey you brat. Come out snot-lout. I don't have a choice. I'll have to fight with the dark weers. What do you think's quicker? Kill you with those ugly ones from yours? Snot-lout, ouch, let's see which one of us would make a better fighter. Let's see how you handle me, brave and fearless. No, really, you're like a rat. Stand up. My hand is numb from the endless blocks. It's inferior to the Bakari Jin, but the length of the spade makes it hard for me to get any closer. What to do? What's the rumble? Is the pre-chamber about to collapse? I guess the guys you've been waiting for broke the mechanism. Time to say goodbye. Get ready, I got it. Since it's Picadic, it's forced to step back so that the ensuing blow is stronger. The piker won't let me get any closer, and on top of that, since he's moved away, it's even harder to get to him. I'll seize the opportunity the moment he retreats. I'll be able to advance before he arrives. A long-lost mind training technique. Get it over with. The path is divided. Split into two groups. Master Seo, what do you think that explosion was? Is it possible that Mu Yang came? Kid. When will you stop ducking? He's backing away. Gotcha, die. Ducking won't work, so, block, ouch. That familiar feeling is happening. The vibrations from the yank of the blow excite my inner energy, causing it to concentrate in me. I gather my snake and sharply penetrate through my belt. And my hands, as if moving along the paths of Kai straight into the sword's spur, creating an explosive wave. My heart feels like it's about to burst. I was able to kill him. Damn, stabbing a man is not as easy as described. My heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. For the world I'm in now, that's the norm. It's worth getting used to. If I want to survive, I'll be dead before I get used to the new reality. I don't even have the strength to stand up anymore. I'd hate to die at the hands of minor characters. What happens when I die? Mu Yang? You did a good job. Beck, take this sword. He killed all the criminals, that was cool. I survived after all. What are you doing here? You can't even fight. Young master, are you all right? You're too late, asshole, I almost died. I didn't expect to be so happy to see them. Mu Yang. This could have ended in disaster if we hadn't gotten here in time. How long have you been here? Am I home? What happened while I was away? They pulled out the Book of Deals. Luckily, the moon monster's here. And the northern sun, too? I gave it to him. How right he is. He's going to get the sword anyway. Because, a description of the martial art and letters left by the former owner, Taoist Bav Mun, Daoist, Beck Mu of the Jieni sect. At one time I was in search of the higher principles of our sect. However, of my own free will, I left it, even before I clearly understood its ideals. You must climb to the highest point of Zhenyang province, face north, so that the heavens will reveal their secrets and harmony will be established on the water. You must climb to the highest point of Zhenyang province, face north, so that the heavens will reveal their secrets and harmony will be established on the water. For the heavenly mysteries will be revealed when the water is smooth. Why did my ancestors' legacy end up in a place we would never have guessed? Also this letter. What is the calm smoothness of the water mirror that even my ancestors could not find? Remember my words when we were drinking, Sukazel Mu Yang. In fact, I took them from the writings of your ancestors. Every time I reread them the thoughts in my head became more and more ordered. Is this some kind of mind training technique? No. But this something has a special power to free the mind. It was lost so long ago that even the elders of my family don't know anything about it. There was so much text, I couldn't rewrite it all, but I tried. I'm sure you'll find it useful. Are you sure you want to give me such a gem? Yes, as I have already learnt the deeply hidden message of the unhallowed secrets described by my ancestors. We need the key to the celestial mysteries that will lead us to the basic principles of our families. Is the key told there too? If my hunch is correct, the odds are very high. But I'm not so sure. The answer to the calm surface of the water mirror that Daoist Moon was looking for is in our family. My God, I wonder why the basic principles of the Diansan sect are similar to yours. They're two radically different structures. And I wonder, And as for the sect of heavenly mysteries, let me unravel them as well. What do you mean? I'd like to find the basic principles of the Dianson sect with you. After what I've experienced with Wan Chong, there's no point in dodging the answer any longer. I will give him the long-lost mind training technique to help him achieve a state of calm mind, and guide him in his search for the ancient heavenly secrets to gain power along with him. That's the only way I can survive in this world. I've already talked it over with the Bakari Jin, there's still one unfinished business. Fortunately, I'm here with my father's permission. Young master, a guest of the Jagil family has come to the appointment. The eldest son of the Huangbo family, Huangbo Lim. I received a message from my father. You suggested that the incident should not be disclosed out loud. Rumors of your quick understanding of the matter did not lie. Keep the unnecessary compliments to yourself. I don't regret wasting my precious time chattering about nothing. Ah well. Here are the original records. Please take a look, it has Huangbo Sung's name on it. If you burn the notebook, it will be over. Our meeting is unofficial. You've revealed your cards without even stating what you want in return. I believe you won't do that. Why should I? Huangbo Sung is your half-brother, isn't he poisoning your family's honor? This incident could be a pretext to restrain him to act as you please. He doesn't particularly like Huangbo Sung. He's convinced that the brother is not fit for a noble Huangbo. And, he's also part of my family. Do you despise us? He tried to unleash a conflict between a disciple of the Jinsang sect and his enemy by asking him to poison the latter. Don't forget that in such a situation, we are the ones who feel that we are despised. I did not say this to appease him. He won't be able to kill me anyway. At this informal meeting my presence was called for by my father. He, as a representative of our influential family, is keen to make sensible decisions and will not act thoughtlessly. Interesting. So, do you want conflict between the families or what? I believe in your good reputation. I also believe that since you honor it, you'll take me up on my offer. Then tell me what you're offering. I need one of your men. An escort, young Monday. He owes a large sum of money to Huangbo Sung for medicine for his sister, and for the innocent children at the orphanage who are being held as collateral. So you're asking me to close the debt and release the boy? Okay, but on one condition. So you want to pay off one debt with another? There's something else I'd like to ask. Mu Jiang was forced to drink a jug of sake, that was a condition. No, it's the last sip. Get out, why haven't you heard from him yet? It's been a long time since I handed over the poison. It's been a while, buddy. Permission to come in? He's got it. Sure you can handle it alone. There's a record of the Dark Assassin's deal. Don't forget, Bakari Jin is a disciple of the Jinsang sect. If anyone finds out that you almost poisoned him, I followed my father's orders and inspected their refuge, where I found this. The reputation of the great Huangbo family could be tarnished. Are you kidding me? The Dark Assassins are not connected to the Blood Demon cult. However, I am curious as to whether the man who represents the secret killers of Huangho Sunggu is connected to him. I went to a music banquet with my friend from the Yu Haiyan family. He told me that someone in his family had received a mystical sculpture from the Dark Assassins. That's how I found out about them. Got it. Did their salesman wear a mask? Mu Yang gave the records to the assistant. What are you doing? How could you? Damn you, you bloody degenerate. I wanted to ask Huangbo Lim for permission to meet Huangbo Sung in person. I kept my promise. Everything has been resolved. My father and I talked about the orphanage. He will take care of it. You can live freely now. I will accompany your work as you have done your part. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that last sentence. I should have said I needed it. You want to go to Murim? Seo told me about it. I'm very proud of the fact that you're getting better every day. You can do anything. There's something I'd like to give you. In the cave of the Dark Assassins, the man you killed dropped this. You've probably heard of the elixir of the primordial stalactite. Yes, it's the same elixir that significantly strengthens one's inner energy. It can even correct physical metamorphosis with just 10 drops. It is important to remember that the use of such elixirs requires caution and a prudent approach. It is advisable to consult a qualified practitioner for advice before experimenting with such remedies. An amazing thing, in terms of efficacy it is the best of the 200 jewels. I have no idea how the elixir could have ended up in a place like this, but I have it now. I'd like to talk about the blood demon cult behind the dark assassins, but now is not the right time for that kind of talk, which is not what I expected. It's useless to me, since my body is soaked in herbs and elixirs, which the Agul family has persistently pilled yarn with until now. Plus, I am only a minor character, so I don't know how much I can become. Better father, if this precious elixir now belongs to me, can I pass it on to someone else? Aren't you going to drink it yourself? I think such a valuable item would be more useful to a gifted martial artist than to me. I was counting on you to get it, but you are thinking bigger. I understand that you feel guilty about him, as he has been working hard for the good of your family since he got here. I have heard your opinion and wish. And I have no regrets about giving the elixir to you. Follow me, it's time to get the thing I had to keep secret for fear that you will revert back to your old ways. It's time to get the thing I've been keeping secret. From the look on his face, he's overflowing with enthusiasm. Who'd have thought there'd be a place like this behind the secret vault? This is the training room. You must be curious why we came here. In fact, I've been following you for some time. I've been thinking about what needs to be done to prepare you for the place of the young head of the family you've been dodging. Why did he suddenly bring it up? That's not the future I'm dreaming of. I don't want to go down that road, where I sacrifice my life in a hard struggle. I've already had a lot of difficulties in gaining well-being and self-reliance, but I think that's still a long way off. Besides, your relatives have not yet seen how much you have changed. That's why I was hoping that you would take over as head of the family by winning the family contest. But first, you need to establish a good reputation. Then let me go to the Murim. We have come here because I need to give you important information about your departure. It is not from our family, but from me personally. I want to give you your legacy, that you acquired during your stay in the Murim. Peel with poison, what? But an unusual one, and of the highest quality. It has been waiting a long time for its owner. It's a kind of potent poison. One of the 200 jewels is a poison pilulus, to be taken by one who is trained in the handling of poisons. She is the inner core of the seven-colored serpent. It is huge and intelligent, so it hides among the tree crowns in the jungle. Did you catch it yourself? Yes. If you learn the Piyul properly, you'll be immune to 70 kinds of poisons. No doubt it's a great advantage to be immune to poisons. Father believes it is, in the Murim, that I will be most trained in the handling of poisons. But don't forget, the snake pill does not grant you absolute immunity to all poisons. I'll explain what to do next. He said the poison pill is in a red wooden box, and the shining pill is in a black one. If you swallow it without any protection, it will be extremely difficult to deal with the poison. The glowing pill is needed as a painkiller and to stop the poison from spreading. If you don't, the Kai will start to deflect. You have to endure it. I'm a little scared, though. I hope I don't die. Being able to enter the Murim is crucial. This ordeal is a price to be borne in the name of my personal development in the future. Nothing will happen to him. You have a way of comforting me. Give this to the disciple of the Diantang sect from Muyang. The primordial tear of the glass. The young master seems to have changed in many ways. Can I take that as a reason to rely on him from now on? Or is it too early? Frankly, it would be ungodly to deny that I wish to gain knowledge and experience in technique and martial arts. Even if it strengthens my equilibrium, I accept that I need to find the inner energy to properly develop this knowledge. Young Master Muyang gave it to you after a personal meeting with my father. Why would he give me such a valuable item? Who would do such a thing without asking for something in return? I owe him enough. He invests in you as much as he sees the potential. Your potential isn't more valuable than a bottle of pristine stalactite dew. Like Seo said, if Yargul really believes in my future and is trying to help, I'll prove it. Almost over. The energy of the long-lost mind training technique along with the mystical power of the poison pill, pushing out the poison spreading through my meridians. The flow of energy through my body seems to have accelerated. Oh, you. What took you so long? Are you all right? Were you worried? Is everything all right? Are you sure nothing's wrong? I think the things I've noticed in the training room, including the glowing pillow, are really helping. In addition, the slags that had accumulated in my body for a long time came out along with the poison, and the Ren and Du meridians. which had been closed since childhood, opened up. Oh! The effect was far more prima facie than I expected. I'm sure our ancestors noticed your change, so they helped you with the unknown. Yes, you're right, father. I'll go to their funeral plaques and be punished for that kind of mercy. You go rest. What's that? I picked them up in the street. You're gonna have to give me a hard time. Anyone can see it's made with a lot of work. What a book. Did you shit your trousers before you got here? How can a man exude such a stench? When she turns 16, she will be the youngest soldier in the history of Shandu province and will serve under a general. Everything goes as it should. Even in the novel, she makes a beautiful mistress. It's a shame to distract her, but there's no choice. We must move on. Oh Lord, will you stay with her? Just as children miss their parents' love, she misses her big brother. Learning isn't the whole of life. In that case, I'll distract her for a while. It stinks. Why the back went to training. The movement, infusing explosive power through the undergoing blows, is definitely a killer sword technique. But I don't want to rub it in for so long for one punch. If only I could use it from the start of the fight. Now, Mu Yang broke the prowess sword. Did you put up a weak guard? The underground prison is the home of the Huanbo family. From what I knew of the young lord's abilities, there were enough guards. Maybe they didn't take the pill or something. I am more than sure he bought something capable of increasing his strength for a short time. I should be punished for my blunder. No, their deaths are my fault. I should have ripped out the rotten root of our family tree long ago. I showed mercy and let him live, but he raised his hand against members of his own family. Don't call him young master. Almost. Damn it, they've lost the sung. And on top of that, they suspect he's taken a fire dragon pill. It temporarily awakens dormant human potential. This is just one of the seeds of evil developed by the blood demon cult in Murim. Gender potential refers to the energy that keeps a person alive. However, the body is unlikely to be able to function in this mode for long. Sun has decided to renounce everything for revenge? Then he must now head to. We will send our students to support the Huanbo family persecution squad. I don't think that will be necessary. Why not? Wouldn't it be better to help them catch him quickly and end the problem? He'll come to us for revenge himself. Even though our family doesn't seem resilient, I'm still here and full of energy. Couldn't he have gone mad? Yes, that's what I mean, Sung is mad enough for such a thing. He'll probably show up. But who will protect Beck? Isn't he defenseless while he's absorbing the primordial dew of the stalactite? Don't worry about that. I've already asked the head of Seo to keep an eye on him. There's nothing to worry about. He's one of the most powerful people you just can't beat. Yeah, because he fooled a man he looked up to. You won't have to wait long. We used to spend time together, so he knows where my room is. Don, Tu? You snuck in somehow. Yunyo, there's a kunai in my coma. What? Is that Sung? How dare you trick me? I'll kill you all here. Stop it. Father? Yes, his power is capable of causing a powerful gust of wind with just a wave of his hand. He was given the title of Celestial Hurricane for a reason. Where do you think you are to dare make a mess? You were right. I was sure he'd come. If the rest of the family was a threat to me, I wouldn't have come here. What did you say? How can you be so stupid? Don't you see that even though outwardly our house looks shabby, my father and elders are in fine shape? You lowlife. You think you've worked a little hard, felt the power in you, and that's it. You're still the same Yargle Mu Yang that crawled at my feet. But now I'm capable of a lot of things. A lot of things. You think I've only been working with these people? With the amount of people waiting outside, I could wipe this place to dust. What happened? Beck repelled all the enemy's blows and killed ex-Union. Where are you going? Don't get distracted. You came for me, right? TZ. You've been training lately, but you don't seem to be getting anywhere. And that's great. I can take down the scion of a fading Yargle family. Yeah, take all your subordinates with you and attack. Show me where it's at, it will be done. He wields his sword with his hands, but there is a sound of metal. This is a Huanbo family fist technique that harnesses the dormant potential of the one using it. It consists of real and false blows. This technique is well honed for one-on-one combat. Muyang was able to hit Sung with his sword. He's stronger than me because I've only been training for 100 days, but that doesn't mean I don't have a chance to win. While he looks at me with snobbery, I'll use my maximum strength. I'm far more desperate than he is. Huanbo Sung. What? Sun Pad, young master of the Huanbo family, Huanbo Lim? How dare you do that? I'll finish you off. Earlier symptoms of Kai energy deflection. Who are you to talk about ending? It's not over. Lim hit Sung on the head. I salute you, head of the Yargle family. Let's skip the formalities. You must have your hands full. Just take him. We owe you. The debt will be paid on my watch. Future Lightning Fist Juog, our debtor? We got a lot more out of this incident than we expected. Goodbye Huanbo Sung. Thank you for coming on time. I didn't even pay you a small part of what I owed you of what I owe you. Forget it. I'm sure you're more valuable than a bottle of elixir. Here's some silver coins we took from the Dark Assassin's hideout. You'll need them on your first trip to Murim. I gave them to you so you wouldn't bet on the foundations of our house or anything else in the games. I gladly gave them to you, but going to Murim teaches you not to play with luxuries and responsible behavior regarding many things. Besides, it's not good for newbies to be wasted in a Murim. When do you plan to go? Tomorrow at midnight. I'm meeting my sister. How can you be so beautiful in your sleep? I didn't expect to feel anything, but it's sad to leave her. I'll show my father the results of my training and identify what I need to learn better. Zombies knocked on the door. One of them said open up. It's me Jong Hyun. The girls hid under a chair. And the guys tried to close the door behind them. One of the girls asked to let this zombie in because he is their classmate. How can they leave him, she said. The guys assured the girl that most likely he had already been bitten and there were a lot of zombies. It's crazy to miss them. The girl assured that she would be responsible for him, that she was the head of the class and she never leaves Odnoklasniki in trouble. One of the guys who was holding the door said to the guy, Yi Bin, about 3, I will open the door, and as soon as Jong Hyun comes in, close it. Well, answered the guy. As soon as they opened the door the zombies flew on. Ebayer. Turns out he was a zombie. Jong Hyun bit the boy's hand. In a moment the guy saw some footage in his head. In them he was without a hand. I saw the city burning and just like an unknown person asked him what you want to do with it, there are only 2 things that I want. This revenge, answered the guy. He was tied to some mechanism. The guy came to his senses. It turned out it was a vision. The headman kept repeating to open the door. But hey! Knew what would happen next. Therefore, he suggested that she open this door herself, because he does not want to suffer. She just started to dodge the answer and say, which of us is a man? I'm a girl, aren't you ashamed? People like her are not very good, they only talk pompously, they always leave the work to others, and are ready to take all the glory for themselves. She nevertheless agreed and went to open this door. Only when she pulled the door handle, the zombie had already burst into the room. Everyone started running in a panic, and the head girl pushed her classmate to protect herself, but at the same moment, Yi Bei pushed her with his foot towards the zombie. He grabbed her by the waist and was about to bite her head. But the boy managed to hit him on the head and break it. The girl asked for help, but she oppressed the guy for half her life, and now it's her turn. The guy closed the door and yelled at his friends to barricade the door. Yi Bei asked his classmates if they were afraid of him, to which everyone replied no, because he helped them a lot. If not for him, they would most likely all die. The guy asked to open the door. He wanted to go outside and look around. Yes, it seems to him that it was really mean of him to expel the headman. He wants to go out to see if she's alive. And in Odnoklasniki, after he left, they closed the door. They just said he was too dangerous. No one knows who he will kick out next. But the guy was just waiting for this. Yi Bei saw the zombie, smiled sarcastically and ran towards him to kill him. Zombie had a green pearl in his head. It was energetic black gold. This is the source of doomsday. And an indispensable item for mechanics. Another zombie approached him from the side. He took his weapon, he rushed to him and again broke his head. Classmates who looked from the window were at a loss. His character has really changed. Until recently, he was a timid and inconspicuous guy. Yi-Bei broke the window. I asked my classmates, are they going to sit here like this? Or go to kill zombies with him, also more fun. Behind him, another zombie approached him with his foot, he pushed him away and with his weapon, he hit him on the head. He pretended that it was all disgusting to him. Dark liquid, but what is not, it is infected, the question was asked. He initially wanted to go with them, well, considering that he could mutate, he would part with them. They intend to harm them. Judgment Day. This is the beginning of the end of mankind. Zombie virus covers the whole world, infected 50% of the population and caused complete economic and political collapse. The number of zombies grew every day, people living in fear and despair fought each other for living space and food, in endless anarchy. Professor Zhong Han, an expert on zombies, called this time a gloomy era. Because of the headman, the zombie bit Yibong on the arm. She had to be amputated. After that, he wandered for 50 years and endured violence. He met a mechanic, with his last strength before his death, he sent him back in time. At what point? How it all started. That is, here. People wondered how he could walk down the street with a smile. He was approached by 3 zombies whom he also killed. A few more zombies ran after him because he made a noise. He saw the cell and asked to be let inside. People who saw him kill zombies immediately let the guy in, and the last moment when the zombies were already nearby he flew inside. The guy saw that the girl was sitting at the counter and asked her to get out of there and give him the remote control from the door. She kept sitting there. Then he used a trick and started screaming that it hurt him, his wound opened. The girl in a panic ran to him with a first aid kit, but he grabbed her hand and took the remote control from her. In the real timeline, when a guy lost his arm, this girl helped him bandage her. He thanked her for the meaning of his life. It's very dangerous outside and Daddy told her to sit in the store. There were screams from below. This girl opened the door by some guy. They said that they were very hungry. They came for groceries. Then she was abused and killed. The guy could only sit around the corner and hide. But now he must repay her and save her. And first, he wants her to realize that there is darkness under the sun, even if because of this she will think that he is a bad person. The next thing the guy will do is search and weapons. Since they are in the food store, here is full. The guy was very happy that again in his old body the young skin is amazing. No back pain, no more leg pain, it's good to be young. That's just the trouble with the press. It will be necessary to work on it. The leader of the gang decided that they should not sit in a karaoke bar for a long time. Therefore, they must create another base of survival to save themselves from future hardships. First of all, they will kill all the zombies, then they will take over the food shop. Besides, a cute girl lives in this shop. If his memory serves him, she is the only one left, with the exception of the schoolboy who recently ran there. Yibing yelled at the girl because she let him in and he could do anything to her. He doesn't need such a fool. Well, he'll be bored, there's no one to even take care of him. From now on, she will do whatever he says. And if I obey him, he will kill her. The bandits who wanted to enter the store came across a lot of zombies, and suffered significant losses. And they decided to retreat. The girl made noodles for the guy. He was shocked by the taste of the noodles as he had not eaten them for many years and for him she was already a delicacy. A stone flew into the window and the bandit climbed up the window and asked the guy to help him. He, in turn, came up and poured boiling water on his hand. The girl grabbed him by the hand and told him to stop doing this. Thank you. Good afternoon. Svarli. You won't be allowed to enter. Besides, you don't even know him. Her dad said you can't hurt people. The bandit began to make excuses that he was just hungry. Desperation decided to look for food for himself and was surrounded by zombies. The way out was to get in here. I should have pushed him back into the crowd while I had a chance. The guy does not want to kill the bandit in front of the girl. When the bandit climbed into the room, he said that this place now belongs to him and everyone who dares to try himself will die. Break through the door. We can't hold them back anymore. If it wasn't for his dumb idea to go out, we might have been here for a few more months. Where could the Skalopendra have gone after we were surrounded? I think on the roof of that store. Well, to hell with him. I hope he dies there. Seems to be more and more. The door won't hold. The guys forced the girls to help with the door. They hoped to spend time with them while the centipede was gone. It remains to have time to run to the balcony and jump off before they block the door. The bandit asked the girl if she really believed that he came to her out of good intentions. Instead of killing her, everyone passionately love each other. Be my slave, Guy suggested. He turned his gaze to the boy. You brat, how dare you scald me with boiling water? It will be too easy to feed you, zombie. I need time, figure out a way, I will kill you. The girl suggested that they all go downstairs together and eat deliciously instead of all these problems, her family store food. The bandit was furious and rushed at the girl at the same time. Ben managed to react and cut off several fingers of the bandit, and with the next attack he wanted to strike him with a crushing blow, with a knife in the throat, but the bandit managed to react and block his blow. And he pushed him. Thus, he broke his rib. Before I kill you, I want to know, how did you deal with the zombies so easily? We lost a hell of a lot of people and only managed to kill a few zombies. The guy answered him that if he wants to know the answer, he needs to respectfully address him and maybe then he will tell him his secret. It was such impudence that the bandit began to kick him and went berserk, trying to teach this little girl a lesson, but it's worth it. After several strong kicks to the chest and face, from behind, the girl swung a knife at the guy's body. Bandit pushed her away and took out a knife from his body. Yibong took advantage of this moment and hit the bandit on the head with all his strength, and after that, he fell unconscious. The girl passed what she had to do, reassured her boyfriend. Stop whining, said the guy, and quickly roll out of here. Seeing that the bandit is still alive, she offered to help him. But the guy quickly pushed her out the door and said that he had not yet met dementia of people. He took the guy's section and pushed him out of the window, and after he fell, hit his head, he woke up and saw that he was surrounded by zombies and began to eat. If Yibong had a better knife, he would have cut off his arms and legs before throwing him off. He saw the last of the bandits hanging from the pillar. The bandit said that someone from them loosened his grip, so the zombies broke into the building, and they ate everyone. He was the last one left. Yibong told the boy that if he wants to live, he needs to run. He did just that. Oh, it's a pity the zombies didn't gobble up all that dregs. Don't make me any more trouble. After all that happened, the girl was sitting outside the door. The guy asked her why she hasn't taken a shower yet and is sitting here. Seeing that the blood leads to the window, she asked why he killed him, even if he's bad. She still had a chance to be kind. The guy got mad. Have you ever read the fable of the viper farmer? He is a bad person. You will save him, and he will stab you in the back to survive. We must kill such people, they will kill us. Don't you understand this? It's the end of the world apocalypse. It's pointless to talk to you, pointless. I'm going to take another shower. The girl ran after him, suddenly lost consciousness. The guy took her to the room, put her on the bed, but did not find any signs of wounds on her. Turned out she had a fever. While the guy was looking for a first aid kit, he found a diary in which it was written, "Today I had chemotherapy, it was not painful at all, I was even able to play with my friends after that. The doctor told me that thanks to the help of many kind people, I managed to get treatment. So in the future, I want to be just as kind." The girl was sick with leukemia. She really, for that fucking reason, she wanted to save that bastard no matter what, but this world that was kind to her doesn't exist anymore. The guy decided to use green balls. He didn't know if it would help, but it was worth a try. The next day, he woke up to hear the girl open the door, and ordered her to make a good breakfast, instant noodles, and add ham to it, and also that she prepare her things, because they are going to look for her father. "Let's go look for Daddy?" asked the girl. Didn't the girl say that her father went to look for supplies, didn't she? The store doesn't seem so safe to him, so he would like to find her father as soon as possible and leave her with him. As it turned out, her father left 3 days ago. Usually he replenishes supplies in half a day, so the guy decided that if he didn't come back after that time, what little would happen to him. The girl told the guy that nothing could happen to her father. He's definitely safe. Yi Ben was furious because she wanted to help some bandit, about her own father does not want to go help, who could fall into a trap or be surrounded by zombies. Having yelled at the girl, she quickly ran to collect things. On the road, a military vehicle drove down and hit several zombies. While the guy was gathering supplies, the girl managed to get dressed and collect things. "Well, I got dressed, we are not going to a picnic." While the guy was eating his favorite noodles, he thought about waiting for the sun to rise at its zenith. When this happens, he will kill all the zombies that have surrounded the door. I remember that there are a lot of cars on the road now in good condition. You need to find someone who can ride. At the end of the day, he will pick up the girl. When a guy asked a girl for sharp sticks. At the same moment, a military vehicle drove into the building and a fat man got out of it. The fat man wanted to take all the food that is in the store. After seeing his favorite chips, he began to collect them in a bag. Yibing came up behind him with a knife and held it to his throat. The guy threatened the fat man that such a pig like him, because he doesn't want to go to feed the zombies, he doesn't mind. The fat man threw chips at Ben's and ran into his car. While he was trying to start the car, Yibing managed to run over to him. Already swung a knife at his throat. But the girl screamed at him to stop killing people. After all, this is her store, and if he suffered because of it, then he still needs to pay compensation for the damage. Yibin told the guy that he had a good car, and that it now belongs to them. This is his payment for the store. They also lack a driver. You load the luggage into the car. Seeing that the zombies were approaching them, they all got into the car together and rushed off, crushing the zombies. The fat man was a very bad driver, and Yibin warned him that he would kill him for such a ride. Yibin asked the girl where her father could be. She replied that her father wanted to go to the Eastern Market. When they called him, he was there. Tustak warned them that the market was always very crowded, and most likely there were also many zombies. Yibing decided to go there. The fat man was bored all the way, so he asked if the guys would mind if he turned on the music. Yibing was against it. Then the Tovstyak began to sing himself, because he was bored. This went on for some time. Yibing asked if he could shut up and let him sleep. The fat man answered him. Well, you yourself forbade me to turn on the music, and he is bored on the road, so he had to entertain himself. But don't worry, this machine is very durable. Zombies are like insects to us. The guy shouted at him that he wants him to stop. Is it really incomprehensible? Fat man main machine. Run out of petrol. They had already arrived halfway. Now I just thought, who am I? The fat man completely forgot. Even to complete regret, there is not a single gas station nearby. The guy yelled at him, get your fat ass out of the car. You will distract all the zombies on yourself. Out then, let me eat, at least I'll die full. The fat man answered. You saw zombie back to back approaching the window. As it turned out, they were already surrounded by zombies. If they surround us, at this rate they will die here. Yibing saw the knife in the car. He got his husband out of the car and began to cut the zombies. Previously, it was very glad that she had the opportunity to kill zombies with good weapons. A fat zombie approached him from behind. Such a fat zombie is usually not killed with a knife. Two more approached from the right side and zombies. He pushed the second, cut his head. It's just that the fat man was shocked by the niche that killed zombies right and left. It was very cool for him. Ben got into the car and told the guy to cut out of it. Sooner or later he will die if he sits in the car, so let him do what boy says. While they were driving, there were many cars on the side of the road. If you're lucky, maybe there is some fuel left. He will clear the way for him and will cover from the zombies, and he will drain the gasoline. You stays in the car. The fat man asked for time to mentally prepare. Yeben told him that he only needed bottles and everything he had soda in. The fat man remembered that the car had a spare fuel tank. Yibong looked at the fat man furiously. He asked him not to be angry because he forgot about it, and for shock, there was no need to scare him. He asked him to wait a minute. Then he would be ready. The guy asked him to forget, then he better do something, then refuel. He wanted fat man to collect something for him. He was referring to the green beads that were in the brains of the zombies. He needed him to help him extract them all. This is how the guy showed up. The fat man did not really want to do this dirty work. Well, the boy threatened him that if he did not help, then he should kill someone. Yibong kills zombies and he finishes them off. If he sees that he is shirking, he will kill him too. Despite the fact that the guy is fat, the zombie will easily bite through the guy. Went up to zombie and he started to check it with a shovel. He praised the guy who made such an accurate cut. Impressive. Broke zombie, he took out a pearl from him. Who would have thought that the human brain has such black beads? Like pearls in a shell. The fat man decided to keep one for himself because he thought it was worth a lot of money. Yibin killed all the zombies around, and the rest he did not want to distract far away. He's already used to his past body, but it's not too slow enough. He finished his work. He approached the fat man who had already collected several dozen pieces of pearls. The guy asked them to wash and put somewhere. Entering the car, he saw how the girl was lying unconscious, so she had a fever. This time it turned out to be much worse. Having inherited the girl's handbag for water and medicine, he gave it to her. The fat man came up behind him and asked him and his sister a heat stroke. He answered him in a rude manner that let him mind his own business, and fill the tank and get into the car. The fat man's final ban is in all this because he lied about running out of fuel. He only delayed them. If anything happened to her, he promised that he would kill him. The fat man asked who he was and that he was good with a machete and what his name was. If you want to get to know someone, yes, I'm here. First you need to introduce yourself. The boy answered. The fat man's name is Zhao Han, the manager of the local car repair shop. Everyone in the city became infected. He was overwhelmed with zombies. He had no choice but to save his own skin. This car was left in the workshop by his friend, but he did not return. Now the car belongs to him. Yi Ben also introduced himself. Zhao Khan pressed the brakes sharply, because there was fire on the road. The way to the market was blocked. The girl finally woke up. The guy showed her the view from the window where it was clear that the road to the market was blocked. She might not be able to get to her father. Zhao Han suggested that they take a detour, which would take a little longer. The guy also agreed with this, but suggested that he find better equipment on the way there. The guy asked the fat man if he knows Mason where there is an electrical product or a weapons store nearby. He answered he knows where and they went there. In the south of the city there is an old man who owns blacksmiths. He has been in this business for more than 10 years, so he has the highest experience. He almost never comes out. Now the zombie virus has broken out. I don't know if he stayed there. As the saying goes, a monk cannot escape from the temple. And besides, he has a lot of useful things there. He couldn't leave them all. One of the weapons he created is the machete that the kid is holding. Yibeng thought that when he collected enough pearls, he could create a weapon because you would use it. If, of course, there is suitable equipment in the blacksmith. I came to the forge. They all went out together. Even the girl wanted to help the guys. The guy was against it because he didn't want to run after her and help if she is grabbed. That's all. If he bites her, immediately slaughter. The fat man offered the girl to help him collect pearls. She happily agreed. They were watched by a man from the window of the house. A man whom he immediately shot ran into his room. The other, who was sitting there, did not knock on the door. Said that he knows one of the guys who came to the forge because he killed a lot of zombies alone. Rewards for such information. The boss gave the kids food, and told him to tell the others that whoever gets even with Eben will receive a big reward. Finished with the zombies, Yobeng went to the forge. Opening the doors, he saw that there was no one inside, but the furnace was already heated, which meant that the blacksmith had left or had recently been devoured shortly before his arrival. There was no one around the house. The kid told the fat man to give him all the pearls and let him look outside for all sorts of scrap metal and sheets of iron. The kid decided to forge a new weapon since the one they have now next week will be useless. My first forging mechanic. Having poured all the pearls here, he began to melt them. Dissolve from temperature, amazing effect. Yibeng cut his hand and poured his blood into the bowl. I poured this slurry on a forged sword. Like seasoning. This boy cuts zombies like watermelons. Why did Luo order us to bring his head? But if we deal with him, then we will get a lot of supplies, answered the other. And it will also be possible to spend a sweet night with this baby, answered the third. Must be the reason why Bro Lo gives this boy such importance. To this, all the zombies in the district have already been killed, which is a field matter. Let's wait for the night and attack. The texture of the sword was like lightning. What a time to see what a mechanic is capable of. The boy said. The girl had already cooked dinner and split the food, but one of the guys came up to her from behind and covered her mouth. Having created a weapon similar to a sword, he charged it with electricity. Second stage forged sword. Ready. They heard their sister screaming. And they saw 4 guys standing in front of them. They warned the boy that if he did not lay down his arms, they would kill the girl. But Yibeng used his new weapon that could strike from a distance, and killed 2 of them. One of them began to whine about how it was all his fault. He had to follow the plan, pounce on the first girl he met, as soon as he saw her. Then do not let her go, otherwise no one will be saved. Zombies came up behind Yibeng and with a few blows Yibeng killed them all. While Yibeng dealt with the zombies, Zhonghan went after the guys who stole the girl. They quickly boarded a bus through which they entered the building. 2 of the guys who were sitting on the bus ran to the fat man, saw that he was the only one. They quickly rushed at him with weapons. Well, a beam from the sword flew from behind and killed one of them and also destroyed the bus, cutting it into pieces. Don't stand like a pillar, let's go save her. Follow me. The guy ordered. One by one, the people who tried to kill him themselves died at his hands, no one managed to kill him. But here comes the boss. Started by what he saw everything he did, this natural disaster, there is such a powerful man, the boss is really amazed, suggested that he go upstairs and have a drink with him. He is very sincere with people, with talents like him, if he needs something, he just needs to say it. He will take care to satisfy his request. Luo held a girl in a chair as a hostage and he pointed the barrel at her. He said they were kind and respectful. Do not undermine their good intentions. He knows the power of his weapons. Wouldn't be surprised if it could wipe them all out. Yeben offered to gather all of his people and let him arrange them to climb up to him since he was working on a big project, and was worried that there would be no one to help him. The boss agreed with this. And the fat man ran away in fear because he didn't want to get into this meat grinder. The boy was taken away to the bar where all the people were sitting. The boss greeted the kid. All his people and strong guys gathered here within a radius of 15 kilometers, he is their leader Luo Xiong. Yibing remembered him, so he asked if he remembered how this zombie disaster happened. The guy began his story that the boss was well aware of the spread of the virus and began to stock up on supplies in advance. And now he must make plans to form a band of shadow dragons. Boss Woody was twisted because he told this only to some people and he could not know it in any way. He became interested in him more and more. Showed him the pearl, which he was also interested in. Well, the spread of the zombie virus from the -3 stage version of the virus appeared as a result of the failure of foreign research on bacteria. Through migratory birds and insects, this virus spread throughout the world. Second biological weapon. There is no better means of warfare than letting the enemy self-destruct, but the situation is out of control. The third is even more absurd, the sudden origin of a meteorite falling to the ground, holding a zombie virus. The meteorite burned up in the atmosphere, crumbled into particles, then penetrated into the human body, thereby making it a carrier of the virus. He must have heard one of these versions before he returned from the city to the countryside to gather his gang. You're right, boss answered. However, the boss was curious and thought for a long time about how to use these zombie skull pearls. He asked to show the boy his sword or that he did not throw out any tricks, he warned that his girl was behind him. The guy gave his sword without any. This sword is very heavy. The day of judgment came precisely because people got infected with one part of it, and such a black pearl formed in them. These pearls are called energetic black gold, and over time, they accumulate energy in a dead body. Energetic black gold adapts well to flesh and metal, can be used to create powerful weapons. Lo was wondering if you can take off her immortality elixir. Some people tried to do it, but they just turned into zombies. The boy began his experiment. Step 1 activation. A blast wave passed which turned off all the electricity in the building. The kid grabbed a weapon and killed the boss. Speak the Twilight Dragon Gang's Lo-san and your end has come. When he found out about the ways of using black gold, he forced the Twilight Dragons to help him research and break down various types of weapons from this material. He began to dominate in this area, did not even reckon with the state army. Only the population was within his power, and massacre none of that aside before he succeeds. Yi Ben must destroy them all, not a single one to be missed. He's probably already a butcher, he can't let the girl witness what happened. He wants her to realize the cruelty and ruthlessness of the apocalypse, he wishes she wasn't dragged into it. The fat man is back. The fat man asked the kid, did they do all this for the sake of a gun? He thought that kid was here to save little you. Small arms are extremely rare in the area, and there are already plenty of opportunities to upgrade them. As it turns out, the fat man did not run away, but the kid instructed him to put the pearl in the generator so that it exploded. He did not expect that such a small bead could explode and destroy the whole generator with it. Yi Ben heard some sounds, it turned out to be a girl who hid at the table, she was forcibly brought here every day. Lo used her as a slave and humiliated and tortured her. She asked not to be killed. Ben asked her to take them to his supply depot. The girl came from the western region, she only had a sister, but she disappeared after this whole disaster happened. They came to an elevator that didn't work because the power went out. Yibeng ordered the fat man to take the girl and find some room, and he will go up the stairs with the girl. One guy came out after all the mess. Remember the words that the pearl can make immortal. He thought he could survive with it and ate it. Yibing came to the room where the fat man and the girl were sitting. He said that there were a lot of supplies, so tomorrow they would all pack them together and leave, and the girl who escorted them there somewhere. And have the fat man block the doors on the ground floor so the zombies can't get through. The girl was taking a shower. As it turned out, it was the headman who was able to survive. A guy came to take a shower, who sheltered her to use her body. She started screaming. Then a monster appeared from the wall, very unlike a man. And he killed the guy. The girl befriended the monster because they wanted to take revenge on Yi-Bei together. In the supplies of the boxes were a bunch of cigarette noodles and crackers. Let's end here, the guy suggested. Then they saw what happened to the car. Someone crushed it from above. Yi-Bei took out his weapon and cut open the top of the car to repair the roof. The fat man asked where they would go next, and the boy replied that to the girl's father. When they were driving, they met the guy's former classmates, who ran away from the zombies. They were screaming for someone to help them. One of my classmates tripped and fell. But then, Yi-Bei came and took off several zombie heads with one blow. Well, hello dear odnoklasniki, long time no see. After all that, they left the school. They heard about an island in the middle of the lake where the survivors had set up camps. Now they want to get to it, but the road to it is not easy. Some have been bitten by zombies. They started begging Yi-Bei to give them a ride and share food. He refused because there was little gas left in the car. He can share food, only they need to do something. He called the fat man to show them what to do. The fat man showed them that you need to get pearls from the heads of zombies. Yi-Bei will kill zombies and let them collect pearls. After that, the whole boy ordered the fat man to give them food. But a monster jumped on top of their car. Anomaly mutation. How could he possibly be here? Yibing yelled at everyone to get out of here. The headman appeared behind the monster. Finally, ordered the monster to kill the boy. The monster rushed at the guy. But another monster on the roof of the building threw a fireball at them. Another anomaly. And yes, it is still fiery. He rushed at the first monster and they started a fight among themselves. Fireball flew at the girl. He hit a tree and she was able to survive. The road parted, so odnoklasniki retreated further and went to look for a place to hide. The monster asked if the second one could talk, and that he replied that she was a girl who was bullied by men and fed her with pearls. She must end everyone. The first monster was sure that the boy even knew about black gold, so he would surely be able to restore them to their former appearance. The guys were able to come to the parking lot. He told no one to make noise. A car flew into them. It was thrown by her monster. The monster, before killing the kid, he wanted to find out about black gold. And this time without his tricks. The boy ordered the fat man to take the girl away. And he holds this creature. Behind where there was an exit, a fire monster approached. Now two mutants wish for death. Ibina. The first monster attacked the boy, and he took out the barrel and started shooting at the headman. After hurting her, the mutant switched to the girl to protect her. Meanwhile, the fire monsters rushed at the boy. Yibing successfully dodged it. Yu threw a hatchet at him, and while he was distracted by her, Yi-Bei hit the pipe with his sword and water poured out on the monster. Then he cut off his hand. Two mutants decided to run away. One of them promised that next time he would get even with him. The guy fell to his knees. He needed to bring himself into the spirit. He did not expect at all that among the two anomalies is a person as a result of the use of black gold. In most cases, those who eat black gold become zombies. And only with a probability of 0.1% can one merge with black gold, and turn into an anomalous person with enormous powers. Besides, such as they retained consciousness, are even rarer. The fat man asked how the guy knew all this, and he, in turn, promised that he would tell everything later. But now you need to figure out where to go. This world is different. The feeling is not lost. The day of judgment is about to come. And before the worst happens, he must make every effort to change something. The car was completely broken and there was no way to help. They are now looking for a place to shelter from the rain, the fat man asked. As it turned out, the girl had already been in this place. Her friend Dad lives nearby. Dad sometimes took her with him. She could play here. Here nearby you need to go straight towards the mountain. He has a big house with high walls, where you can play inside. He also has a lot of computers. They decided to go there. Perhaps her father is sitting there. The headman decided to eat black gold from her injuries. The fire mutant saw how other people were forced to eat black pearls. The consequences were terrible. the mutant and jump her wounds, but the treatment is needed. In fact, if she successfully turns into a mutant and becomes like that, there is no need to be afraid of zombies anymore. There is no need to be afraid of anyone anymore. The lessons that cut off at the lowest cannot regenerate so easily. The guy is still a fighter, he has a capable weapon. They must join forces, figure out how to deal with it. They will torture him, he will tell the secret of black gold, and they will find a way to restore themselves to human form order. The fire mutant's name is Ju Bo, and the first Wang Sheng. The guys decided to swim across the bridge. After the battle with the mutants, Yeben became somehow pale and at one point he lost consciousness. Already adults, the headman asked the boy where his friend the mechanic was. He was tortured to get this information from him. Boy wake up in bed. Next to him was a girl. They were already in the house of a friend and her father. A man entered the room, surprised that the student fat man and the girl who managed to get past the horde of zombies. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Brother E lost consciousness. They pulled him out of the water, but they did not know what to do. Luckily, Zhong's grandfather spotted them through his CCTV system. He came and took them by car. The old man decided to introduce himself. His name was Zhong Han. The same legendary doctor, who was researching zombies. He researched and gave the name to the energy black gold. For a mechanic, he is like a sent-down sage. And here he is standing right in front of the guy. The old man had an interest in the weapon the guy made, permission to study it. The old man only scanned his weapons and did nothing else with him. This weapon can only be lifted by a guy. He almost broke his back while trying to lift it. The old man's garage had good conditions and equipment to create even more powerful weapons. The old man was delighted that the guy created this weapon and he wanted him to teach him and tell him how he does it. Well, the guy upset him because the creation remains a secret, otherwise he won't catch zombies for research. Bring me something tasty then he'll think. A girl was watching the cameras. And the old man brought her something to drink. And there was no news from her father. His video surveillance system is only enough for the coastal region, and he is still infested with zombies. The girl is sure that everything is fine with her father. There were doubts about the two guys. That student does not seem like an ordinary person at all. He managed to master such high technology at such a young age. And besides, he has such an evil look. Such murderers only exist. And that fat man, of course, looks quite ordinary. I just feel he has a secret. The fat man came up to him from behind and said that it was ugly to discuss other people behind his back. Yes, and you, too, strangely replied that such a higher research institute was a success, and only he is completely alone here. On the roof there is a platform for a helicopter, and on the floor below there is a car parking, fuel tanks, a field of solar panels. And there are also several large catering units, compartments for clothes. Here it's just the material of funds, food, and everything necessary for life. The old man shouted at him that he didn't know anything. She had a premonition that Judgment Day would come, so he prepared everything in advance. But each of them continues to take him for a fool, crazy. His goal is to save humanity. Yi Ben came up from behind and took blood from a fat man. The first wave of zombie mutation will begin very soon. We don't have much time left. More disasters are coming. They must be ready. Classmates were hiding on the roof of the building. They were surrounded by zombies. One of them offered to eat the black gold because he didn't see any other options, until he helped Yi Ben manage to hide a few pieces in his pocket. He heard one of the trash say that he ate such a thing and managed to turn into a monster. Brother E has been busy with work for several days. He has no idea, he is busy there. Said he wanted to create new equipment to protect mutated zombies. Really all zombies will become like you two monsters and blackthorns and fire, which you have encountered before. You ran into the room and said that she saw her father on one of the cameras. The girl saw her father on the street of the district, so she kept the record just in case. What he walks among the zombies wondered. Looking at his appearance, it looks like he was hung with the remains of a zombie and inflicted blood on himself, so it turns out that he can successfully hide from them. Do zombies attack? Rely on their charm. It's definitely worth studying. The old man understands perfectly well that the girl wants to save her father, but the weather, however, is so bad, it rains non-stop. The tunnel going west is now flooded. It will not work to drive through it. They decided to ask. It's in the brother. Maybe he has already done some cool equipment there. He hasn't finished yet, and it's not worth rushing this matter, replied Yi Bong. The guy created a few more weapons, sword and pistol. He put the fat man's blood in there so he can use that weapon now. He also noticed a swing represents strength weapons. It will be easier and more convenient to use it. This power should be carefully controlled, otherwise it will easily lose its own power. And with a pistol, before deciding to shoot, you first need to turn on the power source to allow energy to accumulate in the bore, then immediately shoot. The energy will shoot along with the bullet. The fat man immediately happily went outside to test the weapon. He decided to go on his own to save the girl's father. The friend in the western region is flooded, you can get around only through the western mountains. There are no cameras, so he needs to be careful. The fat man saw a purple tornado appear in the sky. The rain was getting stronger and stronger. In the west, there was also a tornado. According to the old man's objective opinion, the tornado was at least 6 points, so he told the guy to come back. Even good equipment will not help defeat the Lord of Heaven. A zombie crawled behind the fat man. Brother E asked to bring a live zombie. The old man was very happy. The rain has ended. The light that fell on the zombies, they began to transform. They began to eagerly look for people and kill them. The headman and 2 mutants watched as the zombies moved in a certain direction as if they were fish. They've already found out Yibeng's whereabouts. The girl wants to kill him with her own hands. She wants him to feel hopeless. Fat Zhao wanted to go with the girl, but for some reason the alarm went off. The old man warned them that they were in big trouble and that they should return to the lab as soon as possible. According to the cameras installed in the city, a large cluster, a group of zombies. They move all their sides. Approximately 1,000 zombies. Yi Ben wasn't ready to go outside yet. Now he can only rely on them. If that old man is really Dr. Zhong, then he has figured out how to get out of this situation. The fat man got into the car alone and ordered the old man to open the gate. He leaves to detain them, and the doctor let him come up with something. He started firing his cannon at the zombies and was watched by the head girl. They didn't expect to have such a powerful weapon. She wants to see how long they can hold out. The fat man continued to destroy the crowd of zombies one by one. The cartridges were already running out and a fireball flew into his car. He started to fight the monster, trying to hit her with a cannon, but another was already running behind him. He managed to dodge. The headman, driving the zombie, ordered them to attack the fat man. There were too many of them, so the fat man started to run away. But one of the anomalies started throwing zombies in his direction. He destroyed the zombies that flew in his direction with a cannon. One of them hit him on the leg and caught on, but he destroyed the other with a sword. Phew, a little more would be the end, he thought. At the same moment, another crowd of zombies ran towards him. It sucks to shoot from such close range. He risks blowing himself up. Yes, and swinging the sword will not work. And then, out of nowhere, an Iban appeared who saved the guy and began to destroy the zombie pack dirty. The mutants were surprised. Yibeng was wearing armor. The old man was delighted with his weapons. After that, they began to destroy zombies together. After this wave, I think we can collect more than 1,000 black gold pearls. Maybe ask Yibeng to make him a battle armor too. Josie, the mutant addressed her. Yi Ben created a weapon even more powerful than him. He is stronger than we expected. We can't even get close. She believed that if he put iron on himself, he would not be able to protect himself. This eBay fur is also called an exoskeleton. In fact, only it seems that this technology is not quite of our time. It is difficult to imagine that he could assemble a similar one from unnecessary parts. The girl told the old man that her brother's weapons were actually made from pearls taken from zombies' brains. Shred ran if he ordered the girl to monitor the situation, and he goes to the laboratory to open the zombie from which they dragged him. The headman ordered the zombies to attack the guys. They did not notice how a new wave of zombies similar to an earthquake was approaching them. Yi Bei ordered the fat man to keep killing zombies. They jumped on the boy and after the headman used her strength, they exploded. Ruosi sat down 7 beads of this black gold and became who she is now. In those days she made a continuous torn. Transformed into such torment. A person with a really strong spirit can endure is not difficult. Notice driven by hatred for eBay. She sat down with 7 to 8 black gold, but not only did she not turn into a monster, she also became stronger than us several times. It turns out that the more hearts of black gold, the better. The mutant asked. I don't know, another answered. By what principle does this happen? Well, I don't want to experience these grandchildren who I had to experience, and she is no longer who she was. She kept blowing up the zombies. He realized that the name of someone was driving. He shot the tower and almost hit the girl. Josie hit him on the fly, but she defended herself. The zombie guy closed the distance in an instant. I almost got her with the next attack. He shot a beam at her. After that he pinned her to the ground. The guy asked the girl how much she ate the pearl. Instead, she tried to use her power, after which the guy pinned her hand with his foot and crushed it. Because of her past life, he lost his arm. Now it's his turn to pay tribute. The mutant ran towards him. Screamed, "Let her go." He picked up the girl and hit her with this mutant, and with a beam he threw the monster a few meters. The guy was surprised because the girl could only eat pearls and leave her human form. But its existence in itself is dangerous, and the infection must be rooted out immediately. It squeezed it. Also, the zombies have mutated. There were more and more zombies around the research institute. Brother Zhao stood guard at the main gate. Then the zombies began to climb over the walls and penetrate the territory of the institute. Josie only laughed that they would all turn into zombies and become her slaves. Yibong threw it at the zombie and used his 2 arms to create a strong energy beam. Then he ran to the fat man. A new mutated zombie jumped towards him, which he tried to cut, but the weapon failed to do so. Just left a mark. He was surrounded by zombies who began to mutate. These creatures were not taken by the light blade. Alice throws back slightly. Is this what the brother was talking about, the first stage of the mutation? Only the zombies climbed through the wall and entered the Research Institute. Dr. Zhong is busy in the lab. He doesn't know about the situation outside yet. Brother Zhong, we need to get back to the lab as soon as possible. He also thinks, but went around him in a circle and realized, the institute, he cannot get inside. Iban grabbed him. He will move it to a research institute. On it lies the destruction of the zombies that penetrate there. Some zombies have already undergone the first stage of mutation, well, despite the fact that they have the same tougher, and yet you can destroy it by inflicting more blows. However, quicker, zombies, don't underestimate them. The fat man was already tired to death. He finally sat down and rested. Yebing jumped up on the wall and using the beam began to destroy the zombies, while the fat man sat a day. He asked his sister if she could bring water because he was about to die of thirst. As zombies crept up behind at the last moment, he managed to pierce him. Well, now a mutated zombie. The fat man started yelling, "How dare you interfere with me? I was taking a breather." With a few blows, he cut off his head. The sister brought water to the guy. A pearl from the head of a red zombie. The old man finally saw the pearl in the head of the zombie and was surprised. This black metal turns people into zombies, I wondered. Or is it a polymer formed after turning into zombies with black metal, black gold? How many more secrets are hidden? Yibong destroyed all the zombies in the area. I went to the fat man Zhao and ordered him to go out and start collecting pearls. The fur has not yet been completed. It would have been completed, it would have been even more effective. The remains of the zombie were all burnt. He asked Yibong to create the same battle armor for him. That he replied that he was tired during these few days and wants to sleep first. But then an old man appeared who said that there was no parallel for Eben to tell the secret of black gold. The guy smiled. The fat man began to collect pearls. Wow, I'm tired, there's still a lot to collect. Well, fortunately, on time. Skulls crack more easily. I'm just doing it all alone sadly. So this black gold is really the energy source of the zombies? The old man asked. The guy told him that as soon as a human becomes infected with a zombie virus, such a black pearl is formed. Zombies are able to receive sunlight due to the ability, photosynthesis, so they accumulate the right amount of energy in this black gold. The old man was surprised. Zombies still have an ability similar to photosynthesis. Although pearls emit green light, he cannot detect chlorophyll, inappropriate enzymes in them. But he found some other elements that he had never seen before. These pearls are composed of active metal. He used light illumination and heating, and he can tell what caused them a strong reaction. In addition, they have a strong affinity for blood and metal. Especially as human blood, answered the guy. The zombie virus spreads faster in the human body than in the body of animals or plants, so it is easier for people to turn into zombies, and after that, zombies receive light for a certain time. They begin the first stage of mutation. The old man understood. Before that, he watched on cameras. The zombies behaved very aggressively at night, but during the day they lazily wandered around the streets or even stood still, but in fact it was photosynthesis. Energy for the first stage of mutation. Well, today these zombies forcibly attacked in the light like crazy. It's because they were controlled by anomalous guys, replied. The man in charge of the zombie horde, he is super anomalous, is his former headman, Lee Joshi. Black gold is also edible as the human body assimilates this metal, the old man wondered, and by eating black gold you can mutate to get superpowers. This is exactly the flight of transformation. This aspect, now you can be sure that all scientists' gold mutation irreversibly anomalous have always been serious threats. We try to destroy them first and as quickly as possible. Those who have eaten black gold become anomalous, and there are also super anomalous. Too much information, I will need time, the old man answered, to figure it all out. How do you know all this? Asked the guy. The guy replied that of course, he will tell everything, only with time when the time comes. He believes that even without this they will be able to study everything, it will be more valuable. The old man asked if he could study his weapon, but the guy answered he would still use it. You can do whatever you want with it. The fat man collected pearls right up to sunset. I can't take it anymore. How great it would be. He has an automatic tortoise shell. Muscles about how he can control the fur. I built for him, brother. Continue. And so that he could wear fur, try his best to lose weight. Behind him sat an anomalist. Was shocked by the fact that you are now zombie was destroyed in a day. She thought that she needed to surrender to them. Well, I realized that they will kill her because she is a monster and will not accept her. By the way, just now these zombies began to vomit red. It looked like a molt. They not only got out of Jose's control, but also attacked her, so he burned them all. If all the zombies start to mutate like this, they will become more and more aggressive and furious. Then what to do? He needs to collect more black gold to sit down a little more so that with her, yes, he can become a man again, and will do. After that he rushed at the fat man to take women from him, but met another she-boy who was Yibong's former classmate. After that, he ran away immediately. He been worked at night. Yu's father returned to the shop but saw that it had already been destroyed. There was a note on the table that said, "Dad, I went to look for you." The fat man saw a new car that Iban made. Whatever it is, it seems to be assembled from several cars. Looks super cool, I like it. Fat man asked if this machine could transform into mecha. The guy replied that he had reviewed the films. It's just a car, more. Listen, you will turn the steering wheel, drive the car, not the fur. Machine parts are made of 2,117 pieces of black gold, and 12 pieces of red black gold that are taken out of zombies. The first wave of mutation has a powerful engine. You need to drive it well. The car is not much different from the usual one, it can go on the road. He decided that he should go look for Yu's father. She said she wanted to go too. No, the guy answered, the zombies have mutated. After the first wave, if you go out and die, we will not have time to follow you. She must have a hand in finding him. She assured. But the guy was serious. I said no, no. What a capricious you are. I'll tell the doctor, he'll show you the lab. The old man used black gold to repair the drone. On the accumulator, he could not fly far. But as soon as he used black gold, the duration of his work increased significantly, and communication stability is maintained. Moreover, he can be attached to a car as a transit station. Activate at any time and increase the radius of view. Now you can stay in the room and watch while helping in the search. Not bad, said Iban. What a short period of time he was able to learn how to use black gold. Fat man, we need to move now. They drove out onto the road and started ramming everything. According to previous CCTV footage, Yu was already at the waterfront. They could look for him there. Strange, not a single zombie in sight. Maybe they destroyed them all, the fat man asked the research institute. Well, after these words, mutated zombies rushed to the car. Zombies climbed on the windshield. The fat man asked the guy if there was a weapon installed outside in the car, a conventional weapon. No, the guy answered, yes, it is not capable of dealing with these zombies. At us, and now something pressed the button. Electricity passed throughout the car. Since there are already zombies here, it has undergone the first wave of mutation, and there are no survivors in the area. We can just drive through. They were watched by a man from the rooftop. Together with his sister, he looked at the camera. She did not see her father. It's so quiet here. Okay, let's launch the drones. You will control it from a height. Fine. Rooms on the upper floors look like people lived there. Well, now it's empty. She remembers that her father went in this direction. She does not know if he stopped here. What are we going to do, brother F? If you have nothing to do, go look at the apartments on the outer floors. He wants to sleep. For several days in a row he went to bed late. He wants to rest. Still, he feels more secure in the car. By the way, he can drive a car and honk. Yu's father will hear and show himself to us. Come. While the car was driving, they met more. And he began to need the zombie, and the laser. There was a meat grinder in the car that could collect black pearls. With the help of a drone, the girl found her father's car. She tucked in the image, about 500 m from them. In the car, no one has a window and take part of the car damaged. Father after that, did not even make out the goods, apparently got into trouble on the way back. Let's see if he left any letters. Eben thinks he couldn't have gone far in such a short amount of time anyway. You suddenly became ill. The guys searched the car. But nothing was found in her. The girl lost consciousness. It seems that the disease manifested itself again. When she concentrates heavily on something, they forget to take the medicine. Luckily, the old man kept them here. Poor child, her father's heart was also torn with grief that his daughter was sick. The old man is not an expert in the treatment of leukemia. It will be almost impossible to find the right doctor with this apocalypse. Where is the poor hospital in Alshi? Go there for equipment and medicines. And when you return, the old man will do everything in his power. It seems that after the girl's father crashed, he immediately ran away from here. I didn't even have time to pick it up from the car. The fat man found something strange, such black boxes. The whole car was full, their logos were not described. It looks like sugar, medicine. You shops won't come, don't sell anything like that. We'll take some special pills with us, we'll tell the doctor. It is better to wait for the search for the father. They will all go to the hospital, send him a list of medicines. DAU. Well, the old man needs to continue to look after the girl and monitor the progress of the experiment on black gold. He will not be able to control the drone and introduce aerial surveillance. Well, through it they will still be able to keep the connection. Be careful on the way. After 2 years, all supplies in the city will be depleted, filled with zombie city completely select. And in the current situation, the process may accelerate. He could not change anything at all. Instead, he allowed the girls in an even more unhappy world, but at least to live. An unknown man pricked some preparation, and the hand and also his strength returned to the boy and to him. You man was surprised because the monster controls Ainem more than thank you for this. What kind of drugs? You smoke from what organization? You are a team. In search of abnormal creatures. Their goal is to create a new world in which their race can live happily. The fat man saw that at the entrance to the hospital there is an inscription: private property is dangerous, do not enter. What the hell is a hospital occupied by people? Nothing surprising, answered the guy, a strategically important object. We'll take what we need and leave. Ben broke the window and they went in together. Strangely, there is no one around, silence, also not visible. Everyone ran away and you hid? Or maybe it's a trap. In any case, they split up. He'll go look for a cure for the kid, he'll go look for equipment. If something happens, one will contact the second. For the fat man, the hospital is the 3 most hated place in his life. The smell of peroxide alone makes him shiver. The smell of fruit seemed to him. The fat man fell unconscious. Yibing recognized the smell. Passing by the girl at the last moment, he noticed her and was already trying to strike her. The girl was amazed by the fur, and if she is not mistaken, it is made from pearls that the zombie extracts. She will be very grateful if he introduces her to the creator of this mecha. She doesn't look like an anomaly. Her name is Tan Tan. Brilliant doctor of medical sciences. The guy asked if she made poisonous gas in the hospital, and if she ate pearls. The poisonous gas was really released by her. It scares away zombies very effectively, and does not allow thieves to enter. Well, she didn't eat pearls. She was the only one left in the hospital. For this girl, death is seductive, the sweets of a confectionery. To die from being, she doesn't mind. This doctor specializes in viral diseases. Yibing asked the girl if she created the gas with the pearls and how she found the pearls in the zombie's socks. But only because of the long time she did not answer her. She asked to be introduced to the mecha maker. The guy told that this institute is located on the other side. If she wants, then he will take her there. She has one small request and he will definitely agree. The fat man had a dream that he and his friends were ambushing the desert. Reception, are you there? Of course they answered. Xiaoqi too? Lao Xiao said that this is our last business. When we finish, we can finally go home. Going to the wedding, they together began to act according to the plan. Waiting for their guests to reach the right place. Lao Xiao will give a signal, let's start acting together. Well, something went wrong and the girl started without a signal. She crashed into a car and there was an explosion. Their biting began. The fat man woke up in bed. The girl explained to him that she was poisoned by a special gas developed by her. If you don't bring antibodies within the next 3 hours, you will turn into the horror of pus. EBay the fat man to help him steal these cans from my car. I wanted to do this, but the girl asked me to help her, and if he breaks at least one, she will put him in them. EBay remember such a sweetish gas very well. On that Judgment Day, this gas was often used by the goblins of various gangs. So they scared away the zombies and attacked the enemies. Poisonous gas honey cloud leads a person to a state of rest, at the same time causing him fear. Developer really this girl. If she was also a brilliant mechanic, then he should look after her more carefully, at least, fell into the hands of a gang of Twilight Dragons. They dragged all the cans into the car. They found all the medicines and equipment. The doctor will be more likely to cure the girl. Yi-Ben noticed a huge mutant on the roof. He yelled at them and told them not to be stupid and quickly get into the car. The beast rushed at them. But the guy fought back with a laser from his hand. He ordered to take the doctor to the shelter, and he himself remained to deal with the monster. This huge dog wandered around the hospital at a short distance for several days, which scared the zombies away a little. The girl noticed that they have such advanced equipment that it will become a problem in our country. She correctly asked the fat man. From the Doomsday Team, humanity's last hope. Since they are not still alive even after the zombie virus that spread around the world did not touch them, you can consider them the chosen ones. Another monster that shouldn't be around at this time, Yi-Ben thought. A superstar is not at all thinking of me or a wild animal as a result of being infected with a zombie virus. It was bred with the power of advanced genetic engineering and merged with a zombie virus. A product not of this time. The monsters fired a beam of energy. The guy seems to understand what's going on. This monster is able to repel the best and attacks. The guy pulled out the monster's weak spot. And without him, this trick won't work anymore and he won't be able to repel it like that. In this case, he will hit him on the head, breaking his head. He took out a large energy pearl. Transformed black gold, imposted superbeast animal heart. Having this, the subsequent work will go easier. A stranger was watching him from the roof. I thought that the guy would not be a serious hindrance. One day in the mountains, during a great revolution of the people, a little girl escapes from her house where she was a slave. If this girl does not catch game for her masters, they beat her until she fainted. It was a cold and gloomy night. So she went into the woods where she decided to catch a hare, as she was very fond of them. But suddenly she noticed a tiger running after her. This tiger was very cruel and had no feelings. The girl tried with all her might to run away from him, but she failed and fell down. The girl screamed at the top of her voice to be rescued because she didn't want to die for nothing, but no one would hear her. And now it looks like he ate her. The girl closed her eyes, but when she opened them there was a woman beside her. She felt very pleasant and comfortable around her. Suddenly a boy comes up to her asking if she is awake. The girl is very frightened, she almost falls off the bed. The boy managed to catch her in time to keep her from falling. The girl thought she was dreaming and didn't know where she was. But the boy said it was not a dream. He said his name was Noa and he was an apprentice of the Archmage Cassie. When the girl looked at him she thought he was definitely a nobleman. He had silk clothes and various luxuries. His hands were very delicate and without a single scar. The boy put his hand on the girl's head to see if she had a fever. It didn't seem to be and he realized there was no fever. The girl was frightened because she thought she was looking at his hand for too long and the young master would beat her for it. The girl started worshipping him and saying she was wrong and sorry. The boy did not understand what she was doing and told her to get up. But the girl kept worshipping him anyway. The boy began to tell her that he was not a young master. The girl fell down because she was frightened of what was happening. The boy took a cotton swab of medicine and gave it to the girl to sniff and she woke up. When she woke up he told her that it was Madame Cassie's estate and he was only an apprentice. The girl still could not understand how she was there and how she had even survived the tiger. But before I can think, a woman comes up who asks what the NOA is doing. As she was telling him not to accept people from the other world. The boy tried to explain everything to her, saying that she was very injured and she was unconscious. Madame said that in a week she would send this girl back to her world and started to leave. When the girl heard this she told the fairy not to send her back as she needed help. The girl told her that in the other world she was just a slave and that if she went back, it would not end well. The girl talked about how she was always being beaten and she did not want to go back to her past life. The boy also supported her and asked the fairy to let her stay with them. To all this the fairy said that they are not an orphanage and they don't accept lost children. Especially if she isn't studying magic, she has no business being here. The girl was willing to do anything to stay with them. She was even ready to start studying magic. But they didn't want to accept her. The girl had no choice but to get down on her knees. She got down on her knees and started saying that she wanted to live and asked very strongly to be allowed to learn from them. This time the girl did not want to give up and she wanted to survive. The mistress, as she looked at the girl, suddenly had a very vivid memory, but the apprentice woke her up as he thought she was ill. The mistress said she was fine, she just remembered someone. She also said that her mind has not changed. And if the girl didn't leave the place in a week, she would send her there herself. The girl said that she was ready for anything and she could do any job she wanted. The mistress looked at the girl and asked her if she was ready for anything even though she was about to die. It was very dangerous, but the girl answered that she could do anything, even pulverize stones. The girl was sure she could handle anything. And she said that if she could do it, let them teach her magic. Mistress agreed and gave her her assignment. Within the confines of his Keenan estate the weather was always fine, raining and sleeting only at her command. However, this is not the case everywhere. Outside the mansion is a dark and spooky forest where the trees are intertwined with vines. This is where the most amazing and legendary rare plants and monsters live. This forest is now standing still and thanks to the best sorceress Cassia, it is not spreading its influence. And the mistress needed something else to strengthen the magic within their realm. This is a special flower that grows in the depths of the dark forest. It is perfect for stabilizing and sustaining the magic of their kingdom. It is guarded by a legendary wind spirit. The name of this flower is Silk Bell. Its leaves and flowers are as delicate as silk, hence its name. When the wind blows, the flower emits a long chime that is very unique and can be heard by anyone, and their temple needs this silk bell to keep out intruders. But no one can help the girl along the way and she might just die without even seeing this flower. But the girl was determined and said she didn't care. She was willing to do anything, but she only wanted a promise that if they brought her the flower they would teach her magic in return. The queen agreed and said that her time had come. From the air the queen created a candle which she gave to the girl to light her way. Anna Macintosh. The girl set off on her journey. The girl went to the forest where she wanted to find this flower. She didn't understand how she could find it, but she knew that she wanted to live. Even at dawn, the forest is very scary and terribly dark. Without a lantern, the girl couldn't have made it. The girl ran through the whole forest trying to see anything that looked like the flower that mistress had described. Suddenly the girl heard the very sound of bells ringing and quickly ran after it. The ringing was getting closer and closer and the girl could already smell the flower. So the girl saw it and decided to pick it. But before she can approach, a fairy appears and the girl is very frightened. She thought it was a goblin, but it was actually a wind spirit. The spirit asked the girl if she had come here for a flower. This was spirit territory and if the girl wanted to go further she had to answer her question. Regardless of the beginning and end of life, which flower blooms the longest in its life? The girl thought about it and answered clap. The spirit was very much surprised as he did not know such a plant. The girl began to talk about how this flower grows where the girl was born. There is a lot of it in her homeland. When it is fresh outside, the cottonwood begins to bloom. And when the flowers fall, something white and soft comes out. The girl's mother never let her eat it. This flower is used to make clothes. After this story, the spirit thought that the people where the girl was from were somehow able to conjure in a different way. He said that people have managed to discover so many valuable plants, and you still think that the answer to the question of which flower blooms the longest is cotton? The girl said that there are many precious flowers, but as her mother said, all the other flowers bloom in season. And cotton, as long as we wear clothes, cotton is always there for us. It will bloom no matter where it is, so it is cotton. The spirit was surprised and asked if that was the final answer. The girl replied that it was. And that's the right answer. The girl passed the test because cotton is the right answer. A flower that surrounds us all regardless of status. Did it mean the spirit gave her the flower? The spirit said she would have to pick it up herself and the girl went to get it. The girl approached it and even though she was dead, she was still scared, but she decided that she had to survive and tried to rip it off. As she tried to pull it out, suddenly she was teleported to some world where the tree was standing. It was an incredible flower garden. It was very beautiful there. The spirit showed her where to go to get the bell. The spirit wanted to say something else to the girl, but as soon as the spirit breathed, a gust of wind blew the girl away and spikes from the tree got on her cloak. The venom of those thorns will be eliminated in about 3 hours. The whole trunk of the tree is dotted with these thorns, they are very strong and the girl should have been more careful. The cloak was too thin and the girl decided to take it off. She was not worried as it made no difference to her whether to die here or in her home village of Joseon. The girl decided to just avoid the bigger thorns and started climbing the tree. The girl, covered in blood and on her last legs, managed to climb the tree. There she saw an aristocratic boy sitting on it, wanting to pick a flower. The girl wanted to survive, so she had to get the flower, she didn't want to go back to Joseon. So the girl attacked the boy. The boy didn't understand how she dared to attack him. She was sorry, but she wanted to live. The boy threw her to the other side of the flower. The girl reacted very quickly and plucked the flower and quickly started running away. She was sorry about that, but she was the first to take the flower. But suddenly the girl's eyes began to blur. Apparently, this is the ocular poisoning phenomenon. It was because the girl had traversed all the way with her bare hands. The guy had an antidote that could help her, and he offered to trade. He said if she didn't drink it, she'd die. But the girl thought she could survive it all. She tried her best to show her resilience and in the meantime she kept praying to all the gods to be saved. And it seems the boy felt no pity at all watching how desperately she was fighting for her life. Pity, compassion, the girl wanted him to feel something. But the girl got very sick and fell out of the tree. But at one point the boy ran after her, but there was no way he could catch up with her. The clothes she was carrying got caught in a tree and it looked like the girl was saved. But it tore and the girl flew down. Is this the death the girl deserves? The girl closed her eyes. The mistress who sent her to get the flower decided to finish the test here. Suddenly he appears beside the girl and takes her in his arms. Mistress was surprised at her work, the girl was completely covered in wounds. The girl did not know if she was still alive. The boy who was in the tree was Noah who was doing mistress's bidding. He ran to the girl and asked her why she was covered in blood. He gave her first aid and then they decided to go home. The wind spirit in the wake asked, "Cassia, do you still have a drop of kindness left in you?" But mistress told him to stop talking nonsense and they left. And just as the girl closed her eyes and was about a millimeter away from death, she saw her mother. Her mother was crying very hard, the girl tried to comfort her but unfortunately she could not hear her. Her mother was sitting on her lap beside her master. He scolded her because she had touched the books he had with her hands. He humiliated her because she was a pauper and from a poor family. The master said that the rags they used to wash with were all they had. The girl then appeared in a very dark place where the ghost was telling the girl that she was not worthy to be here, let alone be in the Gassier family. After that the girl didn't understand what she had done wrong. She tried all her life to be good and get something in life, but she was always humiliated and told that no one needed her. Then the girl reappears near a tiger that wants to eat her, she is very scared, but the tiger runs up to her and the girl dies. But the girl got lucky again and when she opened her eyes she was in bed, but she was completely bandaged up. When she realized she was awake the girl quickly started trying to look for the flower she was supposed to find. But she stopped when she saw the girl next to her. The little girl was holding the antidote and asked the girl why she had not taken it with her. When the little girl looked at her she saw that she was very beautiful and gentle. She didn't understand who it was at all. And what was happening to her again? The lady gave the girl the antidote and it was very disgusting. Then she grabbed the girl by her dress and carried her along. The girl tried with all her might to get away but she could not. She put her on the red mat and told her to get out. The girl obeyed and started to walk away. On the way out she saw a huge window, with a view of the whole castle and all the trees. The view was very beautiful but the girl did not understand where she was going now or where she was at all. At first she struggled to get here but now she couldn't remember anything. She only remembered the guy who was in the tree and she wondered what kind of guy he was. Suddenly something magical began to happen and a fairy appeared beside the girl. After that they appeared at the table. The fairy said that the roots, flowers and even leaves were in good condition. The mistress said that a deal was a deal and after the girl had rested, she would teach her magic. And from now on she would be the new apprentice. But the girl said it wasn't her doing and someone got to the flower faster than she did. Even though she had brought it, she couldn't say it was her merit. The girl was fighting desperately for her life, and here she was just giving up. The girl didn't want to go to hell. She just wanted to live. But if she turned down the offer now, it would be much harder to survive. And the girl said she had an offer. She thought she had set another person up and thought it was totally wrong, so she couldn't get the flower. But it turned out that the assignment was only half done. So she wanted to be called a potential apprentice. But mistress started laughing and the girl did not understand what she had said wrong. But then mistress agreed and said that it was something to try, and it had been a long time since anyone had spoken to her with such vehemence. But she also added that the next test would be much harder. Next she said her name. The girl's name was Pollen. Then the girl began to eat. The girl saw very beautiful flowers that were densely packed with thorns. She asked what kind of flowers they were. In the girl's world there were such flowers too, but they were not so spiky. They were Rose's flowers. Then as soon as the girl heard this, she said that from now on she would be called Rose. And that would be her new name. As his old name had very bad memories, mistress agreed to have a new name. She said that classes would begin in 3 days and told the girl to get her new clothes ready. And gave Rose a key. She was to go to the West Tower to get new clothes. Rose went and on her way saw a girl who gave her the antidote. Rose thanked her for what she had done for her last time. Rose could not forget her native Joseon, and she asked the girl where she was from. Was she from Joseon by any chance? She said no. The girl needed to let go of that life and start a new one. There would be no more dirty and stubborn girl from the past. Rose came to the West Tower of Kasir Manor, also known as Kananan. If you put the key to the door, it should open. The girl put the key in and the door did indeed open. It was incredibly beautiful there. There were so many clothes made of silk. There was enough silk for a girl to last a lifetime. To top it all off, the door closed automatically. There was a designer of the place in that tower. The girl didn't understand what kind of guy he was. There was something wrong with him. In the meantime, the girl who gave Rose the antidote came to mistress. She told mistress she wanted to leave. It was very strange as all the people wanted to come in but no one wanted to leave. But mistress said she would grant her wish. A few days ago, the girl had no internet or communication on her phone. The girl didn't know where she was or what to do. She was at the entrance to the castle. Still, it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful building. And because it was so beautiful, she decided to take a picture to post on Instagram. But suddenly, after she tried to take a photo, a man in an overcoat appeared in front of her. The man was from another world. He told the girl that he had been looking for her for a long time and had finally found the black-eyed girl. But the girl didn't know who the man was. He seemed to want to take his black eyes. So he started to use his magic. The girl screamed for help. Then the student of their castle appears and saves her from him. She creates a light shield, thus pushing him away from the girl. After she rescued her, she asked her if she was all right and what he had said to her. She said he said something about both of them being taken away and looking into the woods. Then she started to run away. She ran to the mistress and told her everything. It seemed the man had not yet found the other child. The girl told the mistress that there was something wrong with the gate. The mistress was very angry because her manor was entered without her permission. This gate was a high-ranking conjunction of magic, moving through another dimension. And spatial nodes. The gate worked on the principle of an attribute. They were also easily altered by external factors. The attributes of the gate and its user have to be the same for it to work. But if at least something is different in the attributes, then it is impossible to pass through the gate. This girl was brought to their castle and told that originally the gate was white thanks to a portal of the attribute of light. But for some unknown reason, a black shadow attribute was mixed in the gate, and then a grey color was created. The girl did not know how she could go back now. Now there were two main problems before them. Firstly, the magic of grey would not help, because it was not available. Secondly, to recreate greyness you need someone else with a black attribute. And there were no other owners of such attributes in the whole estate. At this time Rose changed her clothes and the designer was delighted with her image. She was very beautiful. The design the girl had chosen this guy had never seen before. He was delighted with the dress that was behind the glass. The girl said she could give it away. Especially, the clothes didn't fit the girl and she always had to wear them because she had nothing else, and her mother made it for her. When the designer heard it was her mother, he decided to give it back to the girl. He said that often the stars are just dots, but they show the future. And he had already seen the girl's future. There she shines in the clothes he made. The sunset that day was very long. The girl remembered her mother. She was like a beauty that unfolded at sunset. It was very strange. No matter how thorny the path was, the girl felt ready to run along it. Her mother was still alive in her memories. Rose sat at her desk and read the books she had to read in order to learn magic. It started raining outside the window, as if it came out of nowhere. There was very strong lightning and with it thunder. While Togo was reading books, a boy came up to her. He had come here to ask her how she was doing. Rose replied that it was very difficult for her now because she did not know their language well, but in the future it should be easier for her. The boy wanted to take off the bandages that were on her wounds. When he touched her arm he saw the bracelet the mistress had given her. The boy began to panic and asked if the girl had stained or broken the bracelet. The girl replied that she had treasured it and had not done anything. When the boy heard this he took Rose in his arms and carried her to mistress. The boy ran urgently to Madam. He didn't even knock and went in to see her. He said it was very urgent. When he got to mistress he told her that perhaps Rose was one of the blacks. Their world has attributes. It is like a predisposition of all things. All kinds are not counted and they are as different as possible. But all these attributes originate from two basics is white and black. White is the attribute beginning of morning, light, life. Between two attributes are gray attribute is the balance of dawn. But there is also the attribute of pain, the symbol of death and destruction. It is the black attribute. It means the deep endless night. These three attributes used to be in absolute balance, but gradually there were less and less gray mags who understood both sides, until one day they disappeared altogether. After that event the remaining attributes began to reincarnate. Until there was hardly any grayness left, and so perhaps Rose is one of the blacks. It was obvious that the blacks had become shadows. When such a magician was driven to extremes and stooped to murder and curses, more and more people began to persecute and despise magic. Rose didn't know what they meant or if it was a bad thing that she was black. It wasn't Rose's fault. Many black mags did horrible things at times, but that didn't mean they were all the same. And Rose hadn't had time to do anything yet. And the waters for the current problem, they needed a black attribute and the mistress was surprised that it turned out to be this girl. But unfortunately no one can change the fact that the girl got the black attribute. It is a difficult task, even for mags who have been perfecting their skills for a very long time. The supreme mage of Gemira, the sorceress who is the living embodiment of Venus, the goddess of beauty. All this applies to the mistress. And Rose is her beautiful apprentice. So there was no need to worry. White or black attribute does not make a person bad or good. A girl came to them and asked when she could return to her world. The mistress had found a way to bring her back. It was difficult and would take quite a long time, but there was not much choice. The most important thing for the girl was to get home and it didn't matter how long it would take. The gate the girl needed had acquired the attribute of grayness. Therefore, the girl needs to create her own gray attribute to get through the gate. And to do that, she needs the black attribute. And just as luck would have it, Madam's new apprentice is one of the black ones. However, she will not be able to change the gate herself and it will take a lot of time and effort. No one knew how long it would take and it was a matter of luck. But also the seal on the gate could stop time, so they had to keep themselves in shape. The gate and the traveler had to have the same attributes to move, which was exactly what Rose was for. Thanks to her, they will be able to create a mask of grayness. And so their conversation was over. Now for the next few days they were to study together. As they walked, a girl on the way told Rose that she was angry about her existence. Rose didn't understand what she had done wrong, she was trying to help her and she hated her. The girl came and lay down on the bed. She did not understand what she had done wrong and how long it would last. She already wanted badly to go home. She did not like everything that was happening to her. 2 days later, their mistress was giving another lesson. Rose loved learning. The only one who didn't like it was that girl who wanted to go home. Suddenly a letter appeared out of thin air that had wings. It seemed to be a letter from Miss Salas. The letter was for Queen Cassia. It said, "Dear Cassia, how are you? I haven't heard from you. I haven't heard from you. Worried about you. But I'm putting it out of my mind. I'm busy. You know, when I see this town come to life over time, I just can't help but smile. Speaking of which, the witches have been thinking about a dinner party for a while now. However, we haven't chosen a time or place yet. We all have our own things to do. Do you think maybe you and I could get together? After all this time. I've missed you already. Send me a letter back, please. The Queen's eternal ally, Salus. She seemed to be calling on Mistress again to spend the evening with her. Noah thought that she would again refuse her offer, as she had done before. But this time she decided to respond as follows. I am pleased to invite you, Salus, to a party at my manor. Noah was delighted and offered to take the letter and send it. But to do so he would have to travel to the capital. The mistress ordered a new dress from the designer for the soiree, but he went a little crazy and wanted more fabric. Rose wanted to go to the capital too. But she was turned down. It was too early for Rose and Yuri to go outside the manor. They were still too weak for this world. Moreover, no one knew when the blackbird would return. And so mistress forbade them to leave. And sent Noah away alone. But it was as planned. The NOA sent one, but now they have sent 3. Rose wanted to go there because she was curious about the capital, the city where the emperor lived. And Yuri didn't say why she was going. Madame would have killed him for Noah taking them along. On his arrival he wanted to report back to his mistress. Even though it was a quiet night, they had a bad feeling about it. They needed to blend in with the terrain. So the NOA gave them the potion they had taken for them. They had broken their mistress' ban to leave the capital. Rose wondered if it was all worth it. Rose fell asleep and she began to hear a dream. It said that all the merchants were going to the capital. There was a treasury there too, in which all the wealth of the country was kept. All the inhabitants were rich and happy. Even in winter their frost showed their skin a little. And the girl envied them. A tiger appeared in front of her and said that if she was jealous, she could take it all away from them. Noah woke Rose up as they arrived in the capital and had to go to the square. When the girl woke up she did not understand who was talking to her. And when the girl woke up, her eyes changed color. It was that potion she drank before she went to sleep. It temporarily changes the color of her eyes. Because it's rare to find green or black-eyed people in the empire, they quickly attract attention. With a wave the boy turned the carriage into a necklace. It was real magic. So they went to the capital. There were a lot of people there, and even though it was winter, it was still very bright. It was winter and they had to go to a shop to buy winter clothes. They went in and bought clothes. After they put them on, the boy went to Miss Yuri and left the girls. As Rose was sitting there she heard a girl being caught by bandits and not let go. The girl had yellow eyes, which meant she was from an aristocratic family. And if they kidnapped her they could get a good ransom. Rose decided to help the girl, and when she came running towards them, Rose kicked the man who had grabbed the girl. He was outraged, but as the girl attacked, suddenly he started crying. When she rescued the girl she saw in her face someone very familiar. But suddenly the second bandit grabbed Rose by the hair as he didn't like the fact that she had hit his brother. The second girl started shouting that countries were coming, but they didn't believe it. But when they turned around they saw that it was true, and leaving the girls they started running away. Noah ran up to Rosa and asked if she was all right. She said she was fine. But suddenly they saw that the other girl was not doing so well, and she had been kidnapped. The girl spoke to the mistress via video link and she was very angry that they had escaped. She said that they would be punished when they arrived. She also added that if they see a black bird, they should run to Noah quickly. Winter was in full swing and it was now getting dark very quickly. They had already had to go home. But suddenly they saw fireworks. It was a very beautiful sight and it looked like Rose had never seen fireworks before. And she asked that they go and see them, just for a little while. But they had to go now. November obeyed Rose and they went to see it for a while. It was beautiful, like huge flowers blooming in the sky. Noah had yet to go to the herbal shop. But the girl was already very tired. So she decided to go home. Noah gave her the ring and told her to go to the hotel while he and Rose went to the herbal shop. With the ring they could find her just in case. They came to the herbal shop. Rose did not like the smell, they had to go into the middle to find the right herbs. Noah left her at the entrance because she did not like the smell. He told her not to run away again. But it wasn't as simple as that. As the girl stood looking up at the sky, the same boy who was in the tree at the time and wanted a flower ran towards her. He called Rose a red slipper. When Rose looked at him, she saw in him the face of the girl she wanted to save. Their faces were the same. He replied that it was so complicated. The girl started apologizing to him for stealing the flower from him last time. But the boy said it was no big deal. Today Rose saved his life and he didn't even have time to thank her. The girl asked him why he was wearing a dress. He said it was the month of the longest blue moon. So he decided to meet the moon goddess called the Miss Outside. She was the goddess of all girls, so now a lot of girls were walking around in a dress and he decided to hide between them. The boy had a question too. And just as he was about to ask a question about blue eyes, Nova runs up and starts saying that Yuri is in danger. On the way home, the girl was attacked again by the blackbird. It attacked the girl. And even in spite of the potions, he recognized her black eyes. She screamed for help but no one heard her, and so it seems the blackbird took this girl with him. And said that there was another one left. At this time the boys were trying to find her. She was supposed to be in the eastern area. It is very far from the temple of Temisa, the moon goddess. It was created by exiles from the imperial family. It was the only place in the city where the light didn't reach. To get there they had to go through an alleyway. As they walked there, they saw blackbirds, and a girl lying on the ground. The spell was wearing off, and Rose's eyes were starting to return to their natural color. Yuri screamed with the last of her strength for them to get out of here. They didn't understand how Yuri could have ended up here, since this road couldn't see to the hotel. The boy looked at it all. I didn't understand what kind of monster it was, or how she could even sneak into the capital. Noah told the boy that what he saw must be a secret. And he shouldn't tell anyone. Otherwise he would regret opening his mouth. This monster needed a girl. Noah began to cast a spell to create light. But this monster said that he was not interested in Noah, he only wanted a girl. Noah was very surprised as from all the information he had, he can't talk. Blackbird, that wasn't a creditable anomaly. But he certainly couldn't talk. The last time he'd seen it at the gate, it couldn't utter a word. He couldn't figure out what it was, if not evolution. But it was too fast. The blackbird grabbed Rose and started looking into her eyes. The girl was very frightened, and closed her eyes. But suddenly a voice began to speak in her head. She was told that she must not be afraid of her fears. She must look them in the eye. That is the truth, and if you are capable of it, the world cannot crush you. The girl began to open her eyes and look at the blackbird. Her voice in her head began to say that he wanted revenge for what happened last time. And if she died he would not be happy. What he was saying was that now he would protect her. Suddenly the girl begins to glow with a huge light, after which the girl's shadow changes. Along with her shadow appears a huge tiger who gives his powers to the girl. She kills the blackbird with a single glance. Then a voice says goodbye and tells the girl not to get into such situations again and to be careful. The girl falls to the floor and the boys run up to her, asking if she is okay. The girl was dizzy, she didn't understand what had happened to her and why. There was blood on her hands. The boy looked into her eyes and then immediately walked away. He noticed that the girl's eyes were black. This boy had green. It's accepted that a man is afraid of his nature. But he has the eyes of a magician who, unbreakably, is connected to nature. They had to cure Yuri somehow. She went to her to use her healing magic. But unfortunately he couldn't do anything for her. So they decided to take her to her room. In the room, Noah began to heal the girl with magic light. Yuri was in a very bad condition and his magic was not healing her at all. The blackbird continued to poison her pure white beginnings. At this rate she might not wake up anymore. Rose asked the boy if all was well. He replied that all was well. He was glad that Rose was fine, but something had to be done about Yuri. Since she wouldn't be able to go back to the manor, the boy who came with him sat in his cloak the whole time. And Noah was telling him to take it off as they weren't holding him hostage. He would stay with them until they left for the capital. But the guy didn't want to take it off and said he wasn't hot. He thought he didn't know he was from the imperial family. But he said what he knows. Then the guy took it off and was confused. The glow is a power that never goes away. Just like the sun. And then something began that no one could have expected. 15 years ago, because he was the chief of Sapa, some of the Mutang clan cursed him and called him evil. The guy's rage reached a breaking point and he couldn't take it anymore. A war, known as the Big One, broke out. It was a grand battle. Except the lad wasn't part of it. His target was the Mutang clan. Burned down 3 of the clan's palaces, and beheaded the elders and the chief. He only tried to find an answer to why he was accused of sins, but the people went to war. Even though a truce was made, the authority of the Mutang, which had been a sacred place for Taoism for 1,000 years, had weakened, and it became the lowest of the 9 kung fu clans. Owing to his unwavering and clear mind, memories of the past clearly resurface in his mind. The apprentice, the elders, wept on the sidelines. The loyal comrades in arms who had created the Sapacon with him. Only Cheon Yu-myung wasn't around. He's a good guy. Even though he's flawed, he's very loyal. He even went in search of the herb of eternal youth. I'm starting to choke more and more, it seems my time has come. I'm already 80 years old. Ilwon Magyu clan Chonmu Maying, my name was Hukran Mugen. That became his name. Betrayal and deceit was the cause that exalted Sapa. For almost 40 years the man was king and ruled in Sapa. How can a man go against the will of heaven? When the time comes, one should leave. Now, I am very sorry. Oh, I feel the life leaving me with every movement. I can hear my faithful servants talking about me with sorrow in their voices. Damn it, why isn't he dead yet? I wish he was dead already. Said the lads. The Reaper of Death appeared before the old man. Iron Sword Cheon Wu-myung ran into the room. The old man was glad to see the guy before he died. It turns out Cheon Wu-myung found the herb of eternal youth after all. Please eat it. The old man was frightened that the Death Reaper had already called his Ymir 2 times. The subject tried to shove the root into his mouth, but the Reaper had already called Ymir 3 times, so the old man's soul left his body. But in an instant, the old man was pulled back into his body. The Reaper tried to pull him back, but he failed. Regained consciousness. The guy couldn't move. Feeling as if his bones were breaking, the Reaper transferred the old man's soul into the body of his young mentor. Abandoned by his parents. Left alone, he met a kind Taoist monk. The cursed master of Saphan has seriously harmed him, causing his chakra to stiffen. To save the master, he set out to find healing strains on Mount Mutang. The monks used the technique of holy Taoist energy. Wo Ymir Buddha Almighty. You saved the life of a kid who risked his life for you. Everything is connected. The monks decided to make the lad a disciple of Myeongjin, as the 6 yang energy was now imprisoned in him. He will be Myeongjin's first disciple. If you allow me, I will diligently teach him. Supreme Elder, I am immensely grateful to you for your kindness. Said Myeongjin. The first generation of apprentices adopts part of the teacher's name, i.e. Genie. The boy was decided to be called Jin Mu. He did not like it very much. It was a very cheesy, true Taoist nickname. He heard it and he got goosebumps. It was in the guy's mind. For the sake of Jin Mu's recovery, exorcise disappear. Disappear, disappear. May all demons and evil spirits leave this body. Healing, may this tormented body recover quickly. Now in a completely ruined Mutanga, he became a disciple called Jin Mu. Because of the concentration of energy in the body 6 yang, all the power that was in the guy turned into ashes. The great Hyukranmung can't even master the technique of the wood dragon. Whenever teacher Myeongjin called out to the lad, he unknowingly answered politely. It was all from the reflexes that remained in the lad's body. Like a controlling Kimgango bracelet controlling Ogong's dream, the memories left behind in that head controlled the actions. During the fall of Mutang, this scumbag, despite burning himself half to death, blocked my path, and guarded the Jisa palace to the very last. Myeongjin was one of the great disciples of the time. He had a special spirit, and the decision to let him live was a big mistake. We should have killed him. Everything about the mutant should have been destroyed. Jin Mu fretted, all politeness from the body of the former guy, absolute lord of Murim, master of Sapacon, Hukranmungan. Chopping vegetables, masterly brewing soup, putting all his soul, prepared a meal for the teacher. Jin Mu was able to fill the sword with energy. The teacher marveled. This is remarkable. Even after years of training, filling a sword with energy is no easy task, but it only took you 3 months. It had already been 3 months of training since he recovered. Myeongjin is unable to apply martial arts in practice because of his closed chakra, so he has been explaining the essence of 6 yang energy verbally all this time. Explained it from the beginning. Maybe it's because you have 6 yang energy in your body. If you learn one thing, then the rest, no, even if you are talented it takes more time to master it. But I don't see the logic, pondered Myeongjin. Everything is even logical, as the soul of a Murim Lord, the master of Sapakon, is hidden inside past life experiences are taking their toll, and Jinmu seems like a talented little guy to the teacher. And yet the boy makes concessions every day, even humbles himself and begins to eat his vegetables. Compared to the fast-paced and yet dangerous martial art of Sapa, this one is more systematic and safer. It was popular for a reason. The boy was getting deeper and deeper into training. He remembered his first martial arts classes, so he was so concentrated that he did not notice how time passed. And so 1 year flew by. Jinmu's skills were honed. The Kai energy did not increase. Of course he had become stronger in a year, but it was not enough for him. He wanted more. He wanted to skip several stages as before, but it was not possible due to the confrontation of internal forces. It is necessary to reach the absolute level as soon as possible. I wish I could reduce all my training to 0. However, a lot of things have been done in the last year, thought the boy. I wonder if this second apprentice knows what politeness is or if he is only capable of delivering grits. It hit the guy. He remembered the dual energy technique. The technique of concentrating 2 energies in one body has been secretly passed down in Mutang for generations. Did you know that the technique had been around for a long time before Hyukren Mungan was even born? No doubt in a Mutang who would have learned the dual energy technique in practice, the martial art of Hyukren Mugen and the holy Taoist energy in harmony. Then he will be able to use the dark dragon technique again. In order to gain the cherished knowledge of Jinmu, one must become an apprentice of the Supreme Elder. All of his students will be competing for a place in the sun, not only students from the palace, but from other palaces as well. If you see the high road, all you have to do is go for it. According to tradition, the best will be the strongest. We have to get rid of all the disciples one by one, then I will take the place of the head disciple. He murmured. Jinmu body is always worried about the teacher. Every time he tries to leave the Mutang mountain, his legs return. To get rid of this condition, he decides he first needs to take care of his mentor's health. And there is only one way, emyaso. The sick man needs emyaso. Meat is the best thing you can think of for recovery. After taking care of Jin's recovery and becoming a master apprentice, all the boy has to do is learn the double energy technique. I'm from Manhwa Palace, apprentice Qianwu. I brought groceries. He no doubt doesn't put in his best effort. If he tried, he wouldn't gain too much weight eating only grass. In my mind Jdin Mu, Taiyu Ri from the Wanhua Palace, so why aren't you training at all? So I don't have any training today. If I go, I have nothing to do anyway. Can I practice here too, brother? The fat guy was an outcast in his surroundings. No one wanted to train with him. Jinmu, he reminded me of Cheonyu Mu. A rude but loyal guy. Even when beaten, he always kept a positive attitude. The only person from Sapakon that Jinmu misses. Jinmu let the lad train on the sidelines. At first the lad seemed to be lazy, but in fact he is training diligently. But he doesn't take his body proportions into consideration. Qianwu is full. No matter how you look at it, his movements are heavy and slow. So it's easy for an opponent to anticipate his moves. If his arms are short, he needs to use other moves than the basics, like working with his legs more often, but he doesn't have a partner to teach him that. Why are you so chaotic with your punching technique? Asked the Mu. You are huge and fat. Only by practicing in pairs can you practice your punches and learn how to mislead your opponent. Even if you practice with the prettiest tree, it won't do much good, understand? Jinmu started explaining how to properly conduct Chunsung fist fighting techniques. We need to teach him as soon as possible so that he gets rid of the wrong fighting technique. Qianwu rushed out with his fists, but Jinmu beat him to it, and put his fist in front of his face. So Qianwu's training continued. He wouldn't give up until the last moment and kept moving, a stubborn fellow. If he had understood it on the first or second time, but no, it was only on the 20th that he stopped making unnecessary lunges. That silly boy. He would only hinder Jinmu's path to becoming a head disciple. Jinmu chased the poor guy away, threatening to kill him if he came back again. The next day, Jinmu thought he could begin his training in peace, but then Jin apprenticed from Wanhwa, Jin Ho. His mentor from the Chill generation is one of the top 7 Mutang masters. How dare you teach him mean tricks in this sacred place? You bastard, said the Jin Ho. I can't close my eyes to this. They decided to have a fight. Jinmu was the first to rush in with high speed. He aimed for the acupuncture point of the spiritual gates. In Mutang, this swordsmanship technique is called Spiritual Gate 13 swords, but instead of smooth transitions, they are sharp and very fast. Technique Spiritual Gate 13 swords. Its essence is that by pushing on the point of spiritual gate, you can deprive the opponent of his weapon, thus winning the fight. And to achieve this, there are 13 techniques in Mutanga. There's a rule that says, the spirit of the sword holder must not wish the opponent's death. But aiming at the points, eyes, and groin is a Sapa technique. It is a vile and despicable martial art. Knock the sword out of his hands. He's been waiting for the right moment to make his move. To achieve such a thing in just 1 year, amazing. Reminiscent of his mentor when he was an apprentice, Jinmu's perfect successor. Jinmu punches the guy in the face. After beating the lad up, the fat man took him to the hospital. Word of Jinmu's victory will spread at the speed of light, thanks to the chutzpah of Cheonwoo and the Chongdong Palace Hospital. Power solves everything. The monks were amazed that Jinmu defeated the Jinho of the Cheol generation. When the godless Hukran invaded Mutang, burned down 3 palaces and killed everyone who was there. The next day, Cheonwoo went out to train with Jinmu by his side. Jinmu was against it, the boy would only disturb him, but the teacher told him to help him with his martial arts. Jinmu made the boy obey him, so he went to prepare food. In Mutanga, if you are a master, you must follow certain morals. One of them is the absolute prohibition of food of animal origin. If one eats emyaso before the yang energy is born in the chakra, it will not accumulate and the chi energy will increase. This is why in Mutanga all students are strictly forbidden to eat emyaso. Herbs and grains are the main thing in the diet of the trainees. I eat some from time to time too. Jinmu and Mentor have been eating emyaso for a long time. Mentor, eat as much as you can, you will need a lot of energy to heal after your advice to eat emyaso. I feel my strength has increased. 2 months ago I couldn't even go out. The purpose of Jinmu, to stop worrying about the preceptor, is to get out of the Mutang. The Supreme Elder and the monks have arrived. The elder saw the preceptor eating emyaso, made him defend himself, and the latter in turn, replied that it was not a sin to lose all his energy for this vile creep from Sapakon and was left with only pain. Can you imagine what it was like for me then? Seeing my older brothers and elders die on the battlefield, do you know how sad it is to see their loved ones hurt and not doing anything? At the same time 3 sides began to fight in Murim. If the Great War were to continue, the Ilvomagyu clan, waiting and increasing their forces, would only be at an advantage. So the alliance, wishing to prevent such an outcome, saved the Mutang by concluding a truce. After that, however, everyone turned their backs on the Mutang, the clan was forgotten and fell into decline. If you are strong everyone is ready to help you, but if you are weak everyone will turn away from you. This is the law of Murim. A mentor who was bedridden for 10 years was able to walk near the temple. The monks were surprised. Because they are not allowed to kill, they could not fight the Sape Tune, and the 3 palaces that were burned down have not been rebuilt yet. Enough, shouted the elder. I will settle this matter. Let me speak to Myeongjin alone. Next day. Jinmu, come. You have 3 sins on your conscience. He encouraged his mentor to break one of the commandments. Second, he changed his sword technique and trained a junior without permission. Thirdly, he broke the chain of command by injuring the older apprentice. As punishment, the genie was instructed to restore the Himunjin pond within a month. And in the future he is allowed to consume emyaso as needed. Hemungjin Pond and Hemungak Palace. This place will escape those who went to Mutang with the war. This place is the pride of Mutang. All the disciples except Jinmu are from the ancient clans of Mutang. The fact that the Doden, aka Jinmu, are not of high status and are not related by blood, but are on the same level as them, greatly hurts their pride. By changing techniques, he defeated the Jinho, and by breaking a commandment, he did not incur any serious punishment. On the first day he and Jinmu and Chinyu if roast, on the second day welded, then roast again. Brother, I'd like you to meet a senior student of Cheon-san. He wanted to know a lot about it, but Chernwoo couldn't explain it to him, so he brought him. Myeongjin thinks so. Mutang must change. Jinmu has been heaven sent. Cheon-san has already mastered the technique of the soaring cloud sword. Among the Chon generation, few have managed to advance even to the intermediate level. Though talented, the neglect of the masters takes its toll, for the family's low status and lack of clan kinship is not a bad thing. Jinmu ordered the boy to remove the stone. The boy failed at first, but after showing him a few tricks in the form of arching his back, putting his fingers together and pressing his calves against the stone. Impossible! How did he make it so easy? Jin-moo actually passed some chi around, under the guise of helping the kid lift the boulder, but Cheon-san didn't notice that. They caught the chickens and roasted them, offering Cheon-san a piece, but he refused. So far only the ban on meat food has been eliminated, though difficult in the beginning. It will get easier from now on. If the changes continue, there will be no trace of the commandments, then not only emyaso, but also alcohol and ladies will become commonplace. And the result will be loss of morality and utter destruction. The writhing and malice-eating elders, playing to the audience, clinging to the maidens and drinking alcohol, that's the world full of delights. And so, by becoming the head disciple, the Jin-moo will learn to control the six-yang energy, and then make the good guy take the place of the supreme elder. This will be the moral downfall of the Mutang. Moral degradation will be suffered by others as well. Mutang will become ASAP.AN Alliance of United Political Forces will become a SAPA. Hey, Cheon-san. You seem bored, don't you want to pair up with Cheon-woo? You're going to beat Cheon-woo. Jin-moo can transfer energy into a sword, even though it's not much of a surprise to first-tier students, but even among them there are not many who have mastered the technique. Do I despise you? Fighting with Cheon-woo. I want to say something before we begin. All are equal before the sword, for it is blind. Whoever heard that would think is the strongest Matunga master. You won't use a real sword? Your demands are impossible. The precepts forbid the use of real weapons in sparring. He said he would not give meat if Cheon-yu lose, and gave exact instructions on how and what to do in Pooing. Funny how a man can change if given the motivation. Cheon-woo lunged at the guy using the step pakdu technique. It's where the steps change depending on the movements. That's what you use before you change your attack technique. He disappeared. Crouching on the ground, he used a dragon retreat technique, so he was able to dodge my attack and hit back immediately. At this point, the guy felt like he was fighting a warrior or an outstanding student, the lazy donkey lying on the ground. Technique is a technique all factions consider shameful and cowardly. Cheon-woo, roll around, on the side where the enemy has the sword. Cheon-woo, did you get it? Cheon-san, not expecting such sudden action, will be confused. His movements will become sprawling. If he uses too much force in the floating cloud sword technique, it will be the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Kyongsan technique, Cheon-san lost the battle. He hit you, all because of your hasty attack. If he had a real sword, you'd be dead by now. Shouted the Jin-moo. If I had a real weapon in my hand? Yes, what he said would have been true, because he got hit in the back of the head. Jin-moo apologized. That Jin-moo had lost his hopes of his victory. If he had won, then another disciple might have morally fallen. Jong-san said before he. Some time after the fight, Jong-sang started visiting more often and also started eating meat, which made Jin-woo suspicious. It seemed to him that he was coming to them for some sort of gain. And luckily, he asked the protagonist about the weaknesses of the sword technique he was using in battle. The guy realized that he could use him as he wished for his own purposes because of his interest in the weaknesses of his sword technique. It was reported to the chief elder that these lads had again broken the commandment and were eating meat without even hiding it. The elder reflected that Jin-nu is an excellent student, and has mastered many techniques simply according to his teacher, and his skills are increasing day by day, although he also cares for his mentor to get well. Jin-hoo, who had inflicted punishment on the boys, asked if he could bring them to the hall for punishment, but the elder ignored him and said he would do so sometime later. The lad went to the meeting at Hamunjin. Accidentally forgetting that guests were due to arrive, they sat and ate meat, but suddenly they saw people approaching them from two sides. They immediately started to clean up the trail of meat, and Jung-woo and Jung-san went to meet the guests, but Jin-nu realized their mistake. Although he didn't have time to tell them that, they hadn't washed their face, and it was noticed by one of the parties when they were greeted. Pupils, pick up the goods. Yes. The three students took the goods from the elderly man as well. They also handed over their details to one of the arrivals. Oh, shouldn't have said the head of the trade guild. Jin-hoo replied to the chairman, aren't we strangers? The main road is difficult, but we must continue on our way. Let's go through. Jin-moo suspiciously turned on the chairman of the trade guild, suspecting that he was a crook, and the protagonist thought it was all somehow suspicious of the five-giver to look like a guest, but he is seen behaving like the master of the situation, with Jin-hoo following behind him as if he should. Who's that? Isn't that the main trade eater in the Takana region? I don't know the details, but I have heard that they have been trading takana for 3 generations. And Jinmu was very surprised, because when he was still a high Ukrainian, his love of money was so great that he could get up over the ringing of coins. So he investigated all about the leading trade guilds and their middlemen. But he had no information about the guilds if they were new, but they had been around for 3 generations. That's nearly 60 years. Since he hadn't heard of this Jedi, it must be clandestine. And the arrogant apprentices of the first tier trying their best to please the chairman? Something is not right. It seemed to him that there was something between these two. And his intuition had never failed him. The protagonist realized that the chairman of the guild was a sneaky man. He used a secret method of physiognomy based on Hugh Cromugan's 80 years of experience, which he called the bandit's face. He looked at the eyes, the ears on his chin, and he also noticed that the chairman had a goatee. It seemed to him that he would not look for profit in such a place. So the protagonist decided to investigate. Follow me, quickly. What? What about the job? That's all right, we've done enough. Exclamations. But first, the Meitais. Especially the year, it's covered in oil. Didn't I wash my face this morning? To thank you for the invitation, I have prepared a small present for you, said the chairman. He brought a chest full of silver as well as more than 10 swords. I don't know if you will like it. The Mutanga chief elder was very pleased with the gift. Over the last 10 years the financial situation of the Mutang had been deteriorating. They couldn't even properly deal with the students, because they kept having to save their clothes. They were embarrassed in front of the pupils all the time. The chairman is so generous. I don't know how to thank you. Oh, you shouldn't. Said the chairman. It's me who should be thankful that we Mutang do business with my guild. Wasn't it Jin He who arranged everything? Jin He is an apprentice of the first tier. He is the heir to a prominent family in Tarkan. He only turned 30 this year and has already become the pride of Mutang. There are high expectations for him. If it wasn't for Jin He, I might have had the chance to introduce such people to Murim. All credit goes to him, said the chairman, who was very happy that Jin He had done so much. The meeting was facilitated by not coming up with any dissection for the bones, but the guests said it was fine and there was no need. They just wanted to throw in the main temple. They said they would be honored if the elders would let them pray for the family's health. Though he thought he was a bad man at first sight, he understood that it was not at all like the proverb says, clothes don't make the man look good. Chairman was going to leave, but the elder stopped him and invited him to stay for a while. He declined and said he was not yet accustomed to the local atmosphere. The elder was not sorry to part ways with the chairman and suggested he watch the training of Mutang apprentices and light the main temple. But if you leave, I cannot refuse. Thank you. In the meantime, let me leave you. I will show you around a little later. At the end there was a dialogue between the two parties. Everybody was very happy, because they thought that everything will work out and how much they will be able to revive the Mutang clan. Some were even crying tears of happiness. Everyone present in the receiving room began to discuss what the traders needed from them after all. After all, they thought about it and decided that they need military support because their caravans are often attacked by bandits. They were glad because they were able to show their martial arts in action. Jin He made the elders very happy by starting military preparations in advance. Yes. What did you come up with? The instructor had been training with us for a month and we had begun to learn the 9 swords technique. After the merchants accepted, they went outside and started talking. Right-hand chairman Li Chi-sung was surprised at the chairman's actions and the fact that he gave away a whole chest of silver as a gift. He asked why they didn't give this money to another clan who would protect them. He was told that they wouldn't get the same support from him as from the Mutang clan. He was told that other stronger clans wouldn't want to do business with them if they knew what they were doing, smuggling. At the same time Jinmu was watching their conversations and eavesdropping. Yongying Palace dozens of warriors practice their swordsmanship in front of the audience. So, Jin He, everyone has warmed up, so start masturbating the 9 palace sword technique. Jinmu eagerly waited for the 9 palace sword technique to be shown. Jin He told all the warriors who were showing sword skills to get into position to perform the 9 palace sword technique. The pride of Mutang, one of the highest sword techniques, is the 920s technique, the essence of which is that 9 men take one fighting position and simultaneously strike the enemy. At first it appears as if the card is moving in its own direction, but the movement is well precise, clawing and unclawing at the same time, driving the opponent into a corner. Only a leader skilled in the martial arts is able to hone the skills of each student so that all will do as one. Jin Mu started his elder to the non-ideal concentration of those who perform the techniques of the 9 palace swords. He said that even though he didn't have much experience, he could tell that the fighters didn't have enough concentration to perform this technique. The elder thought that he had a great talent because only Meekum had looked into performing this technique. He was able to see the flaws, and even find a solution to the problem. He was so surprised by his insight that he asked if this was the first time he had seen this technique. However, he immediately apologized and said that perhaps because of his inexperience he had said some nonsense. The elder asked the chairman how he liked the spectacle. He replied that he really liked the performance of the students. Stacy also started talking about Jin Mu. He said that he was very talented and that he had high hopes. Even the chief elder had noticed his abilities. He says that even though he has only been practicing for a year, he has already achieved a lot. After this, the chairman got a strange look at Jin Mu, which he noticed. But the main character has already figured out their plan, and he also overheard a dialogue that took place between the chairman and his assistants a little earlier. You see, if we give the money to the 7U, we'll waste it too. But Mutang is weak. Weak? No, he has to keep being the same. Then other merchants won't come here. What? Let Mutang be enough. People say differently about him. He's been considered the chief Taoist clan of the Chonwan for 1,000 years. And even a 3-year-old knows that this is the only place that really followed the canons of Taoism. If word gets out that the Mutang might be our ally, and how will it all come back if we add to that we have helped financially the weakening Mutang? Our reputation in Chonwan will change. We are constantly being watched by the police, but if just one prominent Mutang master will help us, then the attitude of the police towards us will be different. But will the Mutang act at the behest of the police? Especially when word gets out about our plans. Is that all you're worried about? There's an opportunity for the Mutang to become the head disciple. Whoever becomes the next supreme elder. Until now, no one in Mutanga has taken that place. I plan to put Jin He there. Let the family agree to help Mutang, and make every effort to make Jin He the head disciple when he takes over the position, to pay for it for you. After all, he has no idea that we are using him to suck all the juices out of Mutang. Later, when we clean up our act, he will repent to us. Jin Mu was sure that imagine and regret his investment that he won't earn anything from this clan while he's here. The protagonist was angry at the villain and at Jin Hu. He wanted to become the head apprentice to get the double whammy he needed, to use the Dark Dragon technique without a row, to regain his former power. But only the head apprentice can master it. By gaining the power I will be able to control the essence of the Jin Mu, but to get to that point, I need a Mutang. He didn't understand how these cockroaches risked crossing his path. For the sake of his goal he was ready to do anything. He wanted to destroy the conspiracy, completely wipe it out. With a grudge against his teacher, the main character thought that in order to destroy such a guild he had to gather all the information about it. What he didn't notice was his teacher starting to call out to him. He asked why he was thinking so hard. He replied that he hadn't thought about anything important. At that very moment Cheon Wu told the teacher that things were getting better and there would be fewer problems soon. Because of this the teacher thought that when he saw the lowly people in him, Papacita had awakened. And for him it was no surprise, as it had been 20 years since he had left the mountain like the other apprentices. He regretted that the main character was attached to the place because of him and his state of health. The teacher asked John Mu what day tomorrow was. He replied that tomorrow was the 3rd day of the month. In response the teacher smiled at him. 2 days later it dawned. The teacher called Yulin over the hero and he immediately ran and asked what was the matter. He said he wanted to go to Jisoo's palace. What? In this windy weather? He began to worry that his teacher would blow away and all his efforts to cure him were in vain. He calmed down and said it was all right, he wouldn't get winded. He was warmly dressed and called him along. Monthly meeting. A meeting of elders is convened systematically in the Mutanga under the leadership of the chief elder. There is a need for events to take place. I will be traveling to the forthcoming venues and there is talk of training. It's not just the elder, but the students of the first tier who are in charge of the inner life of the palaces. Jin Mu was surprised that they were attending a meeting for the first time. With the teacher he pondered that Myeongjin is not in charge of any palace, still a creative life in a small temple, so all the time he did not come here. On the way they met a former disciple. He apologized for visiting his teacher, but he reacted calmly and strangely. asking how he was doing and if there was anything about the gas. He said that the main character had taught him a lot and started laughing. He also offered to walk them in, to which they agreed. Everyone welcomed the Mon teacher. Everyone was very happy to see him. The chief elder also met and welcomed Myong Da. He started to say that he should take care of his health and not walk so far, but he reassured him by saying that his disciple had taken care of his comfortable journey here. The chief elder offered to go inside and go out. It was very cold outside today. He was surprised that everyone was greeting them so well, and I was expecting a catch, but it was explained to him that his teacher is the most respected elder in Mutanga. The elder and his teacher before his chakra shut down were students of the new Mutanga generation and showed great promise, but when Sapakon's master suddenly attacked, he went all the way out trying to protect his students. We Tankian are a symbol of true fortitude and resilience. Absolutely everyone admires him. After a while, in the hall where the seven stood, they decided what to do, and the high-ranking person asked if anyone else had anything on the agenda. Master Myung raised his hand and said that he was afraid that their agreement was a glorious second idea. The Supreme Elder was surprised. Of course he organized everything, but we don't know exactly what their plans are and where they came from, so the careless use of funds is not the wrong thing to do, I think. He said. He thought it was necessary to direct the pupils not to observe them. He wanted the boys to follow them on the pretext of helping them. At the moment there is an ode that sends the contracted ore, but nothing paha weak, and show talents very much to whom ton. I will not live off the guild that it will benefit them. Yahoo and Shiton decided it wasn't a bad idea, but he couldn't figure out who he wanted to send there. The teacher immediately said he would give his student to go there without a second thought. Everyone quickly agreed with their decision and supported the main character to go to the trading guilds. They were whether he should get ready with his packing. Jinhu was very angry because his plans were about to be ruined. Jinhu had turned many people against the protagonist, saying that he had broken a commandment he had never been punished. And he said that even if the chief elders of the assembly decided not to punish him, the decision of the assembly may not always be, because everyone makes mistakes. And we said to take back what we had said because only the elected Divin, they, the members of famous families who wanted to do great things, enlightenment Mutanga, IU they are competing to take the place of the chief disciple, so they will lie responsible for the next generation. He said he was a hero to the peasant, that he took advantage of his mentor's state of mind to dare to question the excitement of the sinful elders and others, by deceiving a great many disciples into eating meat. According to him he was destroying centuries-old traditions of Mutang. He was sure that only cruel punishment would save his soul from so many sins. He was stopped and told to be quiet. Jinhu was asked if he was jealous of the protagonist. Thanks to the fact that his teacher started eating meat, he got better. Didn't you see teacher Myung Jin? He's the one who asked for meat and you can walk around. And hasn't the ban already been lifted? They started to argue, and it was an argument, but they were stopped in time. They were told that no one has the right to discuss the decision to take the meeting. Both sides of the conflict broke up. They began to discuss the main character liked and his different approach to martial arts, nor did they think he was a very talented guy. I don't like Jinmu for everyone. Cheon-san has been through a lot too. Don't you think it's because of the older students? Although the main character and his mentor went out in the morning, they came back in the evening, walking up the stairs leading to the temple where they lived, and they said they adored their teacher. He admired the fact that he did not even say what he had decided to go out, even though he was still sick. The teacher asked him, "Are you glad you can come down from the mountain? Just don't carry it away, have a good rest and come back. What if I am offered meat or alcohol, I am allowed to taste them?" His master replied that when he was still young he had also come down the mountain and taken wine, so there was nothing wrong with it. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Cheon-woo and Chongsu greeted them. They asked if he already prepared to go on a trip and offered to accompany him because they should help their teacher. He was surprised and asked what the students were up to. He was told that he and Jinyo had become his students. He even wished them to have a good trip and gave them some money. He refused to let them go on the travel system. He wanted someone better in a companion, but they begged him to the last to take them along. Jin-san stands somewhere in Napa not far away, and looking at the home he held, the protagonist started to remember his childhood, which his grandfather Yu Ju-mun sent him to Mutang. The future of the family and the Takana is in your hands. You have to make sure that we, the family, like the Jong clan, are recognized as warriors. His grandfather told him, the Yu family used to have control over the bandits who got the dirty deeds of the Takana hairpins. So the grandfather took the path of a warrior. Until now he had constantly worked hard to become a renowned apprentice Mutanga. That was why he was convinced that the chief apprentice should be his. After the supreme Mutanga elder, he lasted all these 20 years just to take it in. He thought that all these efforts of his, the Jinmu decided to destroy him. And he couldn't let that sound get in his way, but even if, after all, anything could happen in the house. Amidst the 10 commandments of Mutanga, there is one that you must never break to kill a comrade. But he's not the only one who breaks the rules. Before leaving Mutang, the elders of all the palaces must be notified of their departure. But the palaces are not just far apart, they are located dozens of kilometers away, and I have to visit. At Manhwa Palace, he was given what appeared to be new, hemmed-in clothes. At Yongjung, he listened for half an hour to what a novice could and could not do when he went beyond the mountain. At Wujin, he listened to the relationship with people, and at Oko Palace, he was given a sword symbolizing primordial chaos. At Gyeongdong he was given medicine for first aid, masses, and me for a wound, bandages and more to notify the Supreme Elder that he was leaving. This is the procedure every Mutanga apprentice must follow before leaving. And the protagonist thinks it's best to simplify the whole ordeal, because he hasn't even left yet, but he's already very tired. The Supreme Elder asks if he and his disciples are going. Jinmu answered in the affirmative. He praised him and said they were clever, so they would be useful. He also warned them that it was their first trip, so he asked them to check before they left. Also be careful with the prices of the goods and don't go to deserted places. All these formalities to leave the mutant, bore the hell out of the guy. This is the real way of Taoism. Then it was a joy to cross the Hemanjin pond. Even the air felt fresh to me. He trusted his disciples to hold his weapons and belongings. I figured it would take me 50 kilometers to get from the mutant to the main trade guild. Running or riding it would take a quarter of a mile. So they hurried to the main trading guild. So they enthusiastically embarked on their first journey. I wish I could say that. But before they'd gone a couple of marbles, they were in trouble. They met bandits who told them to give up all their money. Despite all the changes in the world, there will always be Bastaloks who will take away the novice's money. Cheon-sam wondered how they dared to come their way right at the entrance of the mountain, and he said he wouldn't let them get away with it, and that they would pay for their deed. The protagonist still couldn't get used to the nasty bandits. During his absence from this real world, they haven't changed one bit. So instead of dealing with them, he put one of their students to deal with the bandits. He warned them that if they surrendered their weapons none of them would get hurt. But the bandits were overconfident and started attacking. He skillfully dodged the blows. Most of the attackers were already exhausted, but there were 2 whose movements were quite good. He assumed they were in charge, sending their subordinates ahead and waiting for an opportunity. Chung-san has become much stronger by learning from the main character. He can now channel energy into his sword, and is able to move up a few notches. But he was attacked and his sword was knocked out of his hands and wounded in his left shoulder. Unlike in training, there are no definite tactics in reality. It all depends on one's confidence and will to survive. Those who, like Kyongsun, only seemed at Marime without proper training, succumbing to such a fight would be confused. And without concentration one begins to make a series of stupid mistakes. And because of that, it follows that even a weak opponent will defeat you. Cheon-sang was almost killed by the sword, but the main character got there in time and stopped the sword with his bare hands. Jinmu asked the court of the strongest thugs if they were hired. One of the attackers decided to flee. But the lad caught him in the first second and started questioning him. He asked what they would do and who hired them. The perp didn't want to answer questions, but he broke his arm for it. Afterwards he broke his leg as well. All the bandits thought he was crazy because he was the only novice they had met who had done such a thing. They all thought that if they got hold of him he would either maim or kill them, so they all gave up and told him everything. If the attackers are to be believed, they are from a bandit organization called Palyang who would be a Takane. They mostly hustle for money on the street, but their boss and pal Ryan ordered them to ambush Mutanga Mountain today and then go and see off the 3 novices. Those 2 are called the 2 sons of Sabona. To support this information, they thought it would be easy to capture the 3 children. But the protagonist didn't understand why, since the Mutang have been very weak since the invasion of Sapa. even though they used to be incredibly strong. He asks how strong and famous these two devils are. He is told that in the backstreets of Takana they are regarded as masters of their craft. They had heard that the two had killed some famous warrior, so they were hiding there. Jinmu took all the bandits' money and said their leader must not know about it. He really wanted to meet him. The bandits from the cloth said that they would get out of this road for living honestly. That they would never do anything bad again. The apprentices of the protagonist were surprised that even though the bandits attacked her, they now ran away with fear. The boy told his disciples to carry the two Sibong devils as they could get down from that mountain as quickly as possible. Takana Territory, Panshin Village. Panshin Administration. Jinmu told his students to rest and went to talk to his boss. They were very happy to finally be able to rest, for while they were walking he kept making sure they were faster. Qianwu didn't understand if the teacher did the right thing. Thought that even if they lost the robbers, but two of them beaten so cruelly. On the contrary, the other one was illuminated by the teacher and those outlaws placing nooks and crannies, everyone hated them. But now will they do evil? He asked. Did you not see their faces when they fled? There was fear and terror on their faces and they were completely overwhelmed. They ran away to the opposite side of Takana and are unlikely to return. Cheon-san, she said that because of the gang of bandits he lost his family. They killed not only his family but also the tops indecent citizens. If it wasn't for Teacher Manhwa who happened to be around, he wouldn't be here either. Teacher defeated the bandits and escorted them to prison. And then there was the bribe they gave the warden, and voila, freedom. And the cheeky bandit life again. He said he would never forgive those bastards, and when they destroy them themselves to him. That's why he was so interested in the sword-wielding technique. He must suppress that desire. But his teacher Jinmu is not like that. Thanks to him it has become clear what the true enlightenment is. He says that even more outlawry is being used to the horror of the epaulets. For them it sounded like, if you do something wrong, I will definitely find you and punish you. No doubt that is the thought that stuck in their heads. There are such people who walk in the path of suffering, in this world. And today he has made an important decision. Now he will obey and follow his teacher, who has chosen this path of suffering and torment without question. The protagonist dealt with the reward for the bandits they had caught and asked for at least one more coin as they were wounded and their clothes fell off. But he was told that their faces were from the clans. It was impossible to even believe who they were. He was given the coins and asked for the head of the faction by name and Pal Ryan. He was told that this faction was Paliane. And their lithium keeps slipping away because of justice. Jinmu asked what the reward would be for his capture. He was very happy to see the monetary reward for his capture was as much as 20 coins. His day he was going to catch him, and they told him that they had also tried to catch him, and more than once, but that he was such a good martial artist and such a good quality that all their attempts had failed. The protagonist wanted to find the scoundrel's secret lair. Playing house, a night market, a block of pubs. Constantly checking locations, they couldn't catch him. He was surprised where was their professionalism. Anyway, he had something to talk to him about and he also wanted an income. That was why he wanted to see the palm of his hand. When he went out he heard from his students that they would follow him all his life and that they respected him a lot. He was surprised at what had happened to them. He thought they had been traveling with a heavy load, and it must have been hard for them. They were exhausted, hungry, and that was why they had gone mad. He calmed them down and called them to dinner. And he made them very happy that in honor of the first day of their journey they would taste the tastiest meat. Think of the sun and the moon. The landlord has built this inn on a place surrounded by mountains. That's why it's like the moon floating on the sea, immersed in greenery. It's inspiring, isn't it? Not really. They didn't deny themselves anything. They ordered meat by mail and even took a bottle of wine. All the people sitting around the table started to discuss the fact that the Mutang clan had finally fallen. They were surprised that they had come all the way here and not stopped by the bandits, so they wanted to find and finger Ryanai to find out what happened. The first lord of the Zhu Takana, Zhu Kalhyung. He noticed that the Mutang monks had been gone for a long time. He was explained to him by Zhu's bodyguard Gunapok Kaehu that after the disaster, they were driven away by the Jiu clan and began to lead a creative life. The First Lord was characterized by whether Mutang eat meat and whether alcohol was banned. We still met the sword hand, the unprotected lower body. 2 vulnerabilities. And there's no way to fix it. How inexperienced you are. You threw yourself at the guy. Hit the ball with the palm of his hand. Kick the ball. That's the end of it. Cheon-sang was able to dodge and counter-attack his target with his chin. What a beautiful sound. It's good. When you ruin something but break to the ground, this guy piles on the fly. Shame on you for losing to a child, shouted the lad. After these words, the man gained strength. The family's own Zhu, best rated, a technique that resembled a wriggling tongue, not just enveloping the sword blade, but going beyond it. Into the release of energy. They had almost won. He had to beat him to death at the first opportunity. The boy filled his sword with energy. And he didn't give up. Master! It's a stirring of energy. That should help. The opponent only laughed. Sword energy. I don't think that's a good solution with this layout. 1. The difference in techniques is like between heaven and earth. Difference in power density. But the main difference is the length. The guy attacked, but at the same moment, Cheon-san dodged. And in an instant, Cheon-san leaped towards his opponent, but the latter in turn was able to repel his attacks and throw Cheon-san away. Jinmu was pleased with him. He tries to shorten the distance with Pan Ka-hu, making every effort to find a gap in his defense. You can't call his actions an attack as he is nowhere near his skill level. Her gaze is full of determination. Jinmu decides to join the fight. Hey, Whiskers! You pull out the sword and you think victory is in your pocket. I know you're a master of your craft, so play with me now. Pan Ka-hu was perplexed. How dare you interfere with a fight? He replied. Teacher, cried out Cheon-san, I can still fight. Everyone in the room realized that Jinmu, of the first generation warrior, mentored by the oldest Mutanga himself. Jinmu was ready to show how to tear the bastard to shreds. The master would personally show him the fighting techniques. On the fight between Jinmu and Jinho, I only heard from Cheon-woo, since I wasn't there myself. From the ruck with the Sabin devils from the glade, was only a dimension that can in no way be considered. What do the teacher use against the energy arousal technique? The lad only laughed, torn to shreds, you're too cocky for a novice. Although, because you became a tier 1 pupil at such a young age, you can afford to. The boy got angry. His profanity reeked of cold. Oh, this is going to be fun, said the Jinmu. Too dangerous, it's no longer a training exercise, determining whose skills are better wallpapered to death. If this continues, there could be a conflict with the mutant. Even though the mutant is weakened, their clan is part of the Changwon faction. And others, this will lead to a war between the mutant and the 7U. Take that with a shout, and the boy lunges with his sword at the Jinmu. This is so releasing energy and not even close to the previous one. Jinmu, all fine, all done chickens. Just being strong isn't enough. It's important to be able to use your power wisely. Blow a hole in the ceiling. The chaps only got even angrier from blocking in the attack. Jinmu blocked his attacks a few more times. And he was able to do it with the rib of the ball. No such thing, and he didn't ruffle it, he just used the energy equality in the swords and stirred up the energies. Here's another way to use the energies in the sword. The Jinmu threw a few punches at the guy. And knocked him down. He greedily beat the guy. The Lord didn't come up. And tried to stop him. What are you doing? Asked Jinmu. Aren't you a martial arts scholar? If you ask about the family, you will be told that they are scholars known for their wisdom. But this is all wrong, due to the large number of enemies in Murim. The Zhu family is primarily a military clan, so its arts are far from weak in the side of the Zhu family. Really pissed off, not even mixing later. I make just for you about your arrogant behavior. Begin, said Jinmu with a smile on his face. An even more humiliating situation, and come up with a difficult one. I just have to grab you by the wrist. Jinmu began to fend off his opponent's attacks. Even when he was able to catch him by the wrist, he wrested it. The Fearful God's attack is a legacy of the Zhu family. It's based on localizing power inside the 5 fingers of the hand. But for some reason it doesn't work. This technique is useless for this fight. The divine attack of 1,000 worlds draws him about the one he has concentrated in his right hand. Receiving, said the blast. He didn't make it off the ground either. What a shame. You were laying full on, like you were going to steer my blood, but in spite of that, I withstood your attack. The name of the guy squealed. Jin Mu. That's the name of the future head of the Union of United Political Forces. Well, we'll meet again. At last, said the guy. They made so much havoc and destroyed the inn that Jin Mu demanded compensation for the damage. The Lord gave him a sack of silver, but no. And the guy who lost before that was left as unnecessary trash. The schedule for some time the lad coughed up blood. During the fight, Jin Mu caused him an internal injury. Thank God I wasn't covered in blood in front of him. I thought it was just a wild wolf cub in front of me, but he turned out to be a real baby tiger. One that had already set its sharp claws in motion. A man like him could only come down from Mutang Mountain for one purpose. To seize the rights of trade in Tarkan. If they were to fall into the hands of a Mutang again, there is no doubt that the Jew family will suffer greatly. Gil Pyong. Keep an eye on that Jin Mu. I want to know where he's staying, who he's meeting, absolutely everything. Mutang, haven't you already found the power to get what you want? I won't let this one come true. The test is over. Going back to the manor. All the people look strangely at the Jin Mu because of his clothes. It was relatively new, but because of the constant fighting, there's hardly anything left of it. And there isn't even a spare. Because of his fateful encounter with the Mutang, he had to go to all that shame. If he hadn't shaken out the family Jew money, things would have been a lot worse by now. He would have to spend it on clothes. Master. Your visit to our shop is a big part of it. Welcome. When it comes to silk, our shop is considered the best in Tarkan. The tailoring and customer care is top-notch. You won't find the likes of us in all of Chonwon. Jin Mu ordered 3 pairs of clothes, each one a pair. Money gives you power and makes others more loyal. If you destroy it, it's to the ground. If you spend it, it's full. This is something that a person in a high position should always understand. And one creates a good impression, then one can easily get what one wants. By the way, salesman, do you not know the man by name and finger? Yes, I do. He's done a lot of things, so I wanted to meet her. From this street, this man collects money for patronage, so maybe you know something about haggling. Ambush a mutant just before he climbs the mountain. Bad guys. A lot of people are looking for this guy, and he's a real scumbag, by the way. Said the salesman. He came here several times yesterday, but no one has any idea where he's hiding. Well, when the clothes are ready, send them to the main trading guild. The residents of the Zhu of Takana family. The head of the family started asking questions about Jin Mu. Guy and young, but he could be called a true baby tiger. The head got angry. Are you trying to tell me that the first-level Mutana apprentice has won? The boy began to make excuses. He was trying to find out why the mutant apprentice showed up here after 10 years. If the head of the family found out he lost, he'd be in big trouble. I followed him and found out that they were heading to the main trade guild. It seems Mutang and the main trade guild made a deal. The head only laughed, ha ha. Apparently the mutant has completely lost his mind because of his poor position. Seriously, making a deal with that guild? With these scum smuggling and who not even to name? Mutang seems to have fallen definitively there. Mutang has been seen warriors of the Yu family. Well, it seems they were watching these novices. And the apprentice who was sent to the main trade guild is called Jin Mu. Now it all makes sense. With a dung-sucking, blood-sucking fly, you can eventually kill a cow. The mutant has no idea that he will be destroyed by such a small wound. The head of the family has given the boy 20 warriors from Cheonghua University to follow the actions of these novices. Cheonghua University. The strongest warriors, directly subordinate to the Jew. No one had ever used these airs before the lad. Perhaps to prevent the Mutang from sneaking into the Takana, the head has made this drastic move. The lad hopes that if he can do his father's bidding, then he can become the chief heir. This place has not yet been taken by anyone else. His brothers are also the main claimants, and he is chosen according to one criteria only. It's whoever makes the family prosperous. It all comes down to Jin Mu. The guild's main gate, the guys have been practicing. Hey Cheon Wu, you can't go wrong. Or do you want to go without dinner? No, replied Cheon-san, is that all you can do? I'll try my best, teacher. They arrived at the main trade guild, but Gyok-chok-san was away on business, so Jin Mu has nothing to do at all. He's left to spend his time training the kids. And they've allocated entire mansions. There's a backyard with a garden and a gazebo, which is a bit much for others. He was a bit surprised. The guild earns more than he thought. The bigger the fish the better. Glad to see it, Jin-moo. Glad to see again. And the year has not come. This guy's plans have long been known to Jin-moo. He wants to put Jin-hee in the position of supreme elder and thereby subjugate the Mutang. But a man who voices his thoughts shows weakness. He will first gain his favor, and once he finds out about the guild, he will slowly siphon off everything and everyone until they go bankrupt. He finds out that Jin-moo is constantly being molested and decides to introduce bodyguards to him to give him peace of mind. You can ask for whatever you want, and while you're here, on behalf of the head merchant guild, you can pay for your purchases in the glass. Jin-moo was overjoyed. The chief decided to show them the takana. It was supposed to be accompanied by a sumptuous dinner. And the boys agreed. Wait for me for a while. I'll give a few reasons and come right back. All right, Chairman. Thanked Jin-moo. It looked as if they had known each other like best friends for 10 years. Such kindness always hides something of a self-serving price. The chairman ordered his subject to inform the Wu family that the novices had arrived at the guild. But isn't it too risky? Asked the subject. You can see by their clothes that this is the aftermath of the clash of the whole family, but their plan has not been successful. If they fail again, we might just give it to them. It's still not too late to back out, and they can't back out of it. The representative was surprised when he received an offer from the Wu family to eliminate Jin-moo. But if Jin-moo takes the place of the chief apprentice of Jin-hee's place, he seems to be at a disadvantage. If they are going to use the name in the future, it will be up to them to put Jin-hee in Jin-moo's place as the main apprentice. After all, it's much easier to control someone who is already tainted and has a compromat on him. Plus, this incident will be blackmailed by him because he will be a murderer to collect on the plan. Jin-hee will end up in the hands of the chairman and become a puppet. The whole situation is very profitable for him, so there is no way he can get out of the game. Now he has to cooperate with the Wu family. This family is well aware that their situation is worse than that of the merchant guild, so they will quickly sort it out. The representatives asked how the smuggling was going with his subject's moustache. It will be delivered within 5 days, he replied. Smuggling gunpowder is forbidden by the administration. But it is a very lucrative business. There is too much money and, living honestly, one could not even dream of so much. Now gunpowder is more important to the chairman than any problems with the youngsters. Keeping an eye on them. Not the administration, they even Murim will not stop the chairman. Family Y, message from the main trade guild. Pancake booked seats in the Muwol on the waterfront. The guy has trained mercenaries capable of keeping their mouths shut. What can you say about these mercenaries? Asked the head of the family to Moon Hyam. This time he has prepared more experienced and well-known people. If these mercenaries screw up, then Sam Gong-Sachok will take over the case. He is the leader of a bandit group in Sakhok, known throughout Takana. He is the master swordsman of all bandit hangmen, skilled in snow wind techniques, has a huge following and is rumored to be connected to a huge band of Black Death from the boot. He got wind that we were looking for Pal Ryong too, so he contacted us himself. And Pal Ryong is his cousin, so he didn't stay away. Once Jin-moo is killed, the head of the family will take out Gong-Sachok and his gang, because all the crimes can be pinned on them. Everything will be built up as if Scum and Sapa without a drop of greed destroyed Mutang's apprentice. Takana, the waterfront. Nah, don't touch me. Cheon-woo, the Scum, is having fun. They're going to have dinner with representatives not on this street. Hands off. Jesus. My toughness. How could I have come with you past the red light district? I'm just used to taking shortcuts here and there. There's only one place in Tarkan that serves superior rice wine, but it's pretty far away. All the decent establishments they've already passed. Pretending to be kind, he lured us to some hidden corner. He went past the red light district for a reason, he wanted our sobriety. Jin-moo decided to play along. He's madly curious about what he's up to. Takana, Wickwhack Promenade. Muwol. Welcome, are you from the guild's head trade? Come inside. The guys are completely clueless. It's no use to them. I know nothing in this world. From here to the room you'll be beaten by this guy. My name is Go Volume, follow me. Dried calluses on our hands we all hang. They don't belong to the meet and greet guys, which means the guys know how to fight. The guy walked the guys through. The Jinmu poured a subtle alcoholic beverage that was different from the one the chairman had poured. But the lad noticed the difference anyway. Looks like the chairman will have to go away for a while. It's all right, Jinmu replied. A pathetic excuse for a quick getaway. It was already so unplayed, yes. A confined space. There was only one door leading out. Into alcohol, something obsessed. Still strong muscles that clothes can't hide. And those two musicians' calluses on the inside of their hands are characteristic of an artificial warrior, and the blue-tinged tips of their fingers are usually found on those who use cheap poison. They are assassins for hire. Master, drink this cup. Are you suggesting you drink the mutant's chalice? If you're that stupid, drink it yourself. They must have realized he'd spotted their plan. The girl quickly tried to extend the bowl at the guy, but he dodged it. Cheon-san already was approached from behind by the girl. He successfully fought back. The two girls attacked Jinmu. The notebook operated their attacks. Started that the sword was blind, so all levels in front of him. Jin Enyu was angry because of how beautifully he talks to look like a professional swordsman, and he told him that if anyone heard that, they would consider him the strongest master of Mutanga. The protagonist provocatively pointed at the sword and asked if he was only using it for looks and wouldn't use it. An argument ensued between them, one saying he couldn't use a real sword in training sparring because it violated a commandment. Jin Enyu was disappointed that he was so righteous and adhering to the commandments, and deciding that enough was enough, told Jung-woo about the techniques he could use in combat, and motivated him by not giving him meat if he lost, and in that moment his motivation skyrocketed, because not eating meat to him was tantamount to death. The fight began and Jong-san stood with only a stick and the fat man attacked him with his fists. He masterfully dodged the blows, confidently surrounding his opponent, not letting him hit himself, and stopping, taking a weak stick kick and shoving his opponent off with his shoulders. Jin Enyu conceded defeat to Jong-woo and began beating him, saying that if the sword had been real, he would have died long ago and that he couldn't even look at meat for 2 days now. The guy walked the guys through. The Jinmu poured a subtle alcoholic beverage that was different from the one the chairman had poured. But the lad noticed the difference anyway. Looks like the chairman will have to go away for a while. It's all right, Jinmu replied. A pathetic excuse for a quick getaway. It was already so unplayed, yes. A confined space. There was only one door leading out. Into alcohol, something obsessed. Still strong muscles that clothes can't hide. And those two musicians' calluses on the inside of their hands are characteristic of an artificial warrior, and the blue-tinged tips of their fingers are usually found on those who use cheap poison. They are assassins for hire. Master, drink this cup. Are you suggesting you drink the mutant's chalice? If you're that stupid, drink it yourself. They must have realized he'd spotted their plan. The girl quickly tried to extend the bowl at the guy, but he dodged it. Cheon-san already was approached from behind by the girl. He successfully fought back. The two girls attacked Jinmu. The notebook operated their attacks. I didn't switch the sheet to the two musicians. They used needles to throw their boyfriends. But they used the table to defend themselves. But you Cheon-yu hit some needles, but nothing lethal. They decided to kill the musicians. But before they could be killed, their conductor burst into the room. Oh, really, there's a kid staying outside, isn't his name Guavol? I warn you, your death will be painful. You are an unattended personal creature. It's easy to see what abilities this guy has. His level is simple. If I fight him, it will be too humiliating. I can't do that. Listen, the boys are about to gain experience. He decided to let Cheon-woo fight. The situation looks terrible, but disappointing the teacher is much scarier. You'll win, Jinmu assured him. The boy pulled himself together and launched an offensive. If Master says I can win, I can do it. One did not concede to the other in the duel, each missing a punch. Despite his physique, he was very fast. And a thick layer of fat protects him reliably from blows. With every punch he throws, it just seems to crack. Under Jinmu's guidance, the guy's fist-fighting technique has improved tremendously, especially in terms of sharpness of attack and destructive power. If he becomes more confident, no one will disrespect him with such abilities. One of the musicians tried to reach for the needle, but Cheon-san struck back with his sword. throwing him back a few meters. But suddenly another old man came. Of the 3 stages of energy arousal. The first hyungi is a state of aroused energy. Katai, a certain object is used to connect. Most masters release the condemned energy technique is in this stage next tangi. The energy is released conveniently by the bullet into that place where the set is located. Those who have reached there are outstanding masters, most of them cracks, well close to that status. I may have reached the second stage now, but in my past life I had a higher level. That's why I know. Despite the fact that he is only standing there, the exclamation point in his veins is so strong that a person who has reached the highest level can do such a thing. The old man doesn't even realize what's going on because of whom and with whom he's fighting. Evil energy? Jew family? What kind of nonsense is that old man talking? Look, I got a proposition for you. I need that boy alive, so if you give me the kid, that Rurius that didn't see you. Doesn't that make it a better deal? Suggested the old man. The old man tricked their backs with his technique, but Jin mused to repel her with an air matter technique. Isn't that how the air matter technique is used in Mutant? If you tried to counter my energy, you wouldn't survive. So I used a unique orphan of this technique. The wind in the air matter only lets the energy pass through, filtering it, but concentrated the currents of air, created a barrier of them, which caused my energy to change course. This young man will improve those herbivorous old men. Unless you have an impeccable grasp of the martial arts and experience, you will not succeed. Where did it come from already? This Shira must have been famous. Ilwon Magyu, Sapek Hong, the United Political Forces Union don't recall him anywhere. Jinmu can't figure out what kind of person he is, even though he's already dug through all his memories. Who are you, he asks. The old man can hide and transform energy as he likes. I knew it, that old man has a Kangi level. When he activates his abilities, everyone dies. Let me go Kangi level, can't you think I can handle him? By some time. Jinmu attacked. After all, he's responsible for the lives of his students. Perhaps this will be the last battle. The old man is too strong. To him, just a pathetic bug, some worthless ant. But even among them there are guys capable of hurting a man. An ant with a lot of venom. PTC blinded the old man with its released energy, and after that it conducted a stealthy strike. So he planned a double attack. He was aiming for the target. Before such a thing he marked the village as thin as strips of energy. The old man's habit of always being the same after reflecting the attacks of a young adversary, begins to read the nation. That moment itself becomes the most ideal moment for an attack. Angry old man. You block his attacks and I kill you? When the old man slammed his energy into the guy's arm, he whirled the elephant man around, reducing the force of the blow. He made it clear he was following me, so there might be a problem if there are any clues left that you can find and capture me. You can't. The best thing to do now is to cover your tracks and more. Jinmu was badly hurt. He felt as if his arm bones were shattered and his chi energy was severely depleted because of the internal injuries. The company, because he didn't think he would go to such lengths to kill him. Even though this old man had already taken off, he couldn't imagine what else the head of the trade guild might have had in store for him. They wanted to kill the bandit who had come to them again. He would have liked to escape, but there was no way he could because they did not have an escape route. Especially since he wasn't the best in shape at the time, so he could hardly do anything to them. Well, compared to this guy's power, the mob is nothing. He may not be much, but he's above Hyungi level. And if you come to this stage of releasing energy, then everyone around you will know that you come from a good family. Hyungi is considered the highest level amongst the first-tier disciples. The protagonist started to provoke the strongest of the crowd, so that they would hurry away and not disturb him. Of course he was getting high. He needed to provoke him in any way he could and to punch a hole in his defense. He started chasing him away, saying he didn't care about him or his organization. He said forgive him if he left right now or he didn't like something. Dai started distracting them by talking and saying they weren't even good enough for him. But when his opponent wasn't expecting him, he attacked and wanted to chop his head off, but only grazed his neck and scratched him a little. His opponent merged and struck him in the neck as well, but he managed to cover himself with the hilt of his sword and flew away a little. The main character would not have been injured, but it is difficult for him. Even after the first blow, he was shaking. The bandit began to attack again as he wanted to teach the insolent monk a lesson. Although he didn't expect that it would be so easy to fight him, he didn't expect that his attacks would be so strong. He was also very fast. With one last blow the bandit knocked the protagonist back and pinned him against a tree. The guy started to think again what he should do if this went on. He wouldn't last long. The guy with the evil energy even crossed the Zhu family. What was it about the young novice that made him only enemies? He began to look around and wonder how he was going to escape, and then he saw people from another clan. He was now nervous and did not understand where they had come from. Mutang and the Zhu family had been in constant conflict and had taken it upon themselves to profit from the region, so it was unlikely they would help each other. The bandit suggested that they had decided to make a political alliance as representatives of the Chonpa. The Juju family must have come back to take revenge because of a past event, but the main character quickly started to walk out of there and asked the Zhu clan to sort it out. Gong Sachok get it, which even the Zhu family heard. This bandit has a level of hyungi and free time, and after that various fighting techniques. He is also related to the lame grouping of the Black Death Pooh. And the fact that the novices are now with him, it turns out that they are up to something illegal and involves the Black Death. Takoda, downtown, hotel. Upon arriving in town, the apprentice asked the main character why they went to the town center. He just thought it would be better for him. He replied to him that they would try to find them, but that it was unlikely that they would be visited by the thought that they had escaped to the center of Tarkana. They would hang around in huge places or on the road leading to the Mutang. He also asked if they had taken Yosandan. The disciples answered in the affirmative and took it out. Yosandan is a pill that restores the body. It was one of the medicines they were given when they left the mutants. There were only 10 of them and they were all consumed by Jin Mu. It didn't matter to him whether it was 10 or 100 grand. He must recover as quickly as possible and defeat Gong Sachok. The protagonist knew exactly what those who find Sasago were thinking. They would only look for them for a day and then run away if they didn't find them. And during this time he needs to recover. Of course, a day is not enough for a full recovery, but there is always a way out. The method of crazy energy circulation. His essence is that all of his insides explode, and then begins a process of strengthening the body. He does not care which energy, negative or positive, he will receive after using all of his remaining Zai. This method is called a very serious complication. He was very serious about making sure that those who dared to encroach on his life would never see this world again. The residents of the G Takana family. They had to be killed, and you managed to help this novice. How come the sign? Exclamations answer. So that's what you needed the allocated Zhonghua Wars for? Not a boy at all. Nothing has become. Such a short-sighted child is not my son. Get out of my sight. Father. Give me another chance. I'll find those bastards. I'll find them and wait until Gong Sachok can deal with them now and then. Are you really hoping Gong Sachok will kill them? So you're saying you want to help a bandit destroy a mutant apprentice? He said, raise your son in peace and let him take one step beyond them or they will break his legs. The elder lord of the Zhu family and Zhu Kalgak tumblers. Oh, I see father counted you out again. Maybe it's because you're stupid? Greetings, big brother. Keep the soulless greetings to yourself, brother. Didn't plan to pull a fish out of a pond with no effort. Well, despicable people always try to take the easy way out. Will you leave your family and become a daoist? Don't worry, I'll gladly accept it when I find out you're a Mutanga apprentice. X when they want to kill each other. Let's see how long you can keep building yourself up as an important persona. Someday I'll sweep you away and become the first heir. Night Bazaar, Takana. Wigwin Nook Gong Sachok Manor. The bandits were very angry because no one could find the 3 battered boys no matter how hard they tried. Everyone followed this order. Pickpockets, bandits and others. They were used to finding everyone, but got nowhere. The chief pontiff was very angry because the main character very cleverly deceived him, and he wanted to find these children as soon as possible because if they inform the elder that someone tried to kill them, the monks and with Mutanga crowd will come here. They will not be indifferent to this situation. Therefore, there will be questions, but pursue those who have attempted to tin the novice to punish for the crime. If you become a target, there is nothing you can do about it. Even if the main gangsters are connected to the Black Death, you don't think they can help you in such a situation. They'd rather not have a mutant than confront him. Unless he finds and kills these novices. Go to the Wu family at once. Tell them the novices have been written off and ask them to help find them. Services asked if the Wu family would help them. The main thing the bandits replied was that they had no choice. If we were to get hurt, then they would be at risk too. At this point our trinity burst in. In a pathos they scattered the warriors who were standing by the door and walked towards the main one. Everyone was surprised that they weren't hiding but coming towards them. The main character wanted to have fun with the ringleader of the bandits. The bandits all had very scary expressions on their faces. They weren't waiting for Trinity to come back to get revenge. All at once in the square the ringleader gave them one command to kill them. Jinmu never fully recovered. Only his upper body Kai has recovered. But now he's using the crazy energy circulation method, so there's more power than usual. This one I'll go with you souls. Everything killed all the warriors who attacked him, even the head himself fell on his butt and did not understand what was going on, how he got such power. He thought that the protagonist was much more powerful than him. Seeing this he wanted to run away to join his powers with his family afterwards. Why? But he started coughing up blood. He could not believe that such a monster had been ordered to kill him. If he was a stage master there, he could not be defeated even by a direct attack and could not escape. But he came up with the idea of using the King Eagle against him. It's a killing weapon in the form of a tube, which is filled inside, with books on top. If the wick is twitched, the same goes flying by the hundreds and if he approached, it would be impossible to dodge this attack at this distance. You just have to get his attention. Immediately the bandit began pleading that he had made a mistake and money had clouded his mind and his sin could only be bought by death. Jinmu started to approach the bandit and when he got close enough he shot him with a roll of needles. But the protagonist anticipated this and stepped to his side in time, after which he knocked the bamboo barrel out of the bandit's hand, and took him by the head. And afterwards he beat him so much with his fists. After a while they rinsed the bandit with water and started questioning him. The guy asked the man who made the deal, Chok-san. The robber threw that no, as he could not speak after such a beating. That's when the family is. Family I don't know about, but by the looks of it, they're pretty good warriors. So why are you so eager to kill me if we're not really acquainted with each other? Said the protagonist. He'd really like to dump now, but he can't. The effect of the crazy energy circulation is wearing off. First the guy wants to smash the main trade guild. One of the students was very worried about the teacher as his body hasn't fully recovered, yet and the guild has many warriors. If they attack now then. He interrupted the student and asked who said that we would attack the guild like this. It will be our Gongsa-chok. And looked at him saying he needed to have a face-to-face chat with him. The late hour in such a guild had become a ruckus. It was very loud outside. The room leader came to warn that they were being attacked by Sachok's warriors. All the bandits who had started to infiltrate only shouted that they would punish the villains of the main trade guild. The bandits quickly took out all the warriors of the main trade guild and tied everyone up. The main character began to wonder where the bastard called Chok-san was. He also asked why there were so few warriors. Has the guild shrunk so much in a day? In response, the leader began to taunt Jinmu and got kicked in the leg. The head of the bandits started beating him up. Although he couldn't speak properly yet, he shouted how dare he defy his master. Gongsa-chok is really serious. He is going to prove his loyalty to the monk by killing the head of the trade guild. While he was being beaten, he didn't realize what had happened to this scoundrel who was going to kill the novice. Now he has changed so much in just one day. At dawn, the main character told the head of the bandits that if he helped him, he would not send a message to the Mutang and he could go on living the bandit life in peace from behind the curtains. He gave him hope because he already thought that he would be the one to be haunted by Mutang forever, but he still doesn't understand how he has to pay for such kindness. Jinmu stopped the bandit head and once again asked the head of the trading guild where Chok-san is. To reinforce he said he could easily kill him as he could also ask someone else and he didn't care who it would be. He called and said that he is now smuggling as this is a dangerous business. He forgot with all his warriors, so the guild has few guards left. He immediately imagined what would happen if he rushed and raided the place where the deal was made. Then the money and the contraband would be all he could get his hands on. The main character immediately asked why he had gone there in person and not sent one of his subordinates and what the deal would be. The chief confessed that everyone was surprised by what they had just heard. People during the New Year's Eve or the Spring Festival. When it gets dark and uses it for fireworks, but for the royal palace, it's the main charge. That is military material, even in small quantities if the administration doesn't know it. And besides, if you're a traitor to Murim, you're strictly forbidden to touch gunpowder. The decree of the administration is about the relationship between the Murim and the administration. Murim does not participate in the affairs of the administration and the administration does not get involved with Murim. This decree was issued to the Murim by the first king of the present dynasty, and it has already become a tradition for subsequent generations. Murim must follow certain rules so as not to break tradition. It is forbidden to harm the common folk. It is forbidden to join a conspiracy, and it is strictly forbidden to touch gunpowder as it is in the jurisdiction of the administration. If these rules are broken, Murim could be destroyed by millions of soldiers. The main characters by the ceiling. Where is it located? It is located on a reed field near the North Reservoir. Also, he will divide up Cheon-san to run to the administration and the tokens and report gunpowder smuggling faster. And he will go to the reservoir. The apprentice tried to stop his teacher because he was badly wounded after all the battles, but he told him to trust him. He will go forward and try to delay these hunts. Cheon-san hurriedly transferred the soldiers from the administration. The protagonist wanted to be there before the administration because he wanted to get a small sum of money from just the bandit deal. Northern Reservoir of Token. Cane Field. The chairman stopped a group of bandits who were smuggling gunpowder. They did not stand on the bank of the river and waited for the buyers. Bad is the chairman's life's work. He collected as much as 5 cases of gunpowder. It took him 3 months to get that much. He had to give up all other purchases. Besides, in such conditions it is 4 times more expensive than usual. I don't care because his whole business pays off. Even if he overpaid for it at 11 times the price, the profits will be used to buy the shops in the center of Takana. He wanted to stop smuggling and finally establish a real guild. They pointed to the river and told him that the buyers were sending a secret signal that they were there. He told everyone to be on the lookout to react quickly at the right moment. A swap of 5 kilograms of gold, and the chairman agreed to the deal. But at this point they were stopped by the protagonist. The chairman was very surprised that he still survived and the main bandit joined him. He called the chief bandit a local traitor and said it would be better for them to pretend they didn't see anything. He sent all 20 warriors to destroy the main character and his 2 subordinates. That all the bandits would come out of the high field and start fighting too. The bandits' plans began to kill all the warriors the chairman took with him to the bargain. Jinmu Bling in a large outnumbered force so won the fight without any problems. They have so pushed back all the elite warriors that if things continue like this all the plans that are chairman so far will fall like a sure house. Of course the relationship with Mutang will be broken, yes, and the most important trade guild will cease to exist. At this point, by the way, he decided to take all the money with him and run away. But at this point, the buyers called off the deal and told the chairman to get lost. He suggested that they join forces and kill the scoundrels, but they refused. They said that they would not risk their lives if they were unsure of what was happening, so they told him to go away. At that moment he was talking to the chairman and he thought that he was rescuing him. In his mind he was thinking that he seemed to be saving him and maybe he was more generous than he seemed at first sight. But at the same moment he hit the chairman too, and also told those who wanted to buy gunpowder to fuck off too. Jinmu nicely told to piss off the Kuns and say thank you for not touching them. But if they wanted to fight him anyway then no one minded. Just as the merchant wanted to attack the protagonist the military administration arrived. She made 1 volley of arrows and said to arrest everyone who was there. The guy was very cheerful when the administration came too fast and he was not expecting this, so he gave the chest of gold to Cheon-yu, and told to run away from there quickly so the administration would not see me. Confiscate the gold. Those who wanted to buy gunpowder in fear started to board the boat and sail away. He also noticed that the chairman wanted to run away from him, but he stopped him and told him that he would be responsible for smuggling and for wanting to kill him, after which the protagonist started beating him up. One of the administration warriors along with his apprentice Cheon-san thanked Jinmu for his work, although the warrior did so reflexively as he was very surprised at how brutally he beat up the chairman. The other administration warrior reported that they tightened all the cats and the bandit Gansa choker. The bandit chief hoped that the protagonist said it wasn't his fault. After all, they had agreed if he would help him tell on the life of the disciples. But Jinmu asked for a reward for the bandits. Since the administration has not yet had time to prepare and take the money to pay the bounty, he received a plaque confirming that he should receive it. The warriors of the administration for using his oni to catch the smugglers and the bandit. He also asked if there was any reward for the smugglers, and he was told that when they were in the head office of the administration I was with the chiefs. but the warrior said that most likely he will be allocated a reward. He also learned in the main office that all of his trade guild will be seized, and he really regretted that he didn't take something from the guild when he was attacked. That's how it ended up being a criminal, and the bad guys were arrested and all that was left. At this point Jin Moo along with my apprentice flew into the bank where he asked to find some green tea. The banker was very surprised and said do they know what this place is, and explained that it is a bank where people entrust their savings. So he asked Chong Wu to take out the chest and show him the gold. As soon as the bank saw him how much gold they had, he immediately bowed down and didn't realize how much money he could make in a year at the bank. That day, the Takana branch opened for the first time one morning and we became the first monks to use the bank in the history of Mutanga. Jin Moo also opened accounts at the bank for his disciples, which will silence them. The head of the family found out that such an association had been caught smuggling and all its assets had been confiscated. He asked what had happened there because 2 days before the main characters and his company were to be trapped, and the opportunity told him that unfortunately he did not know the details and could not say anything. The head of the clan feared that if those bastards were to reveal their family's involvement, everyone would know that Jinhee had made an attempt on his comrade's life. If that happened he would surely be banished, he would be made a cripple and his tendons would be cut. iOS in no way wanted that to happen, so he urgently wanted a meeting with the head of the prefecture. The assistant asked him to contact Jinhee and tell him to sit in on the changes in the Mutang. He said that everything that links them to Gansachok and helium should be destroyed. He thought it would be possible to say that Jinhee knew nothing, as if their family had planned it in secret from him. In that case, he should kill them before they tell me anything. Takana, head office of the prefecture. They've already checked everyone who was captured last night, including Yi Pal Ren. The protagonist was given a reward of 200 coins for catching them. He thought that there are good people among the administration staff. He was also told that the smugglers would have to meet the head of the company to be rewarded. He had already turned them in, so they were sent to him. Before the main character's team came here to buy new clothes, the lacquer master showered them with compliments. So now the moment has come at last for him to be rewarded for his righteous life, albeit not for such a long time. Mr. Yu, who had ordered a Gansachoku on the protagonist, the culprit of the whole affair, arrived. The head of the Wu family pretended not to notice Jin Moo and his friends. He was told that it was he and his friends as Mutang novices who had helped arrest the madmen of the main trading guild, when those were trying to sell smuggled gunpowder. Local traders praise Mutanga because his novices helped arrest the gang of outlaws. The head of the family was asked if his son Mutanga was also studying. He quickly switched topics and said that he was completely out of touch and was too busy talking to him, and that he had to meet his supervisor on a very urgent matter, so next time. Jinhee, right? Is that what you said his name was now? And now he has to take the place of Sasha the apprentice. The main character politely apologized for being rude since his Jinhee's older brother's father, and asked for permission to introduce himself. And he asked me if I was going to be his supervisor, and if so, he would like me to join him, because I was also going to be his supervisor. He was surprised because he thought the genie had already figured him out, but he thought he didn't know anything. Already in the executive's office. Greetings, supervisors. Good work, Master Jin Moo. Looking at everything you've done, I can confidently say that Mutang is second to none, said the leader to the protagonist. And the leader also added that Gong Sachok said that he got the order to kill novice Jin Moo here is the head of Wu family. Said that he heard that too, but he's sure it's a big lie. After all, his comrade is a member of the Wu family, it can't be. After all, scoundrels are willing to use any, most absorbing means to save their own skin. Also, he wants to express his gratitude to Drown, because it is illegal to sell bad things in large quantities. Fig Tuewu, as a token of his gratitude, offers the protagonist some fun in the main office. But he refuses and says he shouldn't, because he only helped for the sake of general well-being, and doesn't want to inconvenience the administration. Dai unexpectedly meets his comrade's father by the way. He hopes there won't be all sides, but he would like to stay with Mr. Wu. Jin Moo was preparing a plan to take revenge on the Wu family. He wanted to squeeze all the juice out of them. That expression. That's the face of someone who has known everything for a long time. 8 was sure that he would follow some definite goals, and now he didn't know what to do. Just then the main character rushed in and wanted to say something very important. So he asked for an order for the guards to disperse. Jinmu was asked to sit down and answered. The head said he didn't expect to see him here so soon himself. But he wanted to pretend to be a fool first and that he would not have any SMS evidence. He thought that if he insisted on not being a bandit to help the spirits, he would only have to do so by any means. But the protagonist said he had a Gansachoka settlement book, and if it is suddenly seen by the administration or Mutang, it will become known that the head of the family O was the one who ordered the murder of the protagonist and his disciples. What do you think would happen then? He asked. And the fact that he knew everything about it perfectly well cannot be forgotten. Asked him what he wanted. The boy replied that he wanted to replace the chief apprentice with a mutant. He asked him to promise that he would help him to achieve this goal. Till put everything in place for he to take over as Supreme Elder. That I will have to help you, said the head. But the boy interrupted him. Whoa, hear me out and then decide. Do you really think you won't get anything for helping me? If you help me, in return I promise to give the place to Plekanov the Elder. I have had enough, and I have become very apprenticed and do not need anything. I wanted firstly to master the technique, and secondly to get a submissive Supreme Elder. The chief apprentice's place is the starting point, to master the dual energies. But he finds it too tedious to hold the position of Supreme Elder all the time. It's much more profitable to put a subscriber there, who has dirt on him, and use him as a puppet, controlling him from the pull. The head was surprised that he only wanted to take the place of the chief apprentice and leave the chief elder to Jinhee. He did not understand why instead of choosing the head apprentice he would not choose the position of Supreme Elder. He said he was not yet stupid enough to believe such a trivial lie. Jinhee responded in such an incomprehensible way that I wouldn't want you. You didn't get the meaning of my words. I don't need the family's help. Why? I don't want to cause you unnecessary trouble. You have no choice. If you refuse, I'll have your family in a trash can right now. Shouting that he's just a pathetic braggart. At that moment, the guy's murderous energy became so strong that it sent shivers through the head. Although he is at Hyungi level and has activated his whole body's energy, it is hard to withstand the external pressure. Could it be that this guy at the level of a tanker was spinning in her head? The main thing she asked him was what do you think stopped Gong Sachoku from killing him and forcing him to go to the main trade guild? It's not that he didn't kill him, it's that he didn't succeed. It's true what they say, until you test yourself, you don't know who the hell this punk is. It's an indifferent look that burns. About his past, about the many wars he has been through and the countless murders he has suffered. So why is he such a young novice? The protagonist said goodbye and said he was waiting for her. Jinmu is a first-generation Mutanga apprentice. This guy is not a novice. And not an anti-head. The next one. It took so long to get down, and the journey back flew by unnoticed. They had already met at the palace and he was again admiring this nasty Taoist life. He was thanked and told that it was a good job. He showed everyone the true spirit of the Matang, and the main character had no idea what he was talking about. A first-generation disciple, Jinmu, welcomes you, Supreme Elder, and all who are gathered here, said the chief elder. The chief elder praised him. He also told them that the head of the Takana head office had notified them of the guy's activity. They said that they didn't know the true essence and the main such guild would have made a big mistake if not for him. But even better was the fact that they eliminated the bandits from the back alleys who were disturbing the locals, thus causing attention to the mutant. Jinhu looked at Jinmu with great difficulty, which caused an angry reaction as the head of the family should have warned him by now that he would have to help, but he still pissed him off. He so wanted to tear his eyes out right on the spot. Now they can't use the money taken from the guild, what to do? The best solution was to send them to the administration. And what's even scarier is hearing that Jinmu got the reward. The main character's teacher said that he was sorry that it didn't work out with the food, but Jinmu stood up to the bandit in the water of his clan, very angry because he didn't want to give his money to the clan. But he had no choice and agreed. So he started to move out to prepare food for his mentor. Not far from the Cheongho storehouse there is a Samgan shrine. It is very quiet and no one comes here. The protagonist has made this cave, which is 2m×2m, a private room for meditation. He is on his 20th year and must become stronger. To become a master apprentice, to appropriate the political union, and it's the mysterious old man. A powerful master, whom I had not known until now. Thoughts of him kept running through the boy's mind. the technique the old man used. Using gravity to gather energy and, by increasing the pressure, make it explode. That was the first time he had seen a technique that completely ignored the fundamentals of martial arts. Those amazing moves. By training he wanted to repeat this technique, but he could not do it. He can replicate the old man's technique, but it's a little different. In the past when he was a Hyukran Mungan, he was able to become an absolute ruler using the martial art of Sapy, but he cannot use the same skills. Of course there are many reasons for that, but most importantly he lacks chi energy. And the top art of Chanpa enlightenment. When one crosses the wall of enlightenment known as the wall of weeping, the amount of energy one has managed to accumulate increases dramatically to support enlightenment. So if you have not succeeded in luminosity, the amount of energy you can store is insignificant, even with diligence in training. This is the peculiarity of Zhong Pa's martial arts. He's already reached the level of Kang in the past, so he can't face the wall of light anymore. In fact, one can use the martial art of Mutang perfectly without problems. But there is a limit to the strength of these martial arts due to the lack of energy. The dual energy technique is the only way out of this situation. Until then, the boy went ahead in time to prepare food for his master. He knew he had to use all the time he had been training to accumulate Kai energy and restore the lack of it. It was the best thing he could do at the moment. As they approached the palace, the protagonist overheard his students talking about wanting to withdraw money from their account to pass on. They would have been very happy to do so, but the boy stopped them, saying that he had no money. Suddenly their mentor came out and asked what Jin Mu was doing with Cheon Yu. Cheon-san explained that he just wanted to teach him something new. The mentor offered everyone lunch and caught 3 pheasants himself. The protagonist began to worry about him because he was still sick and had difficulty moving, but for his mentor's sake he caught the food. Jin Ho said that something incomprehensible was now happening on the mountain and suggested that the boy should go there and see for himself. Then they went to Jiso's training palace, where a lot of people had gathered, and the boy didn't understand what was going on there. He hoped that someone could explain to him what was going on. He soon found out that with the money raised from their gang, they would be able to sew clothes for everyone and make a sword. People passing by the shops found out about Mutanga's plight and collected money to help them. A total of 500 coins were collected. But that wasn't all. Several geneticists had contacted them, expressing a desire to restore their relationship with Mutang. To resolve the situation, the first-generation students, led by Jin Kun, descended into the Takana. All of this was possible thanks to Jin Mu. Thus there was a triumphant homecoming. Jin Mu had indeed worked hard and the hero's joy was boundless. He was happy and proud of his achievement. Jin Mu concentrated on the accumulation of Kai energy. Cheon Wu almost achieved perfection in fistfighting techniques. Cheon-san mastered the release of energy. In the future, he will be a reliable assailant for the mutant. All thanks to Jin Mu's skill. It was only at his mentor's wish that Cheon Wu and Cheon-sang were under his wing, and when the mentor looked in, he would just give them a couple of remarks. So this kid has achieved everything through his own meticulous training. It is possible that he is more talented than Jin Mu. The elders of the monks wished to visit. The Supreme heartedly came to talk to the preceptor, and Jin Mu. Had they sniffed out the gold that was in the bank? What is there to talk about that would bring everyone together for that? At the meeting of the elders, they decided to rebuild the ruined palace of Oryong. What is it about Oryong for a mentor that almost makes him cry? Jin Mu, you probably don't know, so I'll explain it now, said the elder. The main palace of the Jizu, Yongyang, is responsible for the observance of the commandments, the external cooperation of Wu Jin, the production of medicine of Chongdong, the accounting of the Oko, the internal arrangement of the Wonghua. Anna Ryan. Mutanga's guardian angel, who was in charge of protection. Since before you became Dodong, that time of the big war, Hyung Ojo was the head of Oryong Palace, and Myung Jin was his apprentice. The Oryong Palace had a long history, but it was burned down by that filthy Hyukran Mugen. When this degenerate mutant invaded, Myongjin and the other disciples stood up to defend the Jiso creator. At this point, the loss of Li was too great. So they decided it would be more fitting to defend the mutant altogether, rather than call the burden on one particular palace. Re-establishing the Palace Oryong would retain that name, effectively using the palace's role as Namam. Mentor has been offered the position of head of the palace. Of course their financial situation doesn't allow them to begin rebuilding the palace right away. but Myung-sun will try to cut costs, and with the money he saves it could be done within the next few years as soon as possible. Jin-moo now has more work to do. Jin-moo was glad the elders didn't come for his money. It wasn't the greaser who wanted to go somewhere with the boys. They came to the same palace. From generation to generation it had acted as a mutant's keeper. If the palace was a mutant's shield, that Numang Mutanga sword. The palace of the Namam. Mutanga's strongest warriors were gathered there. It played an important role in conflict resolution, but also in the numerical battles associated with Mutang. Only these disciples in the entire Mutang were allowed to kill. Jin mused to become the face and pride of Mutang. Well, he didn't want to do such nonsense. These thieves came to exploit them for free. We need to get the Supreme Counter to change his mind. Maybe we should put on a mask and then chase after. By the way, Master, if you recognize the palace, then our teacher will have the right to become the head disciple. In general, any responsible disciple with a lot of merit can become a head disciple. According to tradition, the head disciple becomes a person from Namam. If you want to become a principal apprentice, your martial arts skills are not enough. In each courtyard there is a person in charge, who has to fulfill his obligations perfectly and by merit, and he also has to have a good reputation among all the brothers. And if he gets recognition from all the elders, he will not be the decision maker. He received a letter. It told him that Jin-moo was still a Tanji. He had made a secret agreement with him that if he helped him become a top apprentice, he would make you a supreme elder. Don't be like that and unite with the Jin-moo. Someone who was just a year ago already owns it. That's impossible. He's using some meat-eating wheelbarrow trick and talking like a street hustler, and he'll make me into a top counter. Don't be ridiculous. Don't whine, spit on the secrecy of the agreement. If I kill this scum, everything will stand on its own chest. And nothing will stand in my way. On the shoulders of the 5 first-generation apprentices laid the obligation to ensure the mutiny works smoothly. If you add those who have gone wandering, the whole of theirs is 7. A few years. It will take a few years to rebuild the palace. And if someone else is not the main disciple during that time, it is necessary to rebuild the palace as soon as possible, and then, as the person in charge of practical duties in the palace, buy into the achievements to be able to become a chief apprentice. The elders stammered about Varia Gladkov, which will go towards rebuilding, but even the fools understand that it will take decades just to raise the money. Jin-moo should sort it out, and pour in how. And that gold left in the bank office can't be used either, even if the fate of the world depended on it. If a mutant is his hard-earned blood and sweat money, there's no guarantee that he'll be the one to take the chief apprentice's place. All he has to do is go down to the Takana for a while. Mentor allowed his apprentice to go into the Takana as he thought he wanted to down a few shots and have a good time. He may not have the task yet, but in his words he has become the lord of the creator, and Jin is responsible for the practical obligations, so now only his master's permission will suffice. You may go, said the master. Of all the things he needs only the sword. Sir, come this way. This is his house, belonging to the Sohak organization. It was discovered that it was left unattended after the whole gang was decapitated. So was their money supply. The amazing fact is that no one came to confiscate such a huge amount. The various belongings, houses, and land deeds that had been pawned through, and the mountain house had more than one knock on the silver coins. The servant has also found the secret monies of the Chief Merchants Guild, equivalent to one small chest of silver. And also the night jewel of Yemiju, a rare and expensive item, hard to see even in the Imperial Palace. In the future, when Jinhee becomes Supreme Elder, it will come in handy in the fund to raise the clan. When you bring all the money to your family, you will drink with your subordinates. I'll be there. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Because of someone else's misfortune, he's got a lot of money in his hands at the most opportune moment. In any case, the fall of Chok's gang has brought only positive repercussions. Lately he feels he is starting to slip downhill because of the scoundrel Jin-moo. By the way, he has to fulfill his promise that he made Jinhee. But how is he going to pull this off? The head of the family opened the door, but behind it was Jin-moo. No, see. Seems like you've been living and not living all this time. You have such a pretty face. You must be quite the tactician, huh? But you've been lucky. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope it won't be too much of a burden on you, the guy said with a smirk. The boy asked for money to reinstate the creator as a mutant. A wordless sum he didn't ask for, which deduced a full recovery as quite a bit of bullshit. The head of the family took umbrage, but Jin-moo replied that he was not some backwoodsman for the sake of a few coins, he would not want to come here. You're not investing money for my sake for your son. Do you have any idea what it means for a mutant to rebuild a palace with its history and tradition? Just imagine how everyone will feel about having Jim-hee's family cover the entire cost. The family name Y will be engraved on the outside of the building, on the side too, and maybe even on the inside in words. Your family name will probably be on the eye of the leg for generations to come. Can you only imagine what a positive effect such an act will have? Just imagine how the elders will look at Jin-hee. That's how many times I've told you to try to make it bigger than it is now. However, in all the time, it had never happened that a supreme elder had become a disciple. They who had previously held the position of chief doctrine. If so, then maybe we should write down the agreement on paper and sign it is what is needed. Figured out I found myself in this position then worth 6 deals. Jin-moo haul some gold tegel. Yeah, take as much as you want. Just put your stinking signature on the road. Oh, by the way. When you donate, it'd be nice if you were married to me, because to be I should have a good reputation, too. Do you understand me? I helped you the name, when near them problems and with its owners in fact, then I family Nepal thanks to me. I hope it is not difficult for you. The head of the family was only too busy writing the agreement, but the boy had already run away. It's been a month since construction started on the family's donation. The foundations were being laid at full speed exactly where the palace would be erected again. Mentor must see with his own eyes how the pillars of the palace will rise again from the ground, and he does not want to go back down to his home. Mentor handed a letter to the boy. It was a list of martial arts books. The old man forgot some more books and rushed to fetch them. It's nice to see that the mentor is so uplifting. I wonder if it's because of the memories, or if it's all about his own mood. It's hard to tell right now. Jin-moo came in the head of the Myeongyen Palace, to get all the books that were on the list. The head of the palace asked Jin-hee to go book by book with the guy. You could tell by the look on his face that he was still hostile. Well, in principle what else could one expect from a scoundrel, then kill his brother according to plan to replace Lam's apprentice. It would have been a lot easier if it had come to him. At least he's trying to be nice to him for now. The vault there is a ravine, so we'll have to find it here, too. And as the way goes along the breast path, it is necessary to keep watch over it. Blessed is the place, the idea that there is not a single guard. So, if someone dies here, no one will probably know about it. This killer energy suggests that it's about to get hot in here. The lad has only seen 2 people who use tagki. An older brother from Jin Jinkuan's palace, and an older Jin Myung brother who is now wandering around. He's seen their powers so he knows everything. A brat like you just isn't capable of achieving the same skill. Oh, and that story about your victory on Jin-hee is also opinionated. If you even manage to fool my father, there's only one conclusion. You must be using magic to fool the people of music. And after that, aren't you ashamed to call yourself a novice? Jin-moo only laughed. After making so much sense of everything that has happened, what you just gave out is the only thing that has gone through your mind, seriously. Asked the boy. Jin-moo warned the boy that if he tried to throw him off the cliff, then he'll obviously fly himself. He was thrown by the touch. The boy decided that Jin-moo would use dark magic to intimidate him. In his mind the Mutangu would stew without him if he died. So he lunged at Jin-nu. Energizing things is the use of energy invested in the sword. But it is also possible to use this technique without a weapon. If you put it in your fist, the technique is called energy in your fist. Jin-moo dodged every one and parried every punch from the guy. The guy used Muyong Shin Neizu. It's a fighting technique whose key aspect is speed. The attacker's movements are so fast that not even a shadow has time to fall. He won't be able to constantly dodge on the narrow bridge, which in places sagged, the lad thought. I'll just grab him and throw him off the abyss. Jin mused again to dodge, and only crumpled at his speed. Jin-moo lunged at the guy and delivered precise and swift blows to certain points on his chest. Because of the blockage of his bloodstream he was now unable to move properly. Grabbing his head he presented him over an abyss. Such a bum should have bowed at my feet for my decision to make you a riding elder. Now you're just unnecessary trash. Well, it's got to end the way you wanted it to end. A very cheesy ending for a guy claiming to be Supreme Elder, isn't it? Asked Jin. Have mercy on me. I'll be loyal to you. All right, give me another chance. Ask whatever you want. I'll do anything in my power. You will never be disappointed in me again. I'll give up my apprenticeship, and here's the place of the Supreme Elder. Have a good seat. Threw the lad onto the bridge. Jinmu unblocked the bloodstreams. Now he can move. He warned him if he pulls any more stunts he'll kill not only him but his dad, so he better watch what he's doing. How unfortunate that he became part of the Mutang at the age of 15. After admitting complications he was given a name by the temple. At 25 he became a first-generation disciple of the Moan Gong mentor, and is now his 30s. He realized Henji and became one of Mutang's best disciples who had a bright future waiting for him. And he lost a man who died on just a year ago. Now he will have to obey him. The warehouse is a mutant. It'll take at least a month to copy the books. And the old man said that Jin had a laugh as from Sapa, and pierced him with a look. The lad was afraid he would be exposed. The old man sensed that his body was clearly Mutang energy. But leaning towards his age, he began to copy the books. The UN hieroglyphs are not now used in the mutant generations. If he is called the oldest means he is not an apprentice given a temple name. But there is definitely something about this old man. The reconstruction of the palace has begun, and there is a big change in life, like a responsibility for him. That attending the meetings of the first-generation disciples, one had to show up at the palace every day with a bow. A reply came from Jinkuan's elder brother, who sent him to Takana. Here comes the Takana Way, the guild's main transport point, safer during patrol ships traffic, but otherwise an area of lawlessness by brigands. So the guild determines the order of use each year and it leaves the price. This is what is called the right to use the canal. It's a life-threatening problem, so the guild puts everything on it, just to protect that right. Strangely, robbers take away guild goods, sometimes even kill people, so to make an alliance with a Monpa it would be natural to deal with this problem, but normally such a problem should be solved by guilds instead of after a general meeting. Instead, where there has been a conflict with the guild we have kept in touch with Isen Guild. Share your thoughts on the issue. Asked in Jin he. No one will negotiate. Because the Jew family is behind them. In fact, if they get less donations than the Jew family, the small companies will have no choice but to come to us. Because of that, over time, the family felt that their influence was shaken. So a powerful giant, the Isen Guild, took the initiative. Which leads to the bankrupt company Illinois He. The main point is to show what consequences await you if you turn your back on the Jew. This guild conflict is just the tip of the iceberg, although a pretty effective way to avoid putting the Monp in the forefront. If this goes on, this Illinois He guild is one of two things: either it will be destroyed by the pirates or it won't be able to handle the competition. If that happens, the guild will be turned away again and rejoin the Jew family. That leaves only one option. Mutant will accompany the guild according to its schedule and then defeat the pirates overwhelmingly. The senior level must never mix, the apprentices must go, but this is the time when more people cannot be allowed to go. If the plan succeeds, it will be a great opportunity to show the great mutant power, his fearlessness against some wretched brigands, and there the hearts of the guild turn to us. There is only one person who can be trusted with such an important task. He is the sword of the mutant, and the one in charge of the palace is Jinmu. Jinmu was indignant. Why did they send only one person and take the second generation with them? Jinmu did not want to get into a situation like this and also made second-generation disciples, so they are useless. Such a learner that they made a mother duck of the kids. We were so hopeful, and sour cream doors again. And he doesn't give a damn about our guild. The head of the guild. Guild head, could you leave us alone for a while? Yes, of course. The younger brother of the Jinmu. I'm here as in charge of Jin's palace. In charge of Mutana's external cooperation and trading points when it comes to asking for help from the Takana Guild. Only a first-generation apprentice who is best known in other circles can give it. The pirates are a big gang of tokens who proudly display their name in the Sapacon. They are all seasoned warriors who have been through tiki battles and experienced every kind of hardship. They take on all those brigands and gangs from behind the kook you've seen before. Even with my support they are unlikely to be dealt with, and you have the nerve to call yourself a sword to satisfy your pride? Mutanga sword. Pride of Mutanga, as a right-wing Murim clan, and all monks who have kept the foundations of Taoism alive for 1,000 years. so the name carries special weight for us. People used to say that in the past, Sapacon was forced to stop its external activities because of the attack. Because the Mutanga sword was broken. Much more important and difficult than the comforts of a bland man like you. You must take responsibility for what you dare to say in front of an outsider. I'm sure that's why I won't help you. But if you fail this mission, your life, the life of Master Myung-jin, and even the restoration of the palace will not be safe. That's why all those who call themselves mutant swordsmen must follow the rules. Everything will go smoothly. Then how will you act as an elder brother? Jinmu asked. You let my words slip past your lips and dare to threaten the life of my mentor. Do you have the guts to kneel before me, with bowed and tearful head, or sit down? Isn't that hard to do? Jin Kung is furious. How dare you compare a matter on which the fate of a mutant depends with your life and dignity? Looks like I'll have to teach you some sense after all. Throwing his fists. Mutanga punch. Foolishly reckless. Terribly illiterate attack. It feels like my opponent is a wild pig. I think that's enough. Water typhoon repelled the blow. The guy was carrying the punch as if it was to my head, but in fact it hit my arm moments before Jinkuan's brother kicked it. Jinmu's teacher blocked it with his elbow. The strongest bone in the body is considered the elbow. No matter how much training you do, your toes can't withstand a collision with your elbow. I've made sure of your abilities. So I'll show you what they call a real fight. Can't pass up such an opportunity to learn a little brother's skills. The feeling is familiar. Oh yes, when I came to him there for my old body. He reminded me of my mentor attacking me defending the Jisoo Palace. The face of a true warrior. Perhaps I couldn't even like the older brother. They started the fight. The older brother woke up in the hospital. God, what a denunciation. We came to our senses. You've been hit so hard, we were already scared. We thought your soul had gone to heaven. Teacher Jinmu came out with a group of merchants at dawn. If this guy. He's single-handedly removing the pirates. Rebirth of the broken Mutanga sword. As if by order. For real. All right, boys. Let's go. Yes to the teacher. Ha, at any moment the pirates could show up. How can you be so well endowed? The leader of some mutt asked the guild master. Jin said he'd escort us, but he never showed up. And I'll be leaving with you, don't worry. He said, and to me he said everything by a monk who always sticks to formality. So the mistake is a huge mistake. We are approaching the west of the gorge. We have left the area under the photoguard of the Takana administration. Any moment now. The bandits living in themselves were not, and water said their leader, Ruthless, was tearing the back of every enemy. Places Ruthless also emanates from his anger. If Jinmu catches and defeats the guys who operate under the Sapa food, rather than mere bandits from behind the Ulk, his reputation in Mutanga grows considerably. He is sure to conquer the pirates. With that at work, another achievement that will bring him closer to his apprentice position. This is the first battle where Cheon-san will be able to use an energy reproduction technique, which he has mastered under his teacher's guidance. Pirates and brigands are nothing but useless trash who have ruined his family and the rest of the villagers. Thanks to a kind mentor, he has managed to get his hands on the martial arts, which he still strives to master. Is a month. How long he has waited for this to happen, so that the families and villagers who died a violent death would no longer roam the netherworld. No peace, he will destroy everyone. This is where the western gorge begins. The path ahead is hidden behind a rock, so it's easy to hide ships here. As is usually the case. Pirates appear unexpectedly during a carefree voyage, so now we must be about that. The pirate shouted. 3 pirate ships appeared before him. How dare you cross this ravine without obtaining my, not the water's, permission? You are too foolish. The pirates dropped the hook on the ship. Instead of just standing there, do something already. Please. Just as I thought, you shouldn't have made the sour cream alliance. There's nothing else to do but defend your guild yourself. The head of the guild fell to his knees. He was ready to give his gold so the pirates wouldn't touch him. It's like this, everybody yelled out Jinmu. The pirate was surprised. And Jinmu was already over the leader's head. Didn't anyone hear the center just go away? The pirates were surprised as the protagonist covered a distance of 15 m between their ships in a single jump. They assumed it was a legendary hidden water technique. The main character's sprawling, arrogant and quick-witted skills are also hard to pinpoint as they are often forgotten. How dare the guy give up on their ship without permission? What a no bastard. He will make sure that a guy who has nothing to do with the monarchs can't kill anyone else. All the pirates attacked the protagonist at the same time, but he didn't disperse, and with one swipe of his foot on the deck he tilted the ship. Because the ship was tilted, his subordinates lost the point of the belt, and Jin took advantage of the moment to jump when the ship was returning to its original position. No need to waste his strength on the meat of the small bipeds, thought the protagonist. Jin-Moo wanted to strike at the main pirate, but his sword was stopped by an elite squad of sky and water blockers. The pirates thought he was just a foolish novice, let his bravery be praised, but coming at them alone was a big mistake. They wanted to kill him and sink him along with his ships. The protagonist wanted to quickly deal with the Dunaktong, and another annoying fly loomed on the horizon. He would like to deal with them. It would take a little more time than it would on the Tidgets, but being a teacher, he'd never lose face. The pirates were surprised to see him using his vocal demeanor and his feet. Besides, he is also a teacher, but he is a novice of about 25. They didn't understand how that was possible. A massacre ensued in which the protagonist had no problem taking down all the pirates. The guy had the elite of the elite shrouded in the sky and water with an elephantine rag without even using the energy he freed. And all this using only hand-to-hand combat techniques. That's how he is, the pirates wondered. The pirate began to attack the guy. He attracts attention with a powerful first punch, swinging vertically. And while the opponent blocked, the second, horizontal, spreads his back. AA wanted to show him why he was nicknamed the Ruthless Dunaktong. Changed his mind he could lead his attack, but returned the first attack and began to attack himself. Already in the port, people were waiting and wondering what had happened at sea and whether the crew of the protagonist had been harmed. From one glorious moment it seemed that if Jin-Moo defeated the pirates, where were the 7 second-generation disciples? This victory would cause a stir and raise the Mutang's name. He acted like a monk, blinded by profit, and because of this he decided to sacrifice his talented younger brother. Prayed to God that Jin-Moo come back unharmed. That's it, I can't wait any longer. Send a letter by pigeon to Mutang. We need to organize a rescue party as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Finally, who do we have here? Blue Dragon Heavenly Sword, Master Jin Kuei? The elder lord of the Zhuai's Takana family, Jukan Geek. The deputy head of the Isan Guild is Duokgi. Heard you came down from the temple in Takana, but I've been so busy due to the piling up of business, so I welcome you a little late. The Zhu family? It seems the He Guild ship still hasn't returned. What a misfortune, it makes one's willpower test. Thank you for your concern. We spoke, there was a dispute over the right to use the waterway. And, Deputy, you said you'd make some concessions. I beg your pardon. We may have bought the right of use in a hurry, but the Illinois He Guild doesn't understand why. But who would have thought they'd take such a risk and go to the capital? What? After Jin-Moo and his crew set sail, I've been on the crossing every day. But that's an exaggeration, not that often. Not once have I seen a single Isoi Guild ship leave the dock. We've been told that Dunaktong is a very bloodthirsty and inhumane rascal. He's been known to chop people in half. So why didn't they wait their turn and sail away from the port? Seems it was irresponsible and unconscionable on their part. Without an ounce of sympathy. Unsettling as to why they chose to run away from Mutang in front of other people. Pathetic behavior that has no concept of shame. Everyone knows very well that the Zhu family is behind the guild and Sung is always interfering with Illinois High's guild. And this show is just to make the other two guilds that are also in alliance with Mutang think that they might get hurt just like Illinois High.